Hearty welcome to my Lord Justice, Honorable Sri Justice Dheeraj Singh Thakur ji. I request all to kindly be seated in the designated seats. My hearty pranams to Honorable the Chief Justice of High Court of Andhra Pradesh, Honorable Sri Justice Dheeraj Singh Thakur ji, our today's special guest, Honorable Srimati Justice Revati Mahate Dareji, Judge High Court of Bombay, Honorable Sri Justice Ravinath Tilhare ji, Chairperson Juvenile Justice Committee and Senior Judge of High Court of Andhra Pradesh, Honorable members of the Juvenile Justice Committee and esteemed judges of High Court of Andhra Pradesh, Honorable Srimati Justice V. Sujata Garu, Honorable Dr. Justice Venkat Jyotirmayi Pratapa Garu, Honorable Sri Justice Kiranmayi Mandava Garu, Honorable Sri Justice Challa Gundaranjan Garu, the other distinguished judges of the High Court of Andhra Pradesh, Honorable Registers, Honorable Member Secretary and her team, Honorable Secretary High Court Legal Service Committee, Honorable Director of AP Judicial Academy, respected participant officers, distinguished functionaries of various departments of Government of Andhra Pradesh, representatives of UNICEF, representatives from civil society organizations, esteemed guests, children present, print and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant morning to one and all. It's my absolute honor to invite this august gathering and to extend a word of warm welcome to today's the state-level stakeholders consultation 2025 on safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India, conducted as per the directions of Honorable Juvenile Justice Committee, Supreme Court, organized by the Juvenile Justice Committee, Honorable High Court of Andhra Pradesh, in association with Government of AP, Department of Women and Children Welfare, and the AP State Legal Service Authority. It's a fortune today to have this program in the august presence of His Lordship, Honorable Sri Justice Dheeraj Singh Thakur ji, Honorable the Chief Justice of High Court of Andhra Pradesh. His Lordship's very presence here today underscores the paramount importance of this course and the unwavering commitment of our judiciary to uphold the rights and safety of the girl child in our society. Today, we are extremely honored with the gracious presence of our special guest, Honorable Srimati Justice Revati Mahate Dareji, Judge High Court of Bombay. Her ladyship is distinguished for delivering progressive and socially conscious judgment that advance women's rights, safeguard children's welfare, uphold press freedom, and promote police accountability. Her ladyship is also recognized for her expertise in handling cases under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act. We are extremely fortunate to be guided by our Honorable Sri Justice Ravinath Tilhare ji, the Chairperson of Juvenile Justice Committee, whose visionary leadership and relentless dedication to child protection has made today's consultation possible. Under his able guidance, this program has been meticulously planned to address the critical challenges. The highly motivated honorable members of the JJ Committee, Honorable Srimati Justice V. Sujata Garu, Dr. Justice Venkata Jyotirmayi Pratapa Garu, Honorable Srimati Justice Kiranmayi Mandava Garu, Honorable Sri Justice Challa Gundaranjan Garu are the driving force for today's program, but for whose constant persuasion, bird's eye view, this program has seen the light of this day. The Lordship's planning and enormous encouragement, it is being conducted in the august presence of His Lordship, Honorable the Chief Justice of High Court of Andhra Pradesh. At this momentous occasion, let us recollect Savitribai Phule, a pioneering Indian social reformer, believed deeply in the empowerment of girl children through education. She compassion for women's rights, setting up India's first girls' school and fighting against harmful practices like child marriage, female infanticide, to foster equality and social reforms. The profound words of Nelson Mandela, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Today, we gather not just to deliberate, but to reaffirm our collective commitment to create a safer, more enabling environment for every girl child in our country. The girl child represents the future of our nation. Nonetheless, the statistics compel us to act. Millions of girls still face barriers to education, healthcare, and basic safety. Thus, this consultation is designed to bring together all stakeholders, judiciary, government officials, civil society, and community leaders to develop comprehensive strategies and actionable solutions for her protection and empower to strengthen the existing ecosystem of girl-child for holistic development. With this brief introduction, let's begin this auspicious program by inviting our esteemed guests onto the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Honorable Sri Justice Challa Gundaranjan Garu, Member, Juvenile Justice Committee, to please come on to the dais. I request K. Savita to present sapling to His Lordship. you, my lords. We are now moving to the next segment of our program. May I request Honorable Srimati Justice V. Sujata Garu, a distinguished member of Juvenile Justice Committee, to deliver the welcome address.
Namaste. Good morning to our Honorable the Chief Justice Dheeraj Singh Thakurji, our special guest Honorable Justice, Honorable Srimati Justice Revati Mohite Dheereji, Judge, High Court of Bombay, and Honorable Sri Justice Ravina Tilhariji, Chairperson of the Juvenile Justice Committee, High Court of Andhra Pradesh, my esteemed brother and sister judges on the dais and over the dais, and other dignitaries and participants of the state-level stakeholders on Safeguarding the Girl Child 2025. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this meaningful and important gathering focused on the cause that touches the very heart of our society, safeguarding the girl child. Let us remember that a world without a girl is as impossible as a world without water. Today's event is more than a program. It is a call to awareness, a call to action, and above all, a celebration of the importance of the girl child. A girl is not just someone's daughter. She is a potential leader, a nurturer, a creator, an innovator. When we educate a girl, we educate a generation. When we empower a girl, we empower a nation. Girls bring balance, compassion, and strength to the world around them. In Hindi, it is said, बेटी पढ़ाओ उसकी भविष्य को सशक्त बनाओ जिससे देश बढ़ेगी. Yet, despite this immense value, many girls still face discrimination, abuse, and neglect. The law, society, and individual stakeholders all bear a responsibility to come together to protect, empower, and uplift every girl child. Safeguarding the girl child is not only about protection from harm, but also about giving her the freedom to dream, to grow, and to become whoever she wants to be without fear, without limitations. It is our collective duty to ensure that every girl child is treated with dignity, given equal opportunities, and raised in a safe and supportive environment. Today, as we have come together, let us use this platform to ventilate not only the challenges faced by the girl child, from gender-biased discrimination to violence, child marriage, denial of education, and other forms of inequality, but also the collective responsibility we hold to protect, empower, and uplift every girl. This conference provides us with a unique opportunity to exchange ideas, share best practices, and learn from the experiences of diverse stakeholders, including government representatives, educators, and health professionals. It is through such collective wisdom and collaboration that we can craft effective strategies to safeguard and empower our girls. In my opinion, respecting a girl child must begin at home, as it is the first school of every child. As parents are the foremost teachers, they should guide boys to treat every girl child with respect and kindness. It is also essential that parents should treat both boys and girls with equal love, respect, and opportunities from the very beginning. Let us use today's gathering to spread awareness, challenge outdated mindsets, and renew our commitment to protecting and uplifting every girl child, because when we stand up for her, we build a better future for all. I urge each one of you to actively participate in the following sessions. Raise your voice through interaction, and promise for commitment of safeguarding a girl child. Once again, I welcome you all and thank you for being a part of this vital mission. Together, let's be the voice, the shield, and the support every girl deserves. I would like to conclude by saying, give a girl child the right shoes, and she will conquer the world. Thank you all.
Thank you, Malaysia, for the warm welcome and insightful opening and a very thoughtful address. May I request Honorable Sri Justice Ravina Tilhariji Garu, Judge, High Court of Andhra Pradesh and Chairperson, to present the opening address.
Honorable the Chief Justice, Sri Dheeraj Singh Thakurji, our Chief Guest, Honorable Srimati Justice Revati Prashant Mohite Dere, Judge, High Court of Bombay, our special guest today, my esteemed sister and brother judges on the dais, the members of the Juvenile Justice Committee, and my esteemed sister and brother judges of the dais, all other dignitaries, the learned district judges, all the judicial officers, the registrars of the High Court, head of the various government departments, and all participants, ladies and gentlemen, and the most, the girl children present here from various institutions. Very good morning to all of you and a warm welcome. It gives me immense privilege to welcome you all to the state-level stakeholders consultation on safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. The presence of this distinguished gathering is itself a reassurance that safeguarding the girl child is not just a responsibility of the family or the government, but a collective moral and constitutional duty that binds us all. Despite the remarkable progress our nation has made in law, policy, and social awareness, the girl child still faces unique vulnerabilities. Many continue to be deprived of safety, education, health, and opportunity, which is essential, that should never be denied to any child. So too often, her dreams are curtailed before they have the chance to take a flight. This consultation is therefore not merely a formal exercise, it is a reminder of our shared conscience, an occasion to push and ask ourselves, have we done enough? Are we creating a world where every girl feels secure, valued, and empowered to reach her potential? The Juvenile Justice Committee of the High Court of Andhra Pradesh, in association with the Government of Andhra Pradesh and the State Legal Services Authority, has created this platform today so that through dialogue and collaboration, we may strengthen the protective and enable the framework for our children. Laws and policies form the backbone of this protection, but the true strength lies in how society responds with empathy and with awareness and with action at every level from the home to the community. When we fail to safeguard a girl child, we do not just fail here, we fail the very promise of justice and equality that our Constitution upholds. At the same time, when we nurture and protect her, the rewards are immeasurable. A safe and educated girl child grows into an empowered woman, and an empowered woman transforms families, communities, and the nation. Safeguarding her is therefore not a charity, but an investment in the very progress and the dignity of our society and the nation. This consultation gives us an opportunity to listen, to learn, and to commit ourselves afresh. So let us ensure that our discussions today translate into concrete measures, policies that are implemented, systems that are strengthened, and the attitudes that are transformed. I firmly believe that together with the judiciary, the government, civil society, and the community stakeholders working in union, we can create an India where every girl child feels safe, respected, and free to dream. With these words, I once again welcome each one of you, and I have the honor of declaring this consultation open. Thank you all.
Thank you, my Lord, for your Lordship's profound and compassionate address. May I request Honorable Srimati Justice Revati Mahateda Reji, Judge, High Court of Bombay, to kindly deliver the special address.
Chief Justice of the Andhra Pradesh High Court, Honorable Shri Dheeraj Singh Thakurji, Chairperson of the Juvenile Justice Committee, Justice Ravinath Tilari, Justice V. Sujata, Justice Chala Gunaranjan, members of the Juvenile Justice Committee, brother and sister judges of the Andhra Pradesh High Court, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, judicial officers present here today, officers of the state government, officials of the State Legal Services Authority, distinguished stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. At the very outset, I express my deep gratitude to the Honorable the Chief Justice of the Andhra Pradesh High Court, Shri Dheeraj Singh Thakurji, and the Juvenile Justice Committee for inviting me at the state-level stakeholders consultation 2025. It is indeed an honor and privilege to be here today. Thank you. The theme chosen for this year, Safeguarding the Girl Child Towards a Safer and Enabling Environment for Her in India, is both timely and relevant. It compels us to introspect, to evaluate what has been achieved so far, and to identify the areas where much more remains to be done. Our Constitution guarantees to every child the right to life, dignity, equality, and protection from exploitation. Article 39 directs the state to ensure that children are given opportunities to develop in a healthy environment. Article 15(3) empowers the state to make special provisions for children and women. Constitutional guarantees and laws exist to protect the girl child. But the question is, have we in reality been able to provide a safe and enabling environment for a girl child? Mahatma Gandhi once said, the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. This statement should guide our commitment to protecting the girl child. The future of a girl child depends on what we do for them in present, on what measures we take to safeguard the girl child in India, on how we can give the girl child a better future so that her dreams and aspirations can be fulfilled, on how we can provide a safer environment for a girl child to flourish without any fear of being exposed to violence of any kind, including sexual exploitation. There are several strategies that are there which can be employed to ensure protection of a girl child. I will just highlight a few. The first strategy is implementation of laws like the Pocso Act, the Prohibition of the Child Marriage Act, and all other acts enacted to protect girls. Effectively, with specialized training for police officers and judicial officers. We all know that under the Pocso Act, how girl child is protected, her identity is protected, how her statement is to be recorded in at her residence, how the police officer is not to be in uniform and to be in civil clothes so that she doesn't feel intimidated, how her evidence is to be recorded. All these provisions are there in the Pocso Act. The question is how it is implemented effectively and with sensitivity by the officers concerned. The second strategy would be by providing education, skill development, and leadership opportunities to the girls to enable them to assert their rights and stand for themselves. In short, to empower girls through education. The third strategy would be to engage community leaders, parents, and local influences to help create a safer environment for girls, to promote gender equality and respect, and to change patriarchal mindsets. To challenge existing biases requires the collective effort of one and all. One cannot forget that all that a girl child seeks is equal opportunities as their counterparts, that is the boys. And therefore you have even the Right to Education Act. All of you must have heard about Malala Yousafzai, a 17-year-old girl from Pakistan who was the youngest recipient of the Nobel Prize laureate. She advocated for the education of the girls and in the process was even shot by the Taliban. She wanted equal opportunities for the girls, and she said, all we are asking is for girls to have the same opportunities as boys to fulfill their dreams. It is also important that the stakeholders, particularly the government, invest in the basic infrastructure. When you say basic infrastructure, it would even mean providing street lighting to ward off any untoward incident, to provide clean public restrooms and safe public transportation to reduce the girls' vulnerability. Another strategy would be to foster partnerships between government agencies, NGOs, and private sector organizations to amplify the impact of a safe and enabling environment for a girl child. In order to take all these strategies forward, the role of the stakeholders is immense. One, that it is imperative that the government policies relating to girl child are effectively implemented. For this, resource allocation is extremely important. It is also imperative and essential that all the stakeholders, particularly the law enforcement agencies and judicial officers, are given specialized training and they are sensitized towards the issues relating to the girl child. As Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "A true character of a society is revealed in how it treats its children." In fact, the police are the first interface with the common man when a case comes to fore. So therefore, it is very important that they are sensitized and they need to know how to deal with such issues. The third very important aspect is that the education department of the government should promote empowerment of the girl child through education and awareness. We all know that ignorance of law is no excuse, but the reality in life is that many children, especially boys, who are the perpetrators of sexual assault, are unaware of the law and the consequences of their actions. Even in cases of romantic relationships, the boys are unaware of the law. Hence, it is imperative that the education department, in coordination with stakeholders, introduces structured awareness programs in schools and colleges, both in rural and urban areas, to spread awareness of laws in this area. If students from the 9th and 10th standards and students from colleges are sensitized about the Pocso Act and its consequences, we can at least make some effort in reducing crimes before they occur. As it is said, prevention is better than cure. Today, what is deeply disturbing is that even small girls, in fact, even infants, are not spared from sexual assault. We must all collectively ask ourselves, what fuels this perversity? What systemic and societal measures should we take to prevent such assaults before they occur? I believe that for far too long, society has always told the girl child, don't go here late in the night, don't wear this, beware of sexual assault. It's high time, I believe, that we start telling our boys what to do and what not to do. There has to be a paradigm shift from not only educating girls, but educating boys. What efforts must be taken to provide a safe environment for the girl child? Measures also need to be taken to ensure that a girl child does not become a victim of sexual assault. When a girl becomes a victim of sexual assault, rehabilitation must remain at the core of our approach. The Pocso Act, while focusing on stringent punishment, also envisions the care, protection, and rehabilitation of survivors. Yet survivors continue to struggle for medical aid, for counseling, to get support persons, social integration, and above all, dignity. Compensation and rehabilitation are as important as punishment of the offender. We have seen, as judges of the High Court, maybe in Andhra Pradesh and in Bombay, that you get a lot of MTP cases for medical termination of pregnancy. The girls are hardly 14, 15 years of age. They want to study. They come for, it's sometimes too late to even give permission. They may be in the 9th standard, they may be in the 10th standard. What I have seen, that the girls who come want to pursue their education. The parents are struggling not to let the neighbors know because of the stigma that is attached. So we must take measures to ensure that such girls are given. In Maharashtra, we have the Manudhairya scheme, where we give compensation, even interim compensation, as soon as an FIR is registered. So I'm sure something Andhra Pradesh must be also having. So it's important that we ensure that even when we deal with such cases, at that stage, you must ensure that the schemes that are made available are given to the girls, to her parents, so that they are not left, the family is not left helpless. We must also ensure that through some NGO or a support person, that she continues her education. We must all ensure collectively rehabilitation and reintegration of survivors so that they can reclaim their lives with dignity. As long as there are tears in the eyes of survivors of sexual assault, our task is far from complete. Mahatma Gandhi very eloquently said, and I quote, "Recall the face of the poorest and the weakest, and ask yourself if the step you contemplate is going to be of any use to them." That is the test for us today. The initiatives taken, therefore, must not only exist on paper, but must be implemented in its true spirit. Safeguarding the girl child cannot and never be the task of one institution alone. It requires synergy. Government agencies must ensure resources and accountability. Law enforcement agencies must be trained to be sensitive and swift. Educational institutions must inculcate awareness and respect for gender equality. Communities and families must shed regressive norms and empower girls. And the Judiciary and Legal Services Authority must ensure time-bound justice, rehabilitation, and compensation. Each one of us is dependent on the other for the success of this mission. Each one of us must remember, safeguarding the girl child is not a choice. It is a constitutional, moral, and social obligation. until every survivor is rehabilitated, until every child feels safe, until every tear is wiped away, our task is not done. We also cannot speak of progress if our girl child remains unsafe. Let us ensure that the future of every girl child is one of dignity, equality, and safety. We owe it to ourselves, our society, and our nation to ensure every girl child has a safe and enabling environment in which she can flourish and pursue her dreams. I am confident that the deliberations and the brainstorming of ideas that will take place today will all be very meaningful and will provide food for thought for all. Wishing all of you all the very best. Thank you.
We are extremely privileged by your Lordship's kind address and valuable insights. Thank you. May I now request Honorable Sri Justice Dheeraj Singh Thakurji, the Chief Justice of High Court of Andhra Pradesh, to kindly address the gathering.
Honorable Justice Revati Mohite Dere, Justice Ravina Tilariji, Justice V. Sujata, Justice Venkata Jyotirmayi Pratapa, Justice Kiranmai Mandava, Justice Chala Gunaranjan, my companion judges of the High Court of Andhra Pradesh, registrars of the High Court, heads of various government departments present today, principal district judges and other judicial officers, the district collector, the police commissioner, and IGP who is present here, Mr. Soni George, child protection specialist, UNICEF, staff of various departments, including NGOs and girl children, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I must thank Justice Revati Dere who accepted our invitation to become to participate in these deliberations and in the inaugural session, despite the fact that she was under the weather and is on heavy antibiotics. But our purpose of extending that invitation to her was because we had known the contribution that she had made in this field, not only in the state of Maharashtra, but also at the national level. The topic for deliberations pertains to not only a child, but to a girl child. If we go back into the history, we have seen how women have suffered, especially in this country, where initially there was this practice of sati, which got discontinued, got prohibited with the efforts of social reformers, Raja Ram Mohan Roy. But the pain and suffering of women over the years, although has reduced on account of spread of education, but it has not been totally eliminated. Now, all this is attributed generally to the society, who over the years treated a lady as somebody who was more, or a child, a girl child, more as a matter of burden than an asset to the family. Most of the times it has been seen that a girl child was considered not as a matter of responsibility, but a liability, who could not contribute to the well-being of the family, and therefore the effort was to somehow get her married at the earliest. Child marriages therefore became very prevalent. Child marriages are stated to be attributed to the economic condition of some families, and with a view to overcome that hardship, perhaps the responsibility was shifted from the parental group to the family of the husband. But this was changed. Constitutional protection, which speakers before me referred to, with a view to bring about laws which ensured equality, irrespective of gender. Protection of girl child also is there. While the legal framework is in place, it all depends upon how it gets reflected and transformed on the ground. Now, if we see some data, and especially with regard to children, the global data suggests that 90 million children alive today have experienced sexual violence, and more than 1 billion women and men were subjected to such violence in their childhood. 1.6 billion children, or 2 in 3 globally, regularly endure violent punishment by caregivers at home. Among those children who experience violent discipline, more than 2/3 are subjected to both physical punishment and psychological aggression. Violence at home is also rampant. 3 out of 4 young children are regularly subjected to violent discipline by their caregivers. There is violence at school. Worldwide, close to 130 million, more than 1 in 3 students from ages 13 to 15 experience bullying. 86% of the world's children are not fully protected from corporal punishment by law. There is violence online now, and more than 1/3 of young people in 30 countries report as being a victim of online bullying. In 2020, more than 153,000 websites were reported as containing images of child sexual abuse, an increase of 16% from the year before. Sexual violence worldwide is rampant, and approximately 15 million adolescent girls between the ages of 15 to 19 experienced forced sexual intercourse or other forced sexual acts in their lifetime. Children with disabilities are almost 4 times more likely to experience violence than non-disabled children. Another thing which we saw, and I pointed it out in the last meet that we had last year, was that those children who were sexually assaulted, 90% of them, according to the National Crime Bureau's report, were assaulted by those who were known to the family. This is something very alarming. So it is not a person who is walking on the road who comes and who enters a house. So young children who don't know what is right, what is wrong, incapable of understanding, are assaulted and exploited by those who are known to the family. They may be a close relation, they may be a servant in the house. This is quite, and therefore, that this message has to be somehow spread that you have not only to protect your children from outsiders, you have also to be vigilant as to what is happening around you in your close family circles. Because this is the reality of, this is the reality which is reflected on the basis of data. Violence in schools is so rampant. I remember we used to have a physical education teacher who used to sort of be very strict in school. And we would prepare for our sports day function, which was an annual affair. And there used to be a march past. Now, if there are 500 children participating in a march past, there may be 10 who may be incapable of synchronizing the steps with the movement of the arms. Now, the physical education teacher would come and beat those who are out of sync with the rest of the group with knuckles, and he would hit directly on the head. See, the question is that this is what is seen. Now, in some of the schools, children get slapped. I mean, why? Teachers need to be trained. And I think the education department and those concerned must sensitize, because if a teacher assaults a child in the school, he carries it throughout, that scar throughout his life. That is also a form of aggression against children which needs to be prevented. And therefore, these sensitization programs are very imperative. Another very important facet which was highlighted by Justice Revati was with regard to sensitizing the children, especially boys in classes 9 and 10, about the serious effects of the provisions of the Pocso Act. This is very important because most of our children in their genuine liking during that adolescent period may fall into that those rigorous provisions of the Pocso Act which may spoil and scar their life forever. Therefore, this type of a program to inform them as to what are the serious consequences must be taken up very urgently. There has always been some sort of a gender disparity, be it in the ratio of boys is to girls. In Andhra Pradesh, the disparity in the literacy rates between boys and girls was like 73%, if I'm not mistaken. That figure was with me somewhere. 73% insofar as males are concerned, and 59% insofar as girls are concerned. But while these are facts and figures, there are also winds of change blowing across the world, and India is no exception, and our state is not an exception either. I would like to share with you the statistics insofar as the judicial officers in our state are concerned. So it goes like this, that in the year 2021, there were recruited 10 males as civil judges junior division and 11 females. So percentage of women judges was 52%. In 2023, the percentage of male judges was 7 and female judges was 13. So 65% were lady judges recruited and The rest were male judges. In 24, this goes up. Male judges 5 and female judges 13. So percentage of women was 72% in 24. Then in 25, it went up to 73% because 3 got appointed as civil judges junior division and 8 got appointed as were female judges. So 73%. So progressively, there has been an increase in the percentage of lady judges. Now, how could this be possible? This could only be possible because of various schemes that are in place, various sensitization programs that are in place, the effort of the government, the effort of the literate parents who have understood that a girl child is not a liability, she is an asset. She may be a responsibility. You may have the responsibility to get her married, but she is not a liability. Please, generally you hear people when they talk, they say, I have a liability. So what is your liability? I have 2 daughters to get married at home. So that mindset has to change. And I have seen that if you have a girl child, she is capable of serving her parents more than a female child, than a male child. Like pardon me for this, they say that a girl child is for life and a male child is only till he gets a wife. So that mindset needs to be changed. The entire purpose of having these consultations is to bring to focus again the importance of the issue on how to further encourage children, girl child, and girls who are in that age group up till 18 years to follow their studies, to incentivize them. There are incentives, there are schemes which are in place, and some of the schemes will be highlighted during the course of the consultations. But they need to be highlighted further. We need to take proactive steps, in fact, to ensure that wherever there is any propensity or there is a possibility of a girl child suffering in the school or in the home, at home, by neighbors, by anybody who is following her under the Pocso Act, there is a provision that if there is sexual harassment, a girl child needs to be protected. Now the question is that for getting that protection, there has to be a means. And the means provided is by way of a helpline number. Day before yesterday, while we were having some preliminary discussion as to what was the conferences, what was the consultation about, me and officers from the Juvenile Justice Committee and also the Legal Services Authority, we said, let us test how does the helpline number react and respond. So we called up that number 1981, or what was that number? 1098. And what was the name of the officer? Huh? No. Name of the officer. The name of the officer, Nagini. The name of the officer who responded on the phone was one Miss Ragini, who appeared to be very confident. I was very happy because we had kept the phone on loudspeaker. She was very proactive, she was very active, she was very responsive, and we were happy that yes, and the phone did not ring for more than 5 seconds before it got picked up by the concerned person at the help desk. Unlike a phone on a toll-free number, if you call a bank, it keeps ringing and says that you are on hold and therefore you will have to wait. Unlike that, I must congratulate the Secretary of the Department, Women and Child Development Department. Perhaps that is a helpline number with, yes, very good. You have done extremely well, and we expect further you see, from you. And because you are the actual department which has to give shape to how best to implement on ground all these schemes. So we asked Ms. Nagini, you tell us how many calls have you received approximately till now? And she said that she has received something like 8,000 calls on this number from various quarters. Now, we asked her what were the nature of SOS messages that you received. So she said that sometimes the children themselves call, sometimes friends of children call. So in schools, if supposing there is going to be a child marriage, the friends of the girl call up, saying that there is this girl, a friend of mine, who is being forcefully made to marry against her wishes. So this is how the information trickles into the concerned, you see, authorities. What I was thinking is that at least I did not remember the helpline number. If supposing I was to report a child being exploited, a child being forcefully made to marry, so what is the helpline number? I won't remember. Therefore, how important it is that if there is a forum or a platform which is available to a child to bring it to his notice, his memory, or if he wants to recollect, to see it in physical form, that toll number, which is so very essential for his immediate rescue. And during the course of our discussion day before yesterday, and we are just thinking aloud, if it was possible, if it would be possible for the department to have some sort of a chart fixed in every class, in every school in the state, which would always remind them. Generally, I remember in our classrooms, there used to be various charts pictorially depicting the various subjects. Why can't we have a chart mandatorily to be fixed in every classroom? So you will see that as against 8,000 calls which your help toll-free helpline number received, the calls will go up. Maybe some child who has not been able to realize as to what is his remedy gets to know that if somebody, if some teacher is assaulting him physically or sexually or wherever, he has some remedy and he can call somebody who will help him get out of that situation. Therefore, that perhaps may be also looked into. I need not go through my speech because most of it has already been taken care of by my colleagues, honorable judges on the dais, and very minutely by Justice Revati. I only wish all of you all the best, and we hope that the consultations which you will have today will really make some discernible change in the policy, either in improving the policy or some discernible change in making life easy for a girl child. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, my Lord, for the vision that has been a guiding light for strengthening the rule of law, and deep concern for the welfare of the child reflects the compassionate side of my Lord. We are truly honored to have my Lord Justice administer us today. It's time to felicitate our honorable dignitaries. As a token of deep respect, we request the child to kindly accept our small courtesy. I request Registered Admin Srinivas Sharma Garu to felicitate Honorable the Chief Justice of High Court of Andhra Pradesh and present a message as a token of Secretary Srimati Himabindu Garu to felicitate our special guest today, Srimati Malati Dhare Garu. May I request Honorable High May I request Honorable Sri Justice Challa Gundaranjan Garu to propose vote of thanks.
today's chief guest, Honorable Chief Justice Sri Dheeraj Singh Thakurji. Special guest of the day, Justice Revati Mohit Dere, Judge, Bombay High Court. Justice Ravinath Tilhariji, Chairperson, Zonal Justice Committee. Justice V. Sujata Garu, Dr. Justice Venkata Jyotirmai Pratapa, and Justice Kiranmai Mandava, members of Zonal Justice Committee, and my dear brother and sister judges, registrars, staff of High Court, principal district judges, and other judicial fraternity, distinguished members of All India Service present here, including administrative and police leadership, all representatives of NGOs, esteemed stakeholders, participants, print and digital media present here today, ladies and gentlemen, my pranams. It is both my privilege and pleasant duty to propose this vote of thanks at the inaugural session of state-level stakeholders consultation on safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. Today's program is not merely a formal meeting, it is a vital platform that brings together individuals, institutions committed to protecting the rights, dignity, and future of every child in our state and nation. First and foremost, I convey my deep sense of gratitude to our Chief Guest, Honorable Sri Justice Dheeraj Singh Thakurji, for accepting the invitation and joining us today, sir. Sir, your inspiring words have set the tone for the deliberations ahead. You reminded us of the importance of strengthening child protection system and ensuring that policing is both effective and sensitive to the unique needs of girls. We are grateful for the insights on preventive measures and creating opportunities for girls to thrive, whether through education, healthcare, or community support. Your presence here gives us encouragement, and your guidance will remain a strong motivating force for all stakeholders. Thank you once again, sir. Secondly, I convey my deep sense of gratitude to our special guest, Honorable Justice Revati Mohit Dere, for gracing the occasion, and your presence, esteemed presence. Your insightful address and inspiring words have added immense value to this event. We are truly grateful for the time and thought you shared with us today. Your presence has not only encouraged us, but also set a positive tone for the rest of the program. I also convey my deep sense of gratitude to Justice Ravinath Tilhariji, Justice V. Sujata, Justice Venkata Jyotirmai Pratapa, and Justice Kiranmai Mandava, Chairperson and members of Juvenile Justice Committee, who have been instrumental and driving force in convening today's program. We look forward for your valuable views and suggestions on the crucial aspects in sessions to follow. I also thank and acknowledge registrars, staff of High Court, officers of Government Department for Women and Child Welfare, and AP State Legal Services Authority, who have taken the initiative to convene this consultation at the state level. It is only through such deliberations that we can strengthen the framework of laws, policies, and community action to ensure justice, dignity, and equal opportunities for every girl child. A special word of appreciation goes to the speakers from various departments of state government, district judiciary, state and district level services authority, members of zonal justice committees, representatives from UNICEF, child welfare committees, and NGOs who have joined us today. The exchange of ideas and experiences we anticipate in the sessions ahead will certainly enrich our understanding and shape practical strategies for safeguarding the rights and dignity of every girl child. I also acknowledge each and every participant. Your collective presence reflects a shared commitment towards safeguarding the rights and future of our daughters. To the media fraternity, I extend thanks for lending voice and visibility to this cause, ensuring that message of protection, empowerment, and equality reaches the wider public. Finally, to all participants, delegates, and young voices present here, I express heartfelt gratitude for your enthusiasm and concern. The protection of the girl child is not merely a statutory mandate, it is a moral responsibility that defines the conscience of our society. Let us carry forward today's deliberations into concrete action. If we succeed in safeguarding every girl child, we are in fact safeguarding the future of our nation. With these words, I once again extend my heartfelt appreciation to all who have made this inaugural session a success. Let us continue our deliberations with the shared vision of building a state and a nation where every girl child is nurtured, protected, loved, and empowered. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord, for the comprehensive vote of thanks. And now may I request all the distinguished Honorable High Court judges to please come on to the dais for photo session. This officially concludes the inaugural session. We request all the dignitaries to join for the tea. All the participants are requested to kindly be seated. Snacks will be served here. I request judicial officers to kindly proceed. I request the judicial officers to kindly proceed for the tea and come back in 10 minutes. In all others, please kindly be seated. Refreshments will be provided here. Thank you.
భాస్కర్ ఫోటో 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 మేడం పలకరించారా? అయ్యో ఫోర్స్ఫుల్లీ పలకరించారు.
I request all the participants to kindly be seated in the designated seats. We request all to kindly be seated in the designated seats. And also we request in the technical sessions 1 to 3, please either switch off your mobile phones or to keep it in a silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin session number 1. This session focuses on the theme Constitutional Safeguards and Institutional Mechanism that protects the girl child and uphold her rights. We invite the chairperson of the session, Honorable Sri Justice Ravinath Tilhariji, Judge High Court of Andhra Pradesh and chairperson of the Juvenile Justice Committee, and also the co-chair of the session, we invite Honorable Srimati Justice Kiranmai Mandava Garu, Judge High Court of Andhra Pradesh and member of the Juvenile Justice Committee. We also invite BSV Himabindu Garu, Member Secretary AP State Legal Service Authority. We also invite the distinguished representatives from the Government of Andhra Pradesh who have been instrumental in organizing this consultancy. Srimati A. Suri Kumari Garu, Secretary, Women Development and Child Welfare. Venugopal Reddy Garu, Director, Women Development and Child Welfare Department. Sri M.M. Naik, Secretary, Social Welfare Department. Sri Krishna Teja Garu, Commissioner, Panchayat and Rural Development Department. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, to open this session, it's my privilege to invite Honorable Sri Justice Ravinath Tilhari Garu, Judge, High Court of Andhra Pradesh, and the chairperson of this session, to address the gathering.
Esteemed co-chair, Justice Kiranmai Mandhavaji, esteemed brother and sister judges, distinguished officers of the state administration, representatives of the legal services authorities, child welfare committees, civil society partners, and all participants present here. It is my privilege to open this important session on the constitutional framework and mechanisms for the safety and protection of the girl child. The testament of our Constitution is, above all, the testament of human dignity. Our framers, conscious of India's long history of social discrimination and structural disadvantages, placed special emphasis on equality and the protection of the vulnerable. So among them, the girl child has always required a care not only for her protection, but equally for her empowerment. At the very core, the preamble speaks of justice, social, economic, and political, and of equality of status and opportunity. Article 14 guarantees equality before law. Article 15, Clause 3 empowers the state to make special provisions for women and children. Article 21, as expanded by the judicial interpretations, ensures the right to live with dignity, which includes the right to education, safety, health, and development. The directive principles, particularly Article 39E and F, they mandate the state to ensure that the children are not abused and that childhood is protected against exploitation. So together, these provisions, which are inclusive, form a strong constitutional shield for the girl child. It is upon us to ensure that this constitutional promise is not mere a formality or written in the books, but it lived in the everyday life of our daughters. So there are certain judicial pronouncements also to empower the girl child. I would refer to one in the case of M.C. Mehta. The Supreme Court prohibited the child labor in hazardous industries like match and the fireworks factories many of which employed young girls. The court held that the children must not be forced into labor at the cost of their health, safety, and the education. In the case of Gaurav Jain versus Union of India, the Honorable Apex Court directed the state to evolve schemes for the rehabilitation of the children of sex workers, especially the young girls, and not to push into exploitation and trafficking. In the case of Bachpan Bachao Andolan versus Union of India, in a series of cases, the Supreme Court directed the strict enforcement against trafficking and child labor. It emphasized rescue, rehabilitation, and education of girl children who are most vulnerable to trafficking networks. In the case of Independent Thought versus Union of India, this judgment is a milestone in protecting the girl children from early marriages and marital abuses. In another case, that is Era versus State NCT of Delhi, the court interpreted the Pocso Act, liberally clarifying that its purpose is to provide the child-friendly procedures to protect children, particularly the girl children, from sexual offenses without secondary victimization in the justice system. The case of Lakshmikant Pandey also deserves to be referred, in which it was held that while primarily on inter-country adoption, this case is on that aspect, but the court laid down the safeguards to ensure that orphaned or abandoned girls are not trafficked under the guise of adoption, but placed in loving and the secure homes. So each of these decisions demonstrates how effective and consistently the courts have been to safeguard the girl child. So to give effect to the constitutional mandates, the Parliament and the state legislatures have enacted a robust framework of laws like the Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children Act for children in need of care and protection, the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Pocso Act for safeguarding against abuse, the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act to prevent exploitation through early marriages, the Right to Education Act to secure equal access to schooling, the Victim Compensation and Rehabilitation schemes under the Legal Services Authorities Act. The supporting institutions like Child Welfare Committees, Juvenile Justice Board, Special Pocso Courts, Legal Services Authorities, and the child care institutions form the enforcement backbone of the rights of girls envisaged under the above laws. But still there are challenges and the responsibilities. The challenges, we may say that the child marriage is still on in some pockets. The trafficking of the girl, it continues as a dark reality in some portion. So unsafe environments in schools or even the hostels, sometimes in house also, it discourages their education. The victim compensation and the rehabilitation often takes long delays. These are not the facts mere on record, but the human stories that call upon each one of us to act with urgency. There is way forward which would be consulted in this consultation. To me, what appears is that what is required is a stronger convergence between government departments, the legal institutions, and the civil society. The community-based awareness, especially in the rural areas, to shift the mindsets. the child-friendly system in every sphere, from police stations to the courts and to the hostels. The empowerment through education and skill development so that the girl child is not merely protected but is enabled to flourish. Therefore, the safety of the girl child is not merely a constitutional duty, it is a moral imperative and a societal necessity. So when we protect her, we protect the dignity of our Constitution. When we empower her, we empower the future of our nation. As chair of this session, I look forward to the valuable representations, the presentations, and the perspectives of my colleague and the distinguished officers. I thank you all.
Thank you, my Lord, for addressing on various laws for protecting the girl child. A constitutional perspective, this address sets the tone by highlighting the constitutional vision, the legal safeguards, and the duty of the state and society in ensuring safety, dignity, and equal rights for every girl child. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the next presentation. It's my pleasure to invite Srimati B.S.V. Himabindu Garu, Member Secretary, AP State Legal Service Authority.
Respected Chair, Honorable Justice Ravnath Tilhariji, Co-Chair, Honorable Justice Kiranmai Mandavaji, esteemed judges, distinguished judicial officers, officers of the state administration, colleagues from the legal services institutions, representatives of civil society, print and electronic media, and dear participants. It is my privilege to share the perspective of Legal Services Authority in ensuring the safety and protection of the girl child today. "75 years ago, when India gave its constitution, we promised not only a governance, but a vision of justice, liberty, equality for all, and a fraternity that binds us as one nation. To carry this vision to the people, the Legal Service Authority Act 1987 gave life to National Legal Services Authority, or NALSA, as the vehicle of access to the justice. Supported by the State Legal Service Authority, District Level Legal Service Authority, and Mandal Level Legal Services Authorities, this network has worked tirelessly to take justice to the doorstep of the common citizen. In this mission, the Legal Service Authorities stand as a bridge between the law and people, providing free legal aid, spreading awareness, and ensuring that justice is not a privilege but a right for every citizen. This promise, what we said earlier, is not and never a selective. It was inclusive of girl child. Her birth, her life, her liberty, and her dignity are safeguarded within the spirit of the Constitution. Since the inception of Andhra Pradesh State Legal Service Authority, it has placed a special focus on protecting the rights and dignity of the girl child. Under NELSA's vision, a number of schemes directly encapsulated the best priority to the girl child. I start with the first scheme, the Child-Friendly Legal Services to the Children and Their Protection Scheme, which ensures that every child in need care and protection or in conflict with law has access to free legal aid and child-friendly procedures. Nextly, a compensation scheme for the women victims and survivors of the sexual assault or other crimes 2013. It extends to the children, minor children, excluding the victims of Pocso offenses also. Okay, coming to the other schemes, there is a specialized scheme called Sati campaign, which can be abbreviated as Survey for Aadhaar and Access to Tracking and Holistic Inclusion. This scheme is specifically designed for the identification of the destitute child, incorporating specifically girl child, facilitating an Aadhaar registration and identity of documents to ensure she can access every right and welfare scheme available to her. Next comes NELSA Asha SOP, which deals with prevention of child marriages, ensuring timely reporting, legal intervention, and rehabilitation of the affected children. The State Legal Service Authority, in coordination with the District Legal Service Authorities and Mandal Legal Service Authorities, every day carry out number of awareness and outreach campaigns. These are regularly organized in schools, hostels, child homes, villages, and public community accessible places to educate children, parents about their rights and the remedies. These awareness programs and efforts practically have reached lakhs of people across the Andhra Pradesh. Now let me move with the statistic. A month-long campaign in hostels in the year 2024 and 25 benefited 614 disabled children, while a door-to-door campaign on disability rights in February 2025 covered 18.45 lakh households, directly reaching 3,601 girl childs. Under the Pocso Act, we had conducted the outreach programs and sensitization programs, keeping emphasis on good touch and bad touch, and more than 1,200 households in Guntur and specific focus on NTR district were conducted, yielding more than 330 families with responses. A month-long Pocso awareness drive in the month of March 2025 has mobilized 535 programs impacting over 76,000 women and children. Further, in the month of July 2025, 76 legal awareness programs on human trafficking were conducted by the legal service authorities across the state, and it has reached nearly 7,900 people across the state. And a week-long campaign on child marriages in the month of August 2025 benefited more than 20,000 women and girls through 344 sensitization programs. So with coming to the compensation issues, from 2016 to 2025, Legal Services Authority has dispensed with 12 crores 70 lakhs compensation, including the victims of the Pocso cases. Okay. The special aspect which has to emphasize this on this day is, within 3 months, our Legal Service Authority, with the cooperation of DLSS and MLSS, has identified more than 600 destitute girl child and successfully got registered them with Aadhaar authorization for 451 girl childs. So these are the statistics, how gives us a hope that we are moving towards a progressive state, towards a girl child. However, sometimes the reality still remains as a mere hope. When we look into the statistics on the other side of the coin, in India today, the girl-to-boy child ratio is 917, and the literacy rate is always 10% less than the literacy rate in boys when compared to the girls. When coming to the girl missing, trafficking, it is an alarming situation where equally the ratio in Pocso cases is higher when compared with the boys' ratio. The institution of the Pocso cases by the end of August 2025 in the state of Andhra Pradesh has crossed almost the total institution of the Pocso cases in the year 2024. These are not statistics, but the reflection of our collective concern how far we make the nation a safe for a girl child. When we question ourselves today, there are still families preferring a boy to a girl, preferring education of a boy and a marriage to a girl before the age of her discretion. How safe today the woman or a girl to travel alone in the midnight as dreamed by Gandhiji? How many marriages are performed without the proposal for dowry? Why the crime rate involving the girl is surging a day and day out? Why don't we stop a girl child or an infant used for begging near the traffic signals or implicated in other unwanted concerns? How many girls were ready to self-defend and how many girls were prepared to protect themselves? And how many girls were acknowledged or trained with their female health concerns and hygiene? Why the girl child is prone to missing, lost, and trafficking? How many girls were prepared to self-defend them and protect themselves? The fact is that from the offenses committed to the lost opportunity to live, today the girl child was prone to unwarranted discrimination everywhere and every day. Our schemes and our activities, either it may be the legal service authorities or designed by the state and central government, together focuses barely on the protection of a girl child and seldom on the prevention. Our institutional focus on awareness is mainly concentrated on the strata of the society where the perpetrator is past or already hosted in. We are on receiving the information on the helpline or the child lines. We create a system to support a survivor of the crime or the rehabilitation and the integration. We barely rescue or practically fail in prevention of the crimes against the children. That's what the statistics today shows. So I emphasize that the shift in paradigm that is stopping the victimization of the girl child is the need of the hour. And how do we do it? So on this dais, in this deliberation, let me propose, as a responsibility of the legal service authority, we have already extending awareness campaign to all the children. So we have specially designed a curriculum incorporating what are the safety measures, what are the legal rights, and what are the basic knowledge which a girl child should know to protect herself and defend herself. And we are, with the collaboration of the law colleges as well as the district and MLSs, we determined to constitute legal aid clinics and legal aid clubs in each and every school, irrespective of whether it is a public, government, or a private school. But however, our efforts cannot be reach each and every child who is in need of awareness. So I request the government. So just one point, is that a girl or a boy studying algebra or Holmes law throughout her schooling can't endow 1 hour in 1 month for studying the basic rights or the legal rights which he has need to know? So I request the government, as we took the determination to bring the legal awareness in the children from the age 0 to 18 years, the government may reconsider this initiative that a basic legal education would be the part and parcel of the curriculum in the schooling as well as the intermediate college syllabus. So I conclude that today, we are, by taking the initiatives either from the Legal Service Institute to communities or the government, we are not only protecting the girl child, but we are nurturing a woman who will resemble the next generation as well as the community tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insights on how access to legal aid and institutional support can transform the lives of the vulnerable children. Now, the next segment, we now proceed. Before proceeding to the next segment, I request all the speakers to kindly adhere to the time. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the next presentation. I invite Srimati A. Surya Kumari Garu and Venugopal Reddy Garu would present the next topic. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. For all the dignitaries on the stage and also those who are off the stage, all my colleagues and the girls who are present here, a warm welcome. For sake of brevity, I am omitting the names. I may be obliged, my lord. Yatra naryantu pujyante tatra ramante devata. ఎప్పుడో వేదాల కాలం నుంచి ఇది చెప్పుకుంటూ వస్తున్నాం. దానికి తగ్గట్టుగానే ఎన్నో యాక్ట్స్ ఎన్ని చేసుకున్నా కానీ today I stand before you with a tear in my eye. When we look at these acts, is there any act of such where we can call, this can be removed now, this has become obsolete? There's no such thing. Including the Dowry Prohibition Act, which has been made long back, right to as latest as the Juvenile Justice Act, which has been made in 2015, everything remains relevant to the society even till date. the proverbs, the speeches, the committees, the judgments, the acts, the rules, the implementing partners may change, may recur, may reinvent the wheel, but the relevance is still there. ఒక్క నిమిషం మనం అందరం ఆలోచించుకొని సిగ్గుపడాల్సిన విషయం ఇది. Still today, the father thinks twice before investing into the education of the girl. Thankfully, it has come up to degree level. Previously, it was, my mother never went to high school because the high school is far away from her home. So she ensured that at least I got a degree. That was the plight of the free India, in spite of so many years passing. I request every dignitary in this hall, please apply mind, please give us the suggestions to the Honorable Chair so that Andhra Pradesh will give qualitative suggestions in the national consultation, and actually what is required for the society will come back through legislation or the judiciary. I heartfully feel that under the able guidance of all the members in the panel, that would become a reality. I really hope so. Sir, I'm not going for the sake of the time, all the acts present here. The next slide, please. So briefly presenting the department right now, which has started as a nutrition support to the women and the children, now proceeded itself for nurturing to the girl children as well as the boys together under Mission Vatsalya and women empowerment under Mission Shakti. JJ has been exclusively for the children of the special observation homes or child in need of the care or which has come into conflict with law. Next, please. So this is basically to represent what the department is nurturing under Saksham Anganwadi and Portion 2.0. The magnitude of the coverage of the beneficiaries may be examined. The pregnant and lactating woman coverage is 5.29 lakh. And right from 7 months onwards, we are taking care of the children, their weight monitoring, for their vaccination, along with the health department, and also their nutritional status. And setting ourselves to the very high goal of sustainable development goals so that we don't see any undernurtured children, no stunted, no wasted, and also no obese. That also has been added in our mandate. Together, we are nurturing towards 26 lakh of these kids in Andhra Pradesh, and the budget runs to around 3,000 crores in a year. And as far as the adolescent girls are concerned, we are only catering to those in the aspirational district. I really appeal to the committee. The recommendation can be in all the districts, those who are there under below poverty line or those who are not catering to the general optimal levels of HP or other parameters, they can be given the free ration. That would be an add-on, and definitely the parents wouldn't mind diverting that kind of budget towards their education and other needs if the basic food is taken care. Right now, we are only getting to the aspirational districts of only 3, my lord. That is Kadapa, Parvatipuram, Manyam, and one more. ASR. These are the only 3 districts we are getting for the adolescent girl. I will not go into detail what we are distributing under this, right from rice, dal, eggs, oil, milk, and also the dry fruits as well as the storable food which we give to the pregnant and lactating women. We see that the supply chain managements go well and they are actually consumed by the needy. Next, please. Under Mission Vatsalya framework, we actually are having 2 arms, that is the State Child Protection Society, and the second is the State Adoption Research Agency. Both are equally important. Under that, we have the Child Welfare Committees. Right now, there are 13 catering to erstwhile districts, covering entire population. Soon, we are going to put in place the 26. I bring it to the notice of the panel that our CWC has been, Kurnool has been listed as the country's best panel, and just few days before they have received the award for that, my lord. And Juvenile Justice Board also similarly we have right now 13. Soon we are going to have 26 in place. The district child protection units are there, covering entire population, and the child helpline I wouldn't mention because CJ sir himself has talked much about it. And I'm really proud to receive such a comments from such a quarter. That made my day. And also for my entire fellows here. The government-run children home are 64, open shelters are 7, and NGO-run children home are 434. In spite of it, in this, I utilize this podium to put forth one proposal for the mentally retarded girl children, which is very, very essential for the state. Right now, we are not having anything. When we receive a complaint through whichever quarter it is regarding a molest happening for that kind of a child who is maybe 14 or 18 or 22 years for that matter, we don't have any place to move them out of that family. And often they're not. By rule, it is conducted by the inmates of the family, inmates of their own home or at the most extended family. They are not feeling safe enough even within the premises of their family. It is really bad to see. They are the most vulnerable group in the entire lot, and definitely we should have such a home. And we made a proposal to the central government, but definitely the August recommendations will really help me to get it sanctioned. The specialized adoption agencies take care of the sponsorship or the foster care or the aftercare, which we will discuss a little later. The care for the orphaned, abandoned, and surrendered children below the age of 6 is being catered by this. But I would really feel happy if the children here are only temporary guests for us, and no infant should land up in our Uyala scheme, that is the cradle scheme, which we ensure that all the government hospitals or public places we put up these, and those children, those who are not subjected to the MTP and by force or out of no choice, they give birth to the unwanted or unrequired child, and they are just put in a drain or some bushes. Instead of that, every one of us are dealing with that kind of awareness campaigns where the infant can be put in this cradle and they will be taken care. Only question we ask is that that infant would not be claimed later on. Otherwise, the entire thing is like the infant is taken over to that orphanage or the SAA, and then it will be legalized free for adoption by the CWC, and then we offer the child to those parents who are ready to take over. Fortunately for me, in Andhra, we don't have any such bigger numbers who are ready for in the category of 0 to 6 especially, and the waiting time has been 3 years. These parents are being matched to the infants available in the outside the state and not at ours. That is one part of really good progress, I would say. Those who are there with us, immediately they are made free for adoption and they are being matched, and as early as 6 months and 8 months, they are going. But those who are there above the age of 7 or 6, and they are not able to gel with the families so much, are going under foster care. These foster care wouldn't give any threats, as you all know, for the legal adoption. But however, some threaded connection would be there with that family, and that family may psychologically support or mentally support, or in cash or kind, they may support the child and ready the child for the future family or the future society. Definitely, each one of us, I feel, should adopt one child of such kind, whether boy or girl. Boys are less in number, girls are more in number. And though it is below 100, we have such children. If one of us can adopt such girl for the foster care, the participation in this meeting would come out really tangible result would be seen for the society too. Sir, I wouldn't go into detail of what these homes are like, how many are there, and then where they are there. I'm skipping that data. So one thing we are proudly telling in the observation home that is run for Department of JJC, the psychological support and the counseling to the inmates, especially for those who are in conflict with the law, as well as special homes for boys also. We are supporting them with vocational training and life skill management, and I find my boys, as well as girls, achieving laurels. The silver medal was won by the girl from the home of Tirupati in the international level, that is the first Asian Online Chess Championship, and one gold medal was won by the boys in Tirupati, and so also one bronze. But one thing which is much more greater than this is the trainer himself is from JJC. The trainer himself has come out of one of the juvenile justice Tirupati home, and he started leading these others of his type, so that they really feel that they can do, they are not left behind. That is the part of the greater story, sir. And rehabilitation and the social reintegration of the adoption is not to be exaggerated. The normal as well as the special need children are being promoted, and 74 kids in this year have gone for inter-country adoption. But however, we are failing in the foster care. I should agree in front of this August meeting. Definitely we need to move a little more towards the foster care. And if any law comes in this way, it would be helpful for me. And the helpline 1098 is much talked about. And right now we proposed another 16 district headquarters as well as 16 railway stations and 20 bus stands for this expansion of this child helpline. It's really doing good work. But the child marriages reported here are not that good number. Since inception, that is July 2023, only 2,467 calls have been received towards the child marriage. What we found is, though 8,000 and 9,000 calls are usually received, most of them are going in the blank call. The child calls, but then is not expressive enough to tell its problem totally. So now the NIC has helped us in tracing that call, from where that particular call has come, and we are rushing there. And the OSC team, the one-stop center team, usually tracks it and then sees if it is really a prank call or if it is a needy call, which was not expressive enough. That is one more step we have taken ahead, my lord. Interdepartmental convergence, as a chairperson himself has commented, which is more than true, the forging or the convergence between the department which are working in the silos have to be improved more than 90%, I would say. Though we are struggling in silos, each of ourselves, but then the forging has started. And then, though it is a long way to go, under your guidance, I'm sure that we would be going ahead, my lord. Next slide, please. But this is a fact that we are faring 6th worst state in India when we compare, and ours is the only state which is not doing well in terms of child marriages. Still, the average age is below 20, and the girl child is not reaching the level of even graduation. The most of when my colleague from education presents, he will talk much about it. The girls who are completing the 10th are not being continued for +1, +2, and those who have completed +1, +2 are not even 50% are going towards the higher education. Though there are remarkable achievers, but still, the numbers who are reaching that level is far behind. One success story I would like to share before you, my lord. One of the girls under our awareness campaign, though it is long before 2022, she has reported to the collector that she doesn't want to marry, and that particular girl has been placed in the KGBV in Kurnool district, and she has succeeded in topmost, that is first rank in 10th, securing 537 marks, which is laudable, more than laudable. The CWCs we talked about, my lord. The number of cases has increased sizably, that is 12,517 they have received in the last 1 year, and equally good amount were disposed. But much more training under the guidance of Judicial Academy we are planning for the next year once the remaining JJB and CWCs are in place. And with the convergence of both the departments, I hope the qualitative judgments would come and the speed of the CWCs also will increase. Before I end up, my lord, I would like to talk about this Kishori Vikasa, which is the pet project of the state government of Andhra Pradesh. And in summer alone, we have completed 5,21,961 kids towards the themes. And all these 12 themes which were selected are thoughtfully selected, and legal knowledge is one among them. So definitely, I think they will be all prepared to face the actual world before they complete their education and go into the world. And this is not like touch base. This is a continuous, sustained program. Now we have reached 28,83,000 in the entire state. And I plead the gathering for one round of applause for my colleagues, including education, health, as well as police department, home department. We were able to achieve this. Though majority of, out of this 20, almost are 20 lakhs are girls. And right from menstrual hygiene to legal knowledge, and all those we feel that is essential for that child. What are the financial solutions the banks offer at very, very nominal interest? Even that knowledge is being given so that the child feels empowered once she enters the world, that she is not helpless, and parents are not the only ones who need to help her or who need to support her. this kind of awareness is going on, my lord. And regarding the PM cares, this is a coincidental that one Pratipati Sunya Sumamani, she is the one who actually completed 23 years who received this PM cares. And this girl is pursuing her BSc nursing, and she is married and blessed with a child, and she is balancing all the three successfully. And she was so happy while interacting with the Honorable Prime Minister. She only said one thing: even if my parents are alive, they wouldn't have taken care of me so well. And that is actual achievement, I feel. In spite of all this, the gaps and the weaknesses are still persisting in the system. As we said, weak convergence, and then the main Pocso cases or DV cases or whatsoever cases the woman or the child are facing, the local level, the grassroots level convergence between the various departments is lacking. And I should confess that the witnesses are being compromised, and that is why where we are seeing the Pocso success rate in getting the culprit awarded with some punishment or the other is lesser in number. But I am happy when my colleague of Home Department presents. The severe punishments will actually bring back such a kind of confidence into the system that government is serious, entire system is institutionally serious about such culprits, and they need not be frightened to compromise at a lesser thing. I end up, my lord, with this, and I really hope that the hope consists and persist for the girl child to go ahead. And the last slide, please. Yeah. I would like to put forth one psychological factor, that whenever the father supports the girl child, that girl child will go ahead and then achieve a lot. And I owe both my mother and father for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for highlighting how institutional care and welfare mechanisms serve as a backbone for protecting children and ensuring their rehabilitation. And once again, I repeat all the speakers to kindly adhere to the time of 8 minutes, because there are 13 speakers to speak about on their particular field. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move forward with, to the next presentation. Sri M.M. Naik Garu, Social Welfare Department, to present.
Respected Chairman of the JGC, Sri Ravinath Tilhari sir, and respected member on the dais, Kiranmayi Mandava madam, and my colleague officers on the dais, and respected judges of the dais, and the judicial officers, registrars, and participants, civic society members. Very good afternoon to all. Sir, actually, my Director of Social Welfare also along with me. So the social welfare institutions with regard to the safeguarding the girl child playing a pivotal role. So because the entire department is emphasizing for the girl child, those who are studying in our institutions. That is our motto, sir. So after your repeated meetings, while you are conducting since 3 months, we are also emphasizing to our teachers and principals and headmasters the priority and importance of this facet. So actually these institutions, as you know, sir, this is statistics. 1051 social welfare hostels are there, and 190 social welfare residential schools and colleges. Apart from it, 189 tribal welfare hostels, 371 ashram schools, 199 tribal welfare residential schools are there in the state. If you go through the student admission particulars of these hostels for social welfare institutions, I can say that here girls are more than the boys. For example, the boys are 84,000 admitted altogether in all institutions. Girls are about 1,17,000. So the gradual improvement of the girls' enrollment in the hostels are showing these tabulations. So definitely a lot of steps are being taken by our directorate, and Secretary Swaris is there separately to look after the residential institutions. they are taking care of the girls in these institutions. So with regard to the tribal welfare institutions, if you go through the admission particulars, so both boys and girls more or less 50-50%. So here hostels are there, and especially these institutions are lying in the agency areas, these ashram schools, and EMRS, Ekalavya Model Residential Schools, 28 institutions are there. These are exclusively funded by the Government of India under Tribal Welfare Department. So here also, if you go through it, girls are about 1,03,000 are enrolled and they are taken care of. Sir, if you go through the diet charges and cosmetic charges, the Government of Andhra Pradesh, for example, these are the tabulations I have given, the rates which are provided for, it is quite understandable, and third and fourth classes it is 1,150 per month. Fifth and 10th class, 5th to 10th, it's 1,400. Intermediate students, 1,600. Here I want to say is that for rice, it is 1 rupee per kg, 1 rupee we are supplying. It is a subsidized rice, so that's why these rates are a little bit lesser. But rice is now, from this year onwards, very qualitative, fine quality rice is being provided by the Civil Supplies Department. And cosmetic, apart from this cosmetic charges, for example, monthly, as per the rates are given as per the classes they are studying. So these are the on an approximately 200 rupees being provided for the girls and boys towards their cosmetics for being supplied to them. So apart from these things, certain amenities we are being providing to the students. Sorry. So we are providing bedding material. For example, each students we are giving one bed sheet and carpet, and notebooks and trunk boxes, plates and glasses, stationery material, sports material. And apart from these things, from Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, each student is being given uniforms, notebooks, textbooks, and one school bag, shoes, belt, and one dictionary to the student. So certain, actually Andhra Pradesh government is to take care of the accommodation is one of the biggest challenge for us because the enrollment is going up day by day. So for which what we thought is that first existing institutions we want to repair for this year, for which 143 crores were given from state government, and we tapped funds from the Government of India, 86 crores for the additional accommodation. And 40 crores we requested certain philanthropists like CSR. Under CSR, we got it. And apart from these additional infrastructure, one health initiative we have taken that with our Honorable Minister's initiative. So we 5 crores corpus fund exclusively we put in the social welfare directorate so that this interest whatever we meeting towards the, if any girl, child or boy suffers, so for medical expenses. This is the, whatever the interest coming from it, we are spending for the medical expense of the boys, those who are suffering for the medical illness. So after certain interventions, here we can see that before, these repairs of the hostel this year we have taken up. I cannot say that all hostels are very good like this. We have started from this year onwards. So the challenge is that this year we have taken most of the 80 hostels we have taken. Definitely in coming 2 to 3 years, definitely we are going to change all the hostels in a very good, livable, congenial conditions. So this is the previous and afterwards. These are the pictures we are put forth here. So this is the hostels in Munipalli, Guntur district. So this is a hostel in Kanigiri in Prakasam district. So these are the compound wall is in a very bad shape. Afterwards, Didmanur, Prakasam. So next. So next, certain steps we have taken for the institutional improvement. So I can say that all hostels are being provided the FRS attendance, facial recognition system is there. One female staff has been deployed in girls' hostels. So as per the recent directions, and previously, Juvenile Justice Committee has told that all the male persons, those who are working in hostels, has to be deployed back, taken back to the respective male institutions only. So we have taken steps like that 160 male staff and 110 male cooks this year we have taken back wherever they are there to respective male institutions. For this we face a little bit problem, even though to oblige the orders of the Zonal Justice Committee we taken up, because certain places, so staff crunches we have faced, but even though we thought that this is a very important phenomenal change we have to take up. And we are also telling restricted entry to the outsiders. So timetable measure, that is for every 5 students, 1 counselor we are putting, 1 teacher counselor, so that they regularly counsel every day 5 members. And we are ensuring that girl students shall be traveled along with their parents also during the time of vacation. And recently from Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, we understood that certain girls are facing some psychological problems. So 1 counselor to appointed for that to counsel them with regard to their mental sickness, homesickness. So 1 counselor has been appointed. Similarly, sanitary napkins have been provided from 10th to PG. And toilets, 1:10 is the ratio mandated for us. This year, 50 crores government, Swachh Andhra Corporation has given. Definitely we are phased manner, we are going to ensure to come up to this ratio. And the Mahila Police A&M services are being taken. And 1 portal is there, JNB Nivas. If any untoward incidents are there, every principal or headmaster is instructed to enter those incidents in this portal. And anemic girls are being regularly provided, and their regular consultation with the PSC doctors is being done. So regarding health, we are mandated that each PHC doctor has to go to every hostel, and health supervisors in 1116 girls in residential institutions, they are provided, but still hostels are lacking for the A&M services. That's what we are telling, that now health department requesting A&M has to regularly go every weekly once. That is how we are going to ensure in future. And 1 initiative we have taken, that BMI regularly recently from this year onwards, we want to take the weight of all the boys and girls, those who are coming into the institution. So we can, one problem we are getting, that after girls are coming over there, some pregnancies, these things are happening. So immediately to observe the changes in the girls. So that's why we are telling that every month weight of the girl has to be taken. That is a mandate we are giving to all the institutions. So we know that certain any uncommon incidents are going to happen, immediately we can notice it and we can rectify it. Similarly, we have taken AIMS Mangalagiri support with regard to we took up a BHIM project to counsel all the teachers, and teleconsultation service also being rendered by them. And one more initiative, the government of Andhra Pradesh is taking that CC camera, by use of the technology, CC cameras has to be utilized, so that's what we are taking for. And these are the pre-metric and post-metric scholarships we are giving for example, from 2021 to 24-25. This is not for the scheduled SC and ST students, for girl students. For all girl students, entire thing, SC, ST, BC and other backward communities and EWS also. For example, Social Welfare Department is a nodal department to give the scholarships. For example, post-metric scholarship for 23, 24, 24, 25 is lesser in numbers, crores. But because 24, 25 government is releasing, but 23, 24, one technical problem is there, because we want to re-verify how many borders are there. That's what we are doing. After doing that one, we will release that amount. This is the annual budget, because in terms of the budget, spending of the government is enormous towards I am here giving only SC, ST. If you see, lastly, 4th one, the diet charges 537 crores we are giving only for the SC, ST institutions. Salaries of the staff 1,474 crores. Other maintenance 297 crores. Repairs and construction 143. This much of amount government is spending only for the SC, STs. but BC minorities is a separate one. Finally, the way forward we are thinking in this August conference is that actually this year we are thinking that because girls, a lot of accommodation they are requesting for to have a spacious and congenial environment, we want to have the more additional accommodation for the girls. That we are insisting for the government. Government also given promise to give additional accommodation, budget for the additional accommodation for the girls. And CCTV surveillance is very, very important to notice some untoward incidents. Because what happens in the hostels, so these auto boys, some other, there is no problem with the existing boys and girls in those who are living in the campus. The person, third person, whoever comes to the campus, he only creating problems. He has some affinity with the girls, and some pregnancy will happen to the girls. So to avoid such kind of incidents, what we are thinking, CCTV surveillance is a very, very important. That's why this year we are going to put in all hostels. So centralized surveillance, we want to have it. So to check such kind of untoward incidents. In tribal areas, we are thinking that ANMs regularly has to visit every Thursday. Similarly, we are going to train all our staff. That is more important that what is the good touch, what is the bad touch, and regarding the Pocso Act. These are the important facets we have to train for them. These are the things we are thinking in this year to go for. Once again, I thank all the members and respected sir for giving this opportunity to present ourselves. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comprehensive presentation, which underlined the welfare committees and education support that can bring a strong foundation for the holistic development of a girl child. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the final presentation of this session. It's my privilege to invite Sri Krishna Teja Mailavaripu Garu, Commissioner Panchayat and Rural Development Department.
Honorable Chairman, Juvenile Justice Committee, Sri Justice Ravinath Tilhari sir, Honorable Member, Juvenile Justice Committee, Srimati Justice Kiranmai ma'am, respected Member Secretary, AP Legal Service Authority, Srimati BSV Himabindu ma'am, and to the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, to my dear friends, a very good afternoon to all. As my colleagues have already spoken about various rules, regulations and schemes being implemented in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and these are the rules, schemes which are required for empowerment of girl child. And for empowerment, we really need the development, and for development, we need a better governance. And better governance can be achieved only with a strong grassroots governance system, that is with local self-government, that is with panchayats. In the next 7 minutes, I'm going to discuss what are the steps taken by Government of Andhra Pradesh for strengthening grassroots democracy, which in turn impacting the empowerment of girl child. As you are all already aware of, in the past, it is Balwantrai Mehta Committee which has recommended for 3-tier structure, that is from the central government to state government to local self-government. After that, 73rd Amendment Act has given constitutional status to the local bodies in general and panchayats in particular. Yes, after the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act, all the state governments are requested to provide funds, functions and functionaries to the local self-government. And Andhra Pradesh is one of the pioneering state which has devolved all the 29 functions which are enshrined in the constitution to the panchayats. And yes, Andhra Pradesh is one of the pioneering state which has given good number of employers to work under local self-government. Today, almost 130,000 people works under local self-government, that is panchayats. And yes, Andhra Pradesh is one of the pioneering state which has provided good amount of funds to the panchayats. In fact, today, almost 3,000 crores are being directly provided to the panchayats by the state government, and almost 17,000 crores are being provided with various central and state government schemes. In a fact, almost 20,000 crores are directly or indirectly available to the panchayats for supporting the people. And after empowering this, today the panchayats are responsible for the girl child's health, girl child's education, girl child's empowerment, and what all are everything related to the gender equality. And this is the reason why the grassroots democracy, that is panchayats, play a major role in implementing each and every act enshrined in the Indian Constitution or brought by the state government or the central government. And along with this, in the last 1 year, in order to further support the girl child, we have come up with 9 new government orders and memos in different aspects, like whether it is related to child marriage or whether it is related to empowerment of girl or whether it is related to equality or whether it is related to malnourishment, etc. We have come up with 9 different memos clearly instructing 3 types, that is Jilla Parishad, Mandal Parishad and Gram Parishad, what are the roles to be taken by them for empowering the girl child. And after that, we have given instruction that 15% of the funds, that is the own source funds available with the Jilla Parishad and Mandal Parishad, can be used for the empowerment and welfare of girl child. And in fact, we have not stopped by just giving 9 memos, and we have not stopped by just giving 15% funds. Today, all the 130,000 functionaries who are working in Panchayati Raj department are being trained and sensitized on various laws related to the girl child and girl empowerment. And all the elected representatives of Andhra Pradesh Panchayati Raj system, that is Jilla representatives, Mandal representatives, and the Gram Panchayat representatives are being continuously trained and sensitized on various laws related to the girl child. And our ultimate objective is, as we have discussed, if a girl child is facing problem, we should not wait for the district level authorities to react. We should not wait for the state level authorities to react. If a girl child is facing problem or going to face any problem, it is a panchayat which should act as a first responder, has to go to the girl child's home and try to protect the girl child and bring her out from the problem she is facing. And our ultimate objective is, we want to be the backbone of each and every department and each and every act which has come up for implementation and empowerment of girl child. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for emphasizing the critical role of local governance and community action in safeguarding the rights and dignity of the child. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have the very important part of the session, the views and sum up. I request Honorable Srimati Justice Kiranmai Mandava Garu, Judge, High Court of Andhra Pradesh and the member of the Juvenile Justice Committee, to share her leadership perspectives and sum up the session.
Thank you, Chair. It's both a privilege and a responsibility to co-chair this important session on Save the Girl Child. The deliberations today remind us of a truth that cannot be overstated. Saving the girl child is not merely a matter of rights. It's about the very existence and continuity of the human race. If the girl child is denied life, dignity, health, and opportunity, we endanger the future of generations to come. The schemes of NALSA, the Women and Child Welfare Department, the Social Welfare Department, Panchayat Raj and Rural Development of the Government of Andhra Pradesh are actively working to implement various schemes of Government of India, such as Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Mission Vatsalya and Bal Vivah Mukt Bharat, Kishori Vikasam, Poshan Abhiyan. These focus on preventing sex-selective abortions, child marriages, improving nutrition, education, sanitation, awareness and protection of girl children. These multi-sectoral efforts show that the momentum exists, but we must ensure implementation reaches the grassroots. Despite various legislations, enactments and judgments of the Supreme Court, the High Court, the safety of women and the girl child is at stake. However, saving the girl child cannot and should not be left to the governments alone. It must become the responsibility of every household. The motto, Save the Girl Child, should be every family's slogan. When each home embraces these cases of abuse, neglect, and trafficking will naturally decline, for protection will begin at the root. Further, this mission must also be encouraged as a corporate social responsibility. Corporates have also the sources and reach to bridge the implementation gaps. They can adopt government schools, build safe sanitation facilities, provide clean drinking water, and ensure menstrual hygiene. They can also run health and nutrition programs for adolescent girls, set up digital literacy centers, and provide scholarships. They can also conduct awareness campaigns against the child marriage and trafficking, or adopt villages to create child-friendly villages.
When the corporate sector also joins hands with the government and community, the impact will multiply. To sum up, I would highlight 3 key messages from today's session. Number 1, saving the girl child is not optional. It is essential for the survival of humanity itself. The policy programs must translate into real facilities and opportunities at the grassroots, where the girls live, learn and grow. Number 3, when every household makes Save the Girl Child its pledge, and when the corporates take it up as a mission under CSR, the future of our nation will be secure. I thank all the speakers for their valuable insights and urge that the discussions of today must move beyond words into action in every home, every school, every community, and every institution. By saving the girl child, we are saving not just a future, but the destiny of our entire nation. Thank you.
Thank you, my Ladyship, for your reflections on the constitutional safeguards in the entire session. May I now request Honorable the Chairperson and the member of the Juvenile Justice Committee to present mementos to the speakers present. I request G. Malati Garu to felicitate the speaker. Madam. This officially concludes the session number 1. Thank you one and all. We now move to the session number 2. The session is dedicated to effective preventive mechanism We are running short of time, so is the reason this session would be only 45 minutes. I once again request to please adhere to the time. We are deeply honored to invite Honorable Srimati Justice V. Sujata Garu, Judge, High Court of Andhra Pradesh and Member, Juvenile Justice Committee, and Co-Chair, Honorable Sri Justice Challa Gunranjan Garu, Member, Juvenile Justice Committee. Their presence and guidance will enrich our deliberations and provide valuable perspectives on preventive strategies. I also invite Srimati Rajakumari Garu, IG of Police, M. Veerapandian Garu, Commissioner, Health, Medical and Family Welfare Department, B. Srinivas Rao Garu, Secretary, Educational Department. I now invite our esteemed judicial officer who will be contributing his expertise, Sri M.S. H.R. Teja Chakravarti Garu, Presiding Officer of the JJB Vijayanagaram. May I request Honorable Srimati Justice V. Sujata Garu to kindly deliver the address.
Respected Honorable Justice Ravinath Tilhariji, our chairperson, co-chair, Justice Challa Gunranjanji, my brother and sister judges, and the members on the dais, and the participants and other stakeholders of the dais. Before addressing on the effective preventive mechanisms relating to safeguarding girl child, I would like to say that protection of a girl child is fundamental responsibility of the society, and over the years, a strong legal framework has been developed to safeguard her rights and dignity. It is not only a social responsibility, but also a moral imperative regarding safety, protection, and empowerment of a girl child. While we have made progress, the challenges still remain stakes such as gender-biased violence, child marriage, child trafficking due to lack of access to education and health care. Today, I would like to focus on both preventive and effective mechanisms that can safeguard the girl child in our communities and beyond. The preventive mechanism for the safeguard of girl child is rooted in the multifaceted approach that includes several aspects. It emphasizes empowering girls with awareness about their rights and self-defense skills while ensuring strict enforcement of laws against violence and abuse and creating safe environment. This holistic framework aims to protect every girl child, enabling her to grow in a secure and supportive environment. In order to bring the preventive mechanism into action, the judiciary plays a vital role. The preventive mechanisms for safeguarding the girl child are enforced in the existing laws such as Pocso Act 2012, Child Marriage Prohibition Act 2006, Juvenile Justice Act 2015, the Pre-Conception and Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Act 1994, the Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act 2009, the Immoral Trafficking Prevention Act 1956. These effective mechanisms focus on nurturing a safe and encouraging environment where girls can grow confidently and realize their full potential. This involves building supportive communities that recognize the value of every girl, fostering positive role models, and promoting education that inspires curiosity and self-belief. Encouraging peer support, mentorship, and life skills development helps girls build resilience and navigate challenges with strength. By creating spaces that uplift and motivate girls, we not only protect them from harm, but also empower them to become leaders and change makers in their commitments. The effective mechanisms includes establishing the girl-child protecting activities such as child protection committees, involving teachers, health workers, parents, and local leaders, conducting school safety programs, implement gender-sensitive curriculums, ensure safe infrastructure, functional toilets for girls, and zero tolerance to harassment, collaboration with NGOs and civil society, counseling and mental health support, conduct regular workshops, campaigns to challenge harmful gender norms, use schools, religious institutions, and other platforms to promote awareness, train teachers to recognize and act on signs of abuse and neglect, monitoring and evaluation systems. From the earliest stages of life, girls encounter discrimination and threat in the womb, in classrooms, and within the confines of their homes. This vulnerability demands our unwavering vigilance. The law provides a shield. The Pocso Act, the Child Marriage Prohibition Act, and the Juvenile Justice Act stand as pillars of our commitment to justice. Yet legislation alone is insufficient. The legal process must be swift, child-friendly, and sensitive to the trauma these young lives endure when they face abuse. Fast-track courts and other special courts are essential to ensure justice is not delayed, for delayed justice often amounts to denied justice. Prevention is the cornerstone of safeguarding. Legal protections must be fostered by community awareness, education, and economic empowerment. Educating girls up to at least the secondary level is not simply a right, it is a powerful tool against exploitation and vulnerability. Communities, schools, and religious institutions are invaluable allies in this endeavor. When society recognizes and rejects harmful gender norms, we lay the groundwork for lasting change. On the ground, initiatives such as child protection committees, school safety programs, and partnerships with NGOs bridge the gap between law and lived reality. These entities are guardians of safety and advocates for change, ensuring that the legal framework is not just a theory, but a living, breathing reality. Mental health support and counseling services must also be integral, healing the invisible wounds and restoring dignity and hope. Recently, I have come across a news item with headline, Girl Birth Rate Ratio Declines, that is in Srikalahasti, Tirupati district, where the girl birth child ratio has dropped alarming to just 269 girls from every 1,000 boys in the last 3 months, which is far below the district average. Suspecting misuse of illegal sex determination test, the district collector has set up a committee to probe private scanning centers and hospitals. We all should remember one fact, that killing a girl child leads to the destruction of future generations. We have also come across a news item with regard to the Manyam and Alluri Sitaramaraj districts wherein in the last 2 years, 442 school-going girls became pregnant. All these incidents occur due to low literacy, poverty, and traditional practices, and also due to lack of awareness. The law, society, and individual stakeholders all bear responsibility. Governments must lead with clear policies and adequate resources. Schools must be sanctuaries of safety and learning. Parents and community leaders must campaign the rights and dreams of every girl child. Youth and media must become powerful voices for change. I finally conclude by saying that a girl child is one of the most precious gifts this world has given us, and let us together pledge to see that every girl child be empowered with education and resources to shape her own destiny. Thank you once.
Thank you, my ladyship, for the eloquent, efficient, and very kind address. Now, may I request B. Rajakumari Garu, Inspector General of Police, will be sharing the insights on initiatives and action plans to prevent violence against the girl child.
Honorable Chair, Srimati Justice V. Sujata Garu, Co-Chaired Honorable Sri Justice Gulla Gunaranjan Garu, Members Juvenile Justice Committee, Honorable Judges of the Dais, other dignitaries on the dais, and all other esteemed participants, good afternoon to all. I am honored to be part of this state-level multi-stakeholder consultation and present before this August gathering. Andhra Pradesh Police prioritized the protection and safety of women and children in the state. And AP Police is implementing stringent measures and technological initiatives to control crime against women and children. These stringent measures resulted in last 1 year reduction in crime by 2.36% in crime against women and children. And we could secure huge number of convictions in crime against women and Pocso Act cases. This consultation is pivotal in safeguarding the girl child as a law enforcing agency for the police, and we have adopted the child-friendly policing practices to safeguard the child, girl child, and all police stations have women and child-friendly help desks, and hence this multi-stakeholder consultation is crucial for AP Police. And the role and performance of police in various legislations, Juvenile Justice Act 2015, and the purpose of this act is to provide the care, protection, development, and rehabilitation of children in conflict with law, and also children in need of care and protection. We have designated all additional SP admin officers, and we have appointed them as nodal officers in all 26 districts for the women and child safety issues as nodal officers. And also we have appointed ASI rank officers as child welfare police officers, as 1,663 in all the police stations across the state. And we are ensuring, after the due deliberations during the previous meetings, we are ensuring their transfers also as juvenile police welfare officers when they transfer from station to station. And also, after the due deliberations during the previous JJC meetings by the Honorable High Court, we have ensured the deployment of night beats also to the girls' hostels and maintenance of visitors' registers, apart from installation of CC cameras watching the visitors to the girls' hostels. And these are the statistics of Pocso cases. Because of the pursuant efforts of the police department and Women and Child Safety Wing, we could secure successful convictions in Pocso cases within 1 year. These are the few instances where we could secure the convictions from 5 years to 25 years of convictions. 101 days, these are the number of days in which we could secure the conviction, ranging from 101 days to 341 days. And also, to protect the children under the age of 18 years from sexual abuse, sexual harassment, and pornography, Women and Child Safety Wing of AP Police is striving a lot after registration of cases to secure the successful convictions as a deterrent to the perpetrators. From 2020 to 2025, August, these are the cases reported. 12,001 cases have been reported, and only 1,273 are under investigation as of now, and 385 have been disposed by police, and 6,630 cases are pending trial. And out of 3,703 court-disposed cases, 469 convictions we could secure, and 243 were action-abated, and 42 cases have been compounded in Lok Adalat. And we have filed the number of charge sheets out of 12,001 cases, 10,343 cases we could complete the investigation within 60 days and file the charge sheet. And the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, under this act, number of cases reported from 2020 to 25 are 557, and 131 are under investigation, and 299 are pending trial. And 96 cases have been disposed by the court, and 28 cases have been disposed by police, and 3 cases have been compounded. And out of number of court disposal cases, convictions are 8 in Child Marriage Act cases, and 1 case was abated and 1 case was compromised, and 86 have been acquitted. This shows the hostility of the witnesses. And this is the data of girl missing since 2010 to July 31st. These are the data. 1,065 cases are pending as on July 31st. And these are the districts topping Visakhapatnam, East Godavari, Tirupati, Annamaya, Nandyal on top 5, where the more number of girl missing cases are reporting. And the measures being taken by police for safeguarding the girl child. And AP Police this year has established Women and Child Safety Wing separately, with a motive: educate, empower, and ensure safety of women and children. And it has been established as a dedicated institutional mechanism to prevent and respond to crimes against women and children, and also ensure justice and foster a safer environment to the girl child. And this year we have launched the Shakti app. This is an SOS app. A 10 seconds audio, video, visual will be recorded when a Shakti app SOS is pressed, and it reaches to the command and control center, and within 8 to 10 minutes, police will reach and respond to the victim grievance. And it has got 13 features, which has got safe travel, and also we have given the portal Report Missing Children. Also we have provided, without approaching the police station, from the mobile itself they can report the missing children. And also they can give a complaint also. We have provided the performers in the mobile app itself. And reporting illegal activities like open drinking, etc. And family counseling request also we have provided in that. So wherever there are conflicts between parents and children, they can directly report in the mobile app itself, so that police will reach and redress their grievance. And we have provided Shakti WhatsApp number also, 24/7, which reaches the integrated command and control center. And we have instituted Shakti teams in 164 police subdivisions. So 164 Shakti teams have been instituted, and they have identified the vulnerable hotspots of crime against women and children. And they are frequently visiting and also conducting the drone patrolling over there, and awareness programs, and also even Pocso victims also, as they are in Mufti, they are going and counseling them and motivating them. And we are conducting the self-defense capsule courses also to strengthen the girl children. And it has been introduced in all schools and colleges and even hostels also, for empowering the girls with the vital self-defense technical skills. And these are the data, the number of schools, and we have covered so far. We have started this initiative in the month of March this year. And this year, tentatively, we have contemplated to complete the schedule by the end of this year, covering all the schools and girl children. And we have formed Shakti warrior groups in all the schools. So elementary schools, because Shakti teams and police, they will go once in a while to visit the schools and colleges to create awareness. But among the girl children, some 4 to 5 smart girls have been selected as a Shakti warrior groups, and they are motivated and they are in direct touch with one mentor through to the Shakti teams, so that they will be in direct contact and they will know the from the peer group if they have any problems. Sometimes they may be facing the abuse at even houses also. So they will share with the peer group and they will share with the Shakti teams, and so that police will redress. And we are concentrating on good touch and bad touch programs also, 24,265 programs we have conducted so far, and 11 lakh children have been covered under these self-defense techniques, and bad characters persons have been identified in schools and colleges, which is very thought-provoking. These are the bad characters, teachers and other faculty who have been involved in abusing the girl children, girl students, 175. So we have opened the sexual offender sheets against them, and also we have sent reports to the education department to see their dismissal from the service. And Shakti teams, they are flying the drones and to identify the open drinking hideouts, because if any women or children going alone, so that they should not fall prey to the perpetrators. So these are the number of drones flight so far, 6,141, and open drinking cases found 35,846 by Shakti teams, and also Eve teasers 2,612 have been identified in the bus stands and auto stands and have been counseled. And AP Police has launched in the month of August Operation Trace. So to give the importance to the safeguarding the girl child, this is track, reconnect, assist, counsel, educate and empower. So during this Operation Trace, as I told you, there was 1,065 girl missing cases were pending as on July ending. So during this operation, we have formed 26 all district level special teams and also subdivisional Shakti teams 164. And with the coordination of all shelter homes, NGOs, CWC, Women and Child Welfare Department, and all other stakeholder departments, we could trace 670 girls in one go. So right now only 395 girls are, as on September 1st, girls have to be traced. So 700 girls have been traced during this Operation Trace. And anti-human trafficking units we have established in all women police stations as an integral part. And integrated command control center is also there, which you are seeing is the mobile command and control center. And child-friendly police stations we have established. And we have posted all women sub-inspectors in 26 one-stop centers to coordinate and counsel the Pocso victims. And this is the impact of police measures which have been taken in safeguarding the girl child. So these are the efforts of Operation Trace. So total girls traced 670. So this is the overall progress, 63% is the overall progress. And now, right now, as on today, only 320 girls are to be traced. So we have been continuing the Operation Trace of tracing the missing girl and reuniting with their families. And there are many success stories of Operation Trace. After 10 years in Eluru, from one shelter home, we could reunite 10 children to their families living in the Khammam who were missed when they went to Chennai for the construction work. So this type of successful stories are there, and these are the convictions we could secure because of the police efforts. 201, so 74.5% is the conclusive evidence of DNA analysis by FSL. And this is the outcome of Operation Trace. We have used the technological initiatives, CDR analysis and CCTV footages and social media IDs, etc. And these are the media coverage clippings. And coming to the gaps and challenges in safeguarding the girl child. So the reporting of missing girls is daily to 8 to 12 is the minimum across the state. So on an average per month, almost 300 girls are missing in the state. So where are they going? It indicates among the missing girls, percentage of girls of above 14 years is around 80%. So it indicates the gullibility of innocent girls leading to the hardships in life. And in spite of the efforts during Operation Trace, 395 girls have remained untraced. So where are they? What are they doing? how is their plight. So we can't imagine, and it raises the alarm towards the social responsibility to safeguard the girl child. And the way forward for the safeguarding the girl child is the coordination between all the stakeholding departments, and the more focus should be on the girl missing cases, as there is more vulnerability for their trafficking. And early disposal of Pocso cases within 60 days to file the charge sheet and fast-tracking the cases till the successful conviction, and taking up the more special drives like Operation Trace, and also increase the awareness programs to overcome parental sight, and increase awareness on good touch and bad touch, and awareness programs and training classes to the investigating officers also we are taking up, and immediate registration of FIRs and child-friendly policing environment in the police stations. And we have to ensure the child receives medical care, protection and counseling without any delay. And medical examination also should be conducted within the 24 hours in the presence of mother and also a female police officer. And finally, I want to conclude that AP Police is committed to safeguard the girl child in coordination with all the stakeholding departments. And it's not the only action, but attitudinal change which brings the transformation in the society. So let's all strive together today for safeguarding the girl child for tomorrow's empowered women contributing to the nation building. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your practical insights and the supportive teamwork. May I now request M. Veerapandian Garu, Commissioner Health, Medical and Family Welfare Department, who will be speaking on child and adolescent health and protection programs.
Good afternoon to honorable judges on the dais and off the dais, my colleagues and participants. Very good afternoon to all of you. From Health, Medical and Family Welfare Department, I am presenting my presentation on safeguarding the girl child and making a safer environment in our society. So from health point of view, we need to focus on protection of their rights from the stage of conception. And from health department, we take care of different levels of activities, different types of activities. We focus on regulation, screening, treatment, consultation. And we involve each individual and community at every stage. From protection point of view, we focus on four major programs. One is maternal health and the implementation of regulatory laws. And we do screening through our health programs like Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Program and Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram. And we also do counseling for children who are abused with banned substances, for which we set up clinics from health department. So from protection point of view, as I said, that we start our focus from the stage of conception. If you look at the statistics, we are having larger number of teenage pregnancies and the very minimal number of child sex ratio. That is one of the most important concern in our state. The teenage pregnancies are increasing and the child sex ratio are decreasing. So to tackle these things, we also do decoy operations in consultation with other line departments like police department, women and child welfare department and law department. And we also take care of their health care, because once we identify any teenage woman after pregnancy, it is our duty to ensure that they deliver a safe baby. Even after a delivery, we need to advise them to go through spacing method to ensure that at least the second baby will be a safe, healthy baby. So due to paucity of time, just I'm skipping a few slides. I don't want to share all the factual information which has been covered by our line department colleagues. So this screening is very, very important because from health department, we take up this screening from the young age itself through our Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram. It starts from Anganwadi centers and schools where we identify children with different health issues, and especially if they are mentally not sound or if they have been abused by any of the persons within the family or outside the family. So we take care of this screening through this program, for which we have already identified all the officers who have been involved in this program across all the districts in the state, and for which we have specially trained some of the psychologists by our national institutions. They are also being used for supporting these officers to take care of these kind of issues. Then we focus on adolescent. Not only young children, when they grow up, we also take care of adolescent women through this Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram, under which we are giving 11 thematic modules training to all school teachers, and some of the students who have been bright or they are able to communicate this information with their friends, and they will be used within the school as well as outside the school, because some of the children who are out of the school, they will be taken care of by these peer educators. So they also have been trained by our health department. So as I mentioned earlier, these children will be trained on 11 thematic modules, and these 11 thematic modules covers psychological, social, and other mental related issues. So to make a safer and enabling environment for safe children, a safe future, so we need to strengthen these systems like how other line department officials have mentioned in their presentations, that we need to work together and we have to strengthen the institutions, because we can't deal with these issues through one or two programs. Everything has to be institutionalized, everything has to be made automated, for which we need to strengthen the existing systems. And wherever we find some new issues, like how police department is using drones, so they may be taking up this drone kind of or latest technological interventions in one of the district or in one of the village, but it need to be studied, and further it need to be scaled up for entire state once we get the outcomes of such interventions. So all these interventions have to be studied in detail, and finally it should be scaled up for entire state. As I mentioned earlier, that this is not the issue of only one department alone. We need to come together, we need to work together, we need to discuss together. Finally, we need to have a convergence approach for tackling such issues. Then only we can ensure that this safeguarding the girl child and making the safe and enabling environment for them in the society will be possible. So I request all participants to take this message forward across the state, and we also as health department administrator that will extend full support to everybody who is working in this system. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the crucial role of health, welfare, and specialized services in safeguarding the physical, mental, and emotional well-being of the child. Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the next participant. I invite B. Srinivas Rao Garu, State Project Director, Education Department, who will be speaking on education of the child, government and private schools, and other aspects.
Respected Honorable Chair Srimati Justice V. Sujata Ma'am, and Co-Chair Sri Justice Gunranjan Sir, and Co-Panelist Rajkumari Ma'am, Veerapandian Sir, and Teja Chakravarti Sir, and on the dais, distinguished guests and other participants. It is my privilege and duty to be part of this large consultative committee on girl-child issues. I'm representing School Education Department. I would like to touch upon few interventions that are breaking the barriers to ensure girls' education. Secretary Women and Child Welfare, ma'am, has already mentioned about the story of Nirmala. There are thousands of Nirmalas are existing in the state. I would like to mention one more girl, Pravalika, who started her journey from very humble background. She came from very poor family and pursuing education in one of our KGBs in Visakhapatnam district. Has completed 175 online courses within 2 years. So there are a lot of Pravalikas are now emerging out of KGBs. We are shaping the girl-child educational institutions in a way that we aspire. Recently she got felicitation from the Honorable HRD Minister. So one interesting story I wanted to present it before you. Recently we have conducted a felicitation program for all the toppers of government schools, in those who topped in grade 10 and grade 12. Surprisingly, we have almost 80% of the girls filled in that room. So Minister was surprisingly asked, so what is happening with our boys? Now we need to take care of boys as well. So that is one part. But whereas the other aspect, still we need to do more things for the girls, because if you look at the numbers of the enrollment, is not at all a problem in the state nowadays. We are getting 100% of the enrollment at primary level, but whereas the alarming thing is the retention, particularly when the transition is happening from primary school to high school and high school to senior secondary schools. There are a lot of barriers, issues, parental mindset, poverty, these things are coming into the picture. So we need to address those issues from the School Education Department and from the government. But AP state is confidently moving towards the journey. If you look at the retention rate in elementary, we have achieved almost 96.5%. That is a good number in the current circumstances. The government of Andhra Pradesh, as I said earlier, implementing so many schemes. So one is this free student kit we are giving to all the girl child. In fact, we are giving to all the students. The poverty should not become a barrier in pursuing their education. We are giving textbooks, 3 pair of uniforms, and we are giving delicious midday meal. Recently, we have added fine rice also into the meal to see the more consumption by the students. And we have also giving transport allowance to the girl child, those far from the school. And recent infrastructure development scheme, we have provided almost toilets to 98% of the students, particularly for girl child. And we have put an aim to complete 100% of toilets by next financial year. And other targeted interventions like Badiki Podam, Balika Raksha, Talliki Vandanam kind of schemes boosting the girl child's education. Yeah. So from last 3 years, we are implementing Right to Education Act to provide 25% of the seats in private schools. If you look at the numbers, almost 30% of the girls have bagged their seats in grade 1 in the private institutions. Sorry, slides are zigzagging. Apologies. Yeah, the biggest issue is that dropout is the bigger issue for the School Education Department. When we look at the numbers in 15-16, the dropout at primary level is at 5.53, whereas at the secondary level is at 15.43. This was alarming. But the state is progressing towards the journey to see that the nil dropout rate. Now the figures of 23-24, these are official numbers announced by the Government of India. The figures are gradually reducing. The primary level dropout rate is almost 1%, and whereas the secondary level dropout rate is reduced to 8.6%. These numbers are speaking the dedication and the interventions are affecting to continue the girls their education. So these are the some of the reasons everybody knows in this room. I don't mention those the reasons for the dropouts. But some of the interventions we take care of from the education department with the help of Panchayat Raj department and village and ward secretariat department. So we do conduct door-to-door survey on the beginning of the academic year. We identify the students and we try to counsel the parent and to see them to send the school. Also, we provide transport allowance that already I have mentioned. In addition to these interventions, we open non-residential training camps, seasonal hostels to mitigate the parental migration issue. Also recently, Government of Andhra Pradesh have introduced a scheme called Talliki Vandanam, where the mother could get benefit, financial assistance, even she had the multiple child, so they would get 15,000 rupees. So that would really boosting their confidence to send their kids to the schools. This scheme is not only limited to the government schools, it was extended to the even private institutions. Yeah, this interdepartmental coordination, we have to thank the health department to provide certain budget to implement the sanitary napkins distribution program. Also, the Department of Health is providing iron and folic acid capsules to the school education department to eradicate anemia among the girl child. And we are working with Women and Child Welfare Department to bring the ECCE curriculum into Anganwadis. Also, we are supporting ECCE to the Women and Child Welfare Department because the raw material has to come from them. So, likewise, we are working with Panchayat Raj department to see that community participation in the school development, particularly the girl child issues. Also, we are working with police department. I apologize not to mention here, but they have started Eagle clubs in all our high schools to see that the institutions are substance free. Yeah. So recently, we have identified that the parents are important stakeholders. We wanted to bring change in mindsets. In the recent mega PTM, we have called all the parents. We have sensitized them. We used that platform as a sensitizing platform for them. So we have implemented certain initiatives. I am skipping this slide. So some of the best practices already I have mentioned. So this is one good program, Balika Raksha program, free sanitary napkin distribution program is currently we are reaching out to the 10.43 lakh girl child students, where generally girl students are tend to drop out during their menstrual cycle. So we have targeted that group, and from grade 7th to 12th, we are giving 5 large size napkin and 5 regular size napkin to see them, to see their comfort. And one more important program we are implementing from last 4 or 5 years, but we have structured the curriculum this year, this self-defense program to give confidence, strength, and skills needed to safeguard themselves in difficult times. From this academic year, this month onwards, these classes will be starting in 6,362 secondary schools. The next important item is the KGBVs. The KGBVs are the transforming I just mentioned. So almost 8% of admissions have increased in KGBVs. In majority KGBVs, even we got calls from MPs, MLAs for the recommendation. So this transformation has happened with the committed teachers network and continuous capacity buildings and successive recruitments. In addition to that, so we have achieved good amount of result in the KGBVs in the past examinations. So key interventions, the students we got to the KGBVs came from very humble background. We generally don't take any test. We admit the students from the single parent, orphans, people from destitute background. So we are now implementing PAL laboratories to see those children to cope up with the curriculum demands. So we are implementing personalized and adaptive learning for grade 6 students in all KGBVs that really coping them with the other students. And recently we have installed CCTV surveillance. We have removed the old equipment and we have put the new CCTVs in all KGBVs. And there are other initiatives are happening with the KGBVs. And as I mentioned, this mega PTM we used as this platform to sensitize the parents. I'm happy to share that we got the Guinness Book of World Record for this initiative for the largest participation. Majority participation from the mothers only. That shows their commitment towards the girl-child education. We use this platform to sensitize the parents like good touch, bad touch, positive parenting, health and hygiene of the girl-child, and campaigns like anti-drug campaigns we have initiated. The one more interesting program we have doing here with the school education department, we are publishing one magazine called Manabadi where girls' success stories are the cover stories. So to inspire the many girls. And this is one interesting initiative. I'm proud to say that AP Samagra Shiksha School Education Department is the only department in the country among all school education departments to start this career and mental health counselors. We have put 255 counselors, physical counselors mapped to senior secondary schools. They go and conduct sessions to the parents, students, teachers. They identify the vulnerable kids and they develop one-on-one communication with them to support their mental well-being and resilience. So there are challenges are there. The way forward is we need to have an early warning system to identify and prevent potential girl student dropouts. Also, we need to revamp and review the curriculum. And we are planning to introduce a gender-sensitive curriculum like, see, always manki Telugulo untai. Gazulu todukunnava, lekapothe aadadani panulu cheyaddu. Itlantivi our minister used to say these things that we need to remove those kind of biased curriculum. And he always guide us to how to revamp the curriculum. And we are on the way to make it our curriculum more gender-sensitive. And we are also planning to consolidate the schools and to open more secondary schools to see the transition smooth, particularly for the girl child. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for emphasizing on the interdepartmental collaboration for preventing vulnerabilities at the earlier stage. It's my privilege now to invite Teja Chakravarti Garu, Presiding Officer of Juvenile Justice Board, Vijayanagaram, who will be speaking on fair and just treatment of the girl child in JJ system, time-bound justice and rehabilitation.
My humble pranams to the respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. First of all, I am obliged to the Honorable High Court of Andhra Pradesh for providing me this opportunity. I am working as First Additional Judicial Magistrate of First Class, Vijayanagaram, Chairman, Juvenile Justice Board, Vijayanagaram. And I joined in the service in the year 2022 and I took charge as Chairman JJ Board in the month of May of this year. So I worked for 4 months in this Juvenile Justice Board, and in that experience I want to share the aspects of fair and just treatment, time-bound justice, and rehabilitation. To take the principles of fair and just treatment, the word fairness is a word that was more explained by Rawls' theory of justice. But to limit the concept of fair and just treatment within the scope of Juvenile Justice Act, I took the principles from Section 3 of the Juvenile Justice Act. Presumption of innocence, this is the first main principle. Second one is the dignity and equal rights for all children. The best interest of the child is the primary consideration. These principles are very much essential because unlike the regular courts, the functioning of Juvenile Justice Board is totally different and it has to stick on the principles laid down under Section 3 of Juvenile Justice Act. Throughout the judicial process, these principles has to be followed by the presiding officer. The right to participation is must. Right to hear the child throughout the judicial process, the family responsibility, safe and nurturing environment, mobilization of family and community resources, non-stigmatizing semantics, no kind of words stigmatizing against the child in conflict with law, no waiver of rights, privacy and confidentiality is utmost objective of Juvenile Justice Act, and principle of fresh start. Even though the child in conflict with law is found that he did so and so offense, still the principle of erasure has to be applied. Institutionalization is the last resort in this process. Repatriation and restoration of the child, and principle of diversion. Diversion means wherever and whenever possible, judicial proceedings should be avoided while dealing in the Juvenile Justice Board. The next thing is time-bound justice. With regard to time-bound justice, expeditious disposal of cases, inquiries should be completed within 4 months and it can be extended to 2 months. And in case of petty offences, the inquiry shall be concluded. In case if it is not concluded within 6 months, the proceedings shall be terminated. With regard to serious and heinous offences, mandatory permission with reasoned order from the Chief Judicial Magistrate is must. With regard to the preliminary assessment also, there is a time frame that preliminary assessment has to be conducted within 3 months from the date of first production of the child before the Juvenile Justice Board. But the problem we are facing with regard to the preliminary assessment is there is no uniform methodology to verify the triple test that was present in the Act. That is the mental and physical capacity to commit the offense, understanding the consequences and the circumstances under which the offense was committed. The total burden was kept upon the experts with psychology. We are not completely following or follow up with the preliminary assessment in the Juvenile Justice Board because of the lack of proper methodology. Child in conflict with law has to be produced within 24 hours and social investigation report is to be submitted within 2 weeks, but we are also facing this problem. Social investigation report is not submitted by the concerned probation officers within 2 weeks from the date of first production of the child. There is lack of infrastructure or lack of staff. That is the submission from the side of the probation officers. And the probation officer in Vijayanagaram submitted that he is in charge for 2 to 3 districts, and so he could not submit the social investigation reports within the 2 weeks. So this is the one of the problem for the next step, that is rehabilitation and social integration. Counseling, education, vocational training, therapeutic interventions, they are all discussed under this Act. Section 46 of the Juvenile Justice Act, financial support is also provided to the child in need of care and protection and social reintegration. There are several institutions also: open shelter, observation home, special home, place of safety, children home, fit facility. Then I want to share two important incidents that were recently occurred in the Vijayanagaram. One is one girl child at the age of 16 years from a nearby town of Vijayanagaram is in love with 18 years boy. Already a Pocso case was instituted against the boy, and the inquiring proceedings were pending before the Juvenile Justice Board. In that case, the prime witness is the mother of the girl child. Now both the girl and boy got a legal advice that her mother has to turn hostile so that the CCL can come out of the clutches of the law. Then the girl requested her mother for marriage with that boy, and also another request is to turn hostile in the Pocso case. But in the best interest of the child, the mother denied both her requests. Mother did not accept the marriage. Mother did not accept to turn hostile in the case of Pocso case. The same was conveyed to the boy by the girl. Then the boy planned to kill the mother of the girl and asked the girl to support her. Then this girl brought her mother under the pretext of urinals to a lonely place in the early morning hours, and both the boy and girl killed the mother of the girl. After the death of the mother, again thinking that she would have some life, they barbarously killed her, thrown into the well, cut down the palm branches, placed them in the well, and after that she was brought before the Juvenile Justice Board, and she started crying before me that her mother was dead. Now to whom I have to hand over this girl child? Who is the custodian of the girl? Who is looking after the best interests of the child? That child killed her own mother. Now the father and the brother of the girl are not interested to take her back to her home. This person is now, the boy is involved in the Pocso case and now in the murder case. So if I release the girl from the observation home, she will go with the boy. It is against the principles of Section 12 of the Juvenile Justice Act. So I kept the girl in the observation home for the 2 months. But I could not know what is happening in the observation home, what is the follow-up there, whether the rehabilitation and repatriation procedures for social integration was properly being followed in the observation home or not. There is no coordination between the Juvenile Justice Board and the probation officers effectively. So in this case, I think that on the record, the girl is shown as CCL, child in conflict with law, but she is a victim. Because of ignorance, because of that hastiness, she did that crime along with that boy, and she is now being repented in the observation home. Similarly, within 15 days or 20 days after this incident, one boy, in that case, girl killed her mother. Now, in this case, boy killed his father, who is looking after his education and everything. Because of mother having illicit relations with some person, at the instigation of the mother and this third person, this boy killed the father. This boy is studying intermediate. All these three persons are boy is in the observation home. The mother and the other person are in the jail. And the sister is in the home. Now this person is child in conflict with law and the girl is child in need of care and protection. How to do rehabilitation? How to reintegrate them into the society? There is no proper procedure before the Juvenile Justice Board to follow such kind of things. We are only conducting the inquiry and passing orders under Section 17 or 18 of the Juvenile Justice Act, but the actual objective of the Act is to rehabilitate and social integrate. That is not being happened in practical way. Further, there is no individual child care plan. Individual child care plan during the inquiry and after passing the orders under Section 17 and 18 are also lacking. So in that aspect, I leave these questions before this Honorable Dais for taking further steps. Much obliged for granting this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Teja Chakravarti Garu, for your insights and practical challenges that really matters a lot for every girl child's protection. And I request Honorable Sri Justice Challa Gunranjan Garu, Judge, High Court of Andhra Pradesh and Member, Juvenile Justice Committee, to share his views.
Respected dignitaries, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Justice V. Sujata and speakers of the session have elaborately touched upon various finer aspects of theme of this session by giving deep insights, by sharing their perspectives. The interactive session with the stakeholders has been very meaningful, thought-provoking. The experiences and views expressed by participants not only emphasize legal, policy, administrative framework, explained exhaustively with reference to the data, in place to mitigate and achieve the objectives underlining, but also their practical experiences through various challenges in achieving the goal. Their participation is well appreciated. At the conclusion of this session's deliberations, it is my privilege to place on record a few reflections of the themes discussed. Each of these issues is integral to safeguarding the dignity and future of a girl child, and I shall briefly touch upon. Protecting and empowering the girl child. Protection must go hand in hand with empowerment. The law alone cannot achieve this unless society itself recognizes the girl child as an equal stakeholder in the progress. Empowerment comes through access to equality, education, skill development, healthcare, and opportunities to participate in decision making. It is not mere protection, but the assurance of equality and freedom from discrimination that will secure her future. Our statutory framework, including Juvenile Justice Act, Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, and Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, etc., provides robust tools. Yet gaps in enforcement, lack of awareness, and delays in reporting weaken their impact. Child protection units, child welfare committees, and district child protection societies must be adequately resourced, sensitized, and made accountable. Timely interventions are vital in cases of abuse, trafficking, or neglect. The role of police is not confined to post-offense investigation. Preventive policing requires regular interaction with schools, communities, and parents. Dedicated women's help desks, child-friendly police stations, and use of technology for tracking missing children are crucial. Above all, police personnel must undergo gender sensitization to handle cases with empathy and urgency, keeping the child's welfare at the center. An enabling environment is one where a girl can grow without fear, prejudice, or stigma. This involves not only safe physical spaces, schools, transport, and public areas, but also nurturing mental spaces free of stereotypes. Community leaders, educational institutions, and media must work together to dismantle regressive mindsets. Schemes such as Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao must be implemented not as slogans, but as sustained community movements. The judiciary has taken significant steps through fast-track special courts under Pocso Act and sensitized procedures for recording evidence of minors. Still, pendency and delays remain a concern. Victim-friendly approaches such as video conferencing, in-camera trials, and avoidance of repeated questioning must be consistently ensured. Judicial officers must remain vigilant to balance procedural fairness with child's psychological safety. Correctional and custodial institutions are intended to rehabilitate, not to punish. Unfortunately, reports often highlight overcrowding, lack of trained staff, inadequate facilities. Proper monitoring, periodic inspections, and adherence to juvenile justice model rules are essential. Rehabilitation should include counseling, vocational training, and reintegration measures so that vulnerable children do not fall into cycles of exploitation or delinquency. In summation, safeguarding girl child is not a matter for isolated institutions, but a shared constitutional duty. Laws, policies, and mechanisms are only as effective as the sensitivity with which we implement them. The collective resolve of families, communities, administration, judiciary, and civil society will determine whether our daughters inherit a future of safety, dignity, and opportunity. Let us ensure that girl child is not merely protected, but is empowered to walk with equal confidence, free from fear and full of hope. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord, for reflecting on preventive strategies, institutional framework, community interventions, and policy measures. May I now request honorable judges to present mementos to the speakers. I request Honorable Srimati Justice V. Sujata Garu to present memento to B. Rajkumari Garu. I request Secretary Legal Service Committee to felicitate Rajkumari Garu. I request Director of AP Judicial Academy to felicitate Veerapanyan Garu, and I request Honorable Srimati Justice V. Sujata Garu to present memento to Veerapanyan Garu. I request Registered Judicial Kamlakar Garu to felicitate B. Srinivas Garu, and I request Honorable Sri Justice Challa Gundaranjan Garu to present a memento to B. Srinivas Garu, State Project Director. I request Registered Protocol Raghav Swami Garu to felicitate Teja Chakravarti Garu, and I request Honorable Sri Justice Challa Gundaranjan Garu to present a memento to Teja Chakravarti Garu. Thank you, my lords. Thank you, one and all. This officially concludes the session number 2. And as instructed by Her Ladyship, the views and other queries interaction would be taken up after the third session. Thank you. Next session would commence sharp at 2:45.
Respected participants, lunch is arranged, and the Honorable High Court judges and IAS officers and principal district judges are to take lunch on the left side of this conference hall, and the remaining judicial officers on the rear side of the hall. Please join the lunch.
Gravity is a fundamental interaction primarily observed as mutual attraction between all things that have mass. However, gravity is the most significant interaction between objects at macroscopic scale. Now tell me, why is gravity so weak when compared to other forces? Can anyone answer this? Yes.
Gravity is the weakest force as its coupling constant is small in value. The electromagnetic force is undoubtedly stronger as it deals with microscopic particles like electrons and protons.
Very good.
I'm happy to feel that I'm becoming a part of doctor in this hospital. చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి నాకు ఒక కోరిక ఉండేది, లైక్ ఇలాంటి ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ హాస్పిటల్లో నేను మంచిగా పేషెంట్స్ని చూసుకోవాలా అనేసి. ఇది నా కోరిక కాదు మ్యామ్, మా అమ్మ నాన్న చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి నన్ను అలా పెంచారు.
Congrats, ma'am. All the best.
ఎలా ఉన్నారు?
బాగున్నాను. నువ్వు బాగుండవా? సరే. పాప ఏం చేస్తుందిరా?
ఇంటర్మీడియట్ ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ చదువుతుందిరా.
అవునా? ఎందుకురా చదివించేది? ఎప్పుడున్నా పరా ఇంటికి పోయే బిడ్డే కదా. నా దగ్గర సూపర్ అయిన 4 సంబంధాలు ఉండదు. నువ్వు అని చెప్పు, నేను పిలుచుకుని వస్తాను. సూపర్ అయిన సంబంధాలు దగ్గరుండి పెళ్లి చేసేస్తాము. ఆలోచించుకొని చెప్పురా.
చిన్న పాపకి ఎందుకు పెళ్ళి? చిన్న వయసే కదా, చదువుకొని పై చదువులు చదువుని పై స్థాయికి వెళ్ళని. చదువుకునే టైంలో చదువుకుంటేనే కదా వాళ్ళు బాగుంటారు. ఇప్పట్లో నా కూతురికి పెళ్ళి వద్దు, తను చదువుకోవాలి.
Gravity is a fundamental interaction primarily observed as mutual attraction between all things that have mass. However, gravity is the most significant interaction between objects at macroscopic scale. Now tell me, why is gravity so weak when compared to other forces? Can anyone answer this? Yes.
Gravity is the weakest force as its coupling constant is small in value. The electromagnetic force is undoubtedly stronger as it deals with microscopic particles like electrons and protons.
Very good.
I'm happy to feel that I'm becoming a part of doctor in this hospital. చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి నాకు ఒక కోరిక ఉండేది, లైక్ ఇలాంటి ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ హాస్పిటల్లో నేను మంచిగా పేషెంట్స్ని చూసుకోవాలా అనేసి. ఇది నా కోరిక కాదు మ్యామ్, మా అమ్మ నాన్న చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి నన్ను అలా పెంచారు.
Congrats, ma'am. All the best.
and politicians. Vijayanagaram is the paradise for the arts and cultural heritage. However, there are some grey spots which are hampering the holistic development of Vijayanagaram district. Vijayanagaram district has been reporting severe malnutrition and anemia. It is having low literacy rates, gender inequality, child marriages and teenage pregnancies. Such indicators leading to high infant and maternal mortality in the district. Gender discrimination, social and cultural norms and taboos associated practices causing damage to the society. Particularly adolescent girls facing challenges in pursuing education, seeking good health and physical and mental well-being may be compromised.
ఎనీమియా పేషెంట్స్ అనే వాళ్ళు చాలా ఎక్కువ మంది ఉన్నారు. అంటే అడాలసెంట్ గర్ల్సే కానీ, లేకపోతే హై రిస్క్ ప్రెగ్నెన్సీస్లో కానీ, లేకపోతే జీరియాట్రిక్స్ వాళ్ళలో కానీ అందరిలో కూడా చాలా మందికి ఎనీమియా అనేది చాలా కామన్గా ఉంటుంది. మాల్ న్యూట్రిషన్స్ కూడా చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉన్నాయి.
ఎర్లీ మ్యారేజెస్, చిన్న వయసులో పెళ్లిళ్ళ వలన చాలా ఇబ్బంది ఉన్నాయి. మేము హౌస్ టు హౌస్ సర్వే చేసినప్పుడు చిన్నపిల్లలకి మ్యారేజ్ చేయడం వల్ల వాళ్ళకి ఏంటంటే గర్భధారణ సమయంలో వాళ్ళకి బరువు తక్కువ పిల్లలు పుట్టడం, స్టిల్ బర్త్లు పుట్టడం, ఒక్కొక్కసారి మదర్ కూడా డెత్ అయిపోయే అవకాశం ఉంది.
చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజెస్ లో ఒక తల్లి బిడ్డకే కాదు, అన్ని విధాలుగా ఆ కుటుంబానికి కూడా నష్టం కలుగుతుంది.
కూరలు అంటూ ఏమీ తినట్లేదు. పెద్దవాళ్ళ నుండి చిన్నవాళ్ళ వరకు అందరూ ఈ స్మార్ట్ ఫోన్లకి ఎడిక్ట్ అయిపోవడం జరిగింది. యుక్త వయసులో ఉన్న అమ్మాయిలు అయితే వాళ్ళని ఎవరైనా ఏడిపిస్తున్నప్పుడు కూడా వాళ్ళు ఎలా రియాక్ట్ అవ్వాలి, దాని నుంచి ఎలా తప్పించుకోవాలి, ఎవరికి ఫోన్ చేయాలి అన్న సమాచారం కూడా వాళ్ళకి తెలిసేది కాదు. ఇంకొక అమ్మాయితో కంపేర్ చేసుకోవడం, వాళ్ళు ఎలా ఉన్నారు, మేము ఎలా ఉన్నాము అంటే డ్రెస్సింగ్ విషయంలో కానీ, రెడీ అవ్వడం విషయంలో కానీ, అమ్మాయికి పెళ్లి చేసేస్తే ఒక బాధ్యత తీరిపోతుంది కదా అని చెప్పేసి ఇంట్లో అనుకోవడం, లేకపోతే అమ్మాయి ఇంకొకరితో అట్రాక్షన్ గురయ్యి వాళ్ళతో పాటు లవ్ అని ట్రాప్ కి గురవడం, అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్స్ నేను అబ్జర్వ్ చేయడం జరిగింది.
Aspirational district of Vijayanagaram has the main problem of illiteracy, poverty and lack of employment, due to which go on migration, because of which the adults in the family look forward to getting their young ones married immediately as soon as they pass out 10th, whether they pass or fail, so that they feel that it is a security for them socially as well as financially. Beyond that, even the girls are not interested. That's what we found when I have taken up as the district collector of Vijayanagaram. Changing that particular equation in their life has become a challenge for us, because of which we had teenage pregnancies, early pregnancies, and also the mother is ill-equipped to bear even a child, because of which we had IMR and MMR also very high, and as well as the low birth weight of the kids, which has resulted in stunting and underweight of the population here basically, which has hit the sustainable development goals of the Vijayanagaram very badly.
Adolescents are a large section of the population in coming decade in Andhra Pradesh. It's about 21% of total population. District administration has tapped this population and started interventions in an innovative approach.
The answer to all these social problems, we thought that educating them not in academic fashion but as a friendly manner is very, very important, and that is the reason why we have started the program called Sakhi.
మన జిల్లా కలెక్టర్ మేడం గారు మాకు ఒక మీటింగ్ పెట్టారు, ఎంఎస్పీలందరికీ కూడా మీటింగ్ పెట్టి మీ విలేజ్లో మీరు ఏ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఫేస్ చేస్తున్నారు, మేము ఏ పరంగా మీకు హెల్ప్ చేయగలము అని చెప్పి మాతో ఇంటరాక్షన్ అయ్యారు. అప్పుడు మేడం గారికి మా విలేజెస్లో మేము ఫేస్ చేస్తున్న ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అన్ని కూడా మేము చెప్పడం జరిగింది. మేడం గారు మాకు సఖీ అనే కాన్సెప్ట్ని ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేశారు. మీరు ప్రతి నెల కూడా సఖీ మీటింగ్ని కండక్ట్ చేయాలి. సఖీ మీటింగ్లో మీరు ఏ టాపిక్స్ చెప్పాలి అన్న దాని మీద కూడా మాకు ట్రైనింగ్ ఇచ్చున్నారు. ఆ ట్రైనింగ్ తీసుకున్న తర్వాత మేము మా విలేజెస్కి వెళ్ళి చిన్నపిల్లలకి 9 to 21 years ఉన్న అమ్మాయిలకి, చిన్నపిల్లలకి వేరేగా, కొంచెం యుక్త వయసులో ఉన్న అమ్మాయిలకి వేరేగా టీమ్స్గా డివైడ్ చేసి మేము సఖీ మీటింగ్స్ కండక్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉండేవాళ్ళం.
మా అంగన్వాడీ కేంద్ర పరిధిలో 22 మంది కిషోర బాలికలు ఉన్నారు. వీళ్ళందరికీ కూడా తాళపూడిపేట సఖీ గ్రూప్ అని నామకరణం చేశాము. మా సఖీ గ్రూప్ ప్రతి నెలలో 4వ శనివారం నాడు మీటింగ్ నిర్వహిస్తాము. మీటింగ్కి ఆశా వర్కరు, మన మహిళా పోలీసు, తర్వాత మన స్కూల్ టీచరు మేము అందరం కలిపి సఖీ గ్రూప్ నిర్వహిస్తాము.
ఆ గ్రూపుల్లో మేము ఏం చెప్తామంటే పిల్లలకి మెయిన్ వాళ్ళ ప్రొటెక్షన్ అన్నమాట. కొన్ని టెక్నిక్స్ కూడా చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఇంకా అలానే ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు మనం బయటికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఆకతాయిలు ఎవరైనా మనల్ని ఏడిపిస్తే ఆ ప్రమాదం నుంచి ఎలా ఎదుర్కోవాలి, అందులోనే మన గవర్నమెంట్ ప్రవేశపెట్టిన దిశ యాప్ గురించి మేము ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఇంకా అలానే మేము ప్రైమరీ స్కూల్ ప్లస్ హై స్కూల్, ప్రైమరీ స్కూల్లో కూడా ఏంటంటే పిల్లలకి తెలిసేది కాదు, వాళ్ళు ఎలా వేరే వాళ్ళ చేతిలో మోసపోతున్నారని తెలిసేది కాదు. దాన్ని మేము ఏమిటంటే గుడ్ టచ్ బ్యాడ్ టచ్, ఒక క్లాస్కి వెళ్ళి ఒక అబ్బాయినో అమ్మాయినో నిల్చోబెట్టి లేకపోతే ఒక బొమ్మని చూపించి ఎక్కడ అంటే గుడ్ టచ్ అంటే ఏంటి, బ్యాడ్ టచ్ అంటే ఏంటి అని మేము ఒక 2 వీక్స్కి ఒకసారైనా ప్రతి స్కూల్కి వెళ్ళి మేము అవగాహన కల్పించడం జరుగుతుంది.
ఇక్కడ చూసుకుంటే గుడ్ టచ్చా బ్యాడ్ టచ్చా.
మహిళా పోలీస్గా నా పాత్ర ఏంటంటే డిఫెన్స్, సెల్ఫ్ డిఫెన్స్ అనేది నేర్పించడం జరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది. ఫోన్ అవైలబుల్ లేని పరిస్థితుల్లో సెల్ఫ్ డిఫెన్స్ ఏ విధంగా చేసుకోవాలనే విషయం గురించి కూడా నేను తెలియజేయడం జరిగింది పిల్లలకి. కొన్ని సింపుల్ ట్రిక్స్ అన్నమాట హైడ్ అవ్వడానికి.
ఎలా తినాలి, ఎలా వండితే ఎలా రుచిగా ఉంటాయి, ఈ చవకగా వచ్చే పళ్ళు, జామ పళ్ళు ఇలాంటివి చవకగా వస్తాయి, అవి ఈ ఖర్జూరము అవన్నీ తింటే, బెల్లం తింటే ఐరన్ వస్తుందమ్మా, వీటితో పాటు సి విటమిన్ కూడా తినాలి, ఇది తింటే కానీ ఐరన్ వస్తుందని ఇవన్నీ మేము చెప్పడం జరుగుతుంది.
తర్వాత ఏ పోషకాలు తీసుకుంటే వాళ్ళ ఆరోగ్యం మెరుగుపడుతుంది, శరీర భాగాల అభివృద్ధి జరుగుతాయి, అన్ని రకరకాలుగా మేము కౌన్సిలింగ్ చేసాము. తర్వాత వాళ్ళ గృహ సందర్శనలు కూడా మేము చేసాము. గృహ సందర్శనకి వెళ్ళేటప్పుడు పేరెంట్స్తో మాట్లాడి వాళ్ళకి పోషకాహారం అనేది ఎంత కీలకమైన పాత్ర అనేది కూడా మేము చెప్పాము.
9 నుంచి 21 సంవత్సరాల పిల్లలకి ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి హెచ్బి పర్సెంటేజ్ చూడడం జరిగింది. అందులో చాలా వరకు రక్తహీనత ఉన్న పిల్లలు ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళకి గైడ్ లైన్స్ ఇచ్చి ఐరన్ టాబ్లెట్స్ గురించి, పోషకాహారం గురించి చెప్పడం జరిగింది.
అడల్ట్స్ అండ్ గర్ల్స్ ని టెస్ట్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఐరన్ టాబ్లెట్లు మేము ఇస్తున్నాము. ఎనిమిక్ ఫుల్ గా ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి ట్వైస్ 2 వేయమని చెప్తున్నామండి. పర్వాలేదు మోడరేట్ లో ఉన్నారు అన్న వాళ్ళకి మాత్రం 1 వేయమని చెప్తున్నాము. తర్వాత వాళ్ళ అడల్ట్స్ గర్ల్స్ అంటే వాళ్ళు మెచ్యూర్ అయ్యి ఉంటారు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళకి పర్సనల్ హైజీన్ ఇస్తున్నామండి. ఇంతకు ముందు ఏమంటే క్లాత్స్ వాడేవారు, దానివల్ల కొంచెం ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉండేవి. ఇప్పుడు గవర్నమెంట్ సప్లై చేసినటువంటి నాప్కిన్స్ ఇస్తున్నాము.
ఎర్లీ మ్యారేజెస్ చేసుకోవడం వల్ల పిల్లల్లో ఎదుగుదలలో మరి ముఖ్యంగా జెనిటల్ ఆర్గాన్స్ ఏరియాలో ఉండే పెల్విస్, బోన్స్, నెక్స్ట్ యూట్రస్ కూడా అభివృద్ధి చెందదు. అవి చెందకుండా వాళ్ళు గర్భం దాల్చడం వల్ల తల్లికి, కడుపులో పెరుగుతున్న బిడ్డకి కలిగే నష్టాల గురించి కూడా వాళ్ళకి వివరించడం జరిగింది.
Along with the Vijayanagaram District Administration, UNICEF and its partners are working to make sure every young girl can access to good health and education, which Sakhi initiative intended.
ఈ సఖీ గ్రూప్లో దగ్గర 3272 సఖీ గ్రూపులు ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. అందులో పిల్లలు కూడా 89,000 మంది పిల్లలు అటెండ్ అవుతున్నారు.
ఈ యాక్టివిటీ సఖీ గ్రూప్ ఫామ్ చేసి యంగ్స్టర్స్కి మనం హెల్త్ అవేర్నెస్ క్రియేట్ చేయడం, హెల్త్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఇవ్వడం, అందులో మా ఏఎన్ఎంలు, ఆశాలు, మెడికల్ ఆఫీసర్స్, ఎమ్మెల్హెచ్పీలు వీళ్ళందరూ ప్రతి నెల ఒక సచివాలయం లెవెల్ పరిధిలో ఒక యూత్ పిల్లలందరినీ గ్యాదర్ చేసి, తల్లి కాబోతున్న పిల్లల్ని కూడా గ్యాదర్ చేసి దాంట్లో హెల్త్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఇవ్వడం, పర్సనల్ హైజీన్ ఎలా ఉండాలి, మెన్స్ట్రల్ హైజీన్ ఎలా ఉండాలి, ప్లస్ ఎనీమియాని ఎలా కంట్రోల్ చేసుకోవాలి, వాళ్ళ కోసం ఎవ్రీ 3 monthsకి టెస్ట్ చేయడం, టెస్ట్ చేసి ఎనీమియా తగ్గిందా లేదా, రిక్టిఫై అయిందా లేదా, ఎవరికైనా మరీ ఎనీమియా కరెక్ట్ కానట్టయితే వాళ్ళకి ఫర్దర్ ఇన్వెస్టిగేషన్స్ చేసి ఏదైనా హిమోఫీలియా కానీ, థెలసీమియా ఇలాంటి డిసీజెస్ ఉన్నాయేమో డయాగ్నోస్ చేయటం, ఇవన్నీ మేము చాలా ఛాలెంజింగ్గా తీసుకుని స్టార్ట్ చేశామండి. ఆ తర్వాత సేఫ్ లైఫ్ అనే ప్రాజెక్ట్ స్టార్ట్ చేసి దాని యాక్టివిటీస్ కూడా స్టార్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. అందులో యూత్ని, ముఖ్యంగా యువతే చెడుదారిన పడే అవకాశాలు ఎక్కువగా ఉన్నాయి బికాజ్ ఆఫ్ వేరియస్ రీజన్స్. వాళ్ళకి సేఫ్ లైఫ్ ఎలాగ లీడ్ చేయాలి, హెచ్ఐవి లాంటివి రాకుండా ఎంత జాగ్రత్తలు తీసుకోవాల్సి ఉంటుంది. అలాగే ఇప్పుడు అడోలసెంట్ కాన్క్లేవ్ అనేది మనం కండక్ట్ చేసాము మన జిల్లాలో, విజయనగరం జిల్లాలో. రీసెంట్గా అయిన మా ఎవాల్యుయేషన్లో మెటర్నల్ మార్టాలిటీ అనేది మాకు 170, 180 దాకా ఉండేది. ఈసారి ఈ గత సంవత్సరంలో మనం ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ స్టార్ట్ చేశాక అది 56కి పడిపోయింది. అలాగే చైల్డ్ డెత్ కూడాను 24 ఉండేది, అటువంటిది 10కి వచ్చింది. అంటే మరణించే తల్లులు తగ్గిపోయారు, మరణించే బిడ్డలు తగ్గిపోయారు. ఎప్పుడైతే మనం తల్లిని ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేస్తామో ఫ్యామిలీ అంతా ఎడ్యుకేట్ అవుతుంది, తద్వారా ఆరోగ్యమైన సమాజం ఏర్పడుతుంది.
మేమందరం ఒక టీమ్గా వర్క్ చేయటం వలన 9 నుంచి 21 సంవత్సరాల పిల్లలకి ప్రతి పోషకాహార లోపం, ఎర్లీ మ్యారేజెస్, చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజెస్, ఎర్లీ ప్రెగ్నెన్సీస్, పరిశుభ్రత, ఋతుస్రావం గురించి, ఋతు చక్రం గురించి ఈ పిల్లలకి అందరికి అవేర్నెస్ తెప్పించడం వల్ల చాలా మార్పు జరిగింది.
ఒక అమ్మాయికి అయితే 16 yearsకే మ్యారేజ్ చేయాలని పేరెంట్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు ఆ అమ్మాయి చెప్పడం జరిగింది.
ఈ విధంగా ఈ అమ్మాయి చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజ్ ని ఎలా అయితే తనకు తానుగా స్వశక్తితో ఆపడానికి ధైర్యాన్ని సఖీ ద్వారా ఇవ్వగలిగామో, ఇదే విషయాన్ని ప్రతి గ్రూప్ లో కూడా అందరికీ, తల్లిదండ్రులకి, పిల్లలకి, సమాజానికి కూడా తెలియజేసి అక్కడ జరిగే మ్యారేజెస్ అనేవి మేము ఆపగలిగాము.
డ్రాప్ అవుట్స్ ఉన్నటువంటి పిల్లల్ని సఖీ గ్రూప్ లో జాయిన్ చేసి వాళ్ళని ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేయడం వల్ల వాళ్ళు ఎక్కువగా ఈ మొబైల్ ఫోన్ వినియోగం అనేది తగ్గించి చదువు మీద దృష్టి పెట్టడం, లవ్ ట్రాప్స్ మీద దృష్టి తగ్గించి చదువు మీద ఎక్కువగా కాన్సన్ట్రేట్ చేసి ఇప్పుడు బాగా చదువుకోవడం మొదలు పెట్టారు.
ఎక్కువగానే ఉంది. హెచ్బి అనేది అందరికి బానే ఉంది. దానివల్ల నేను కూడా కొంచెం హ్యాపీ ఫీల్ అవుతున్నాను. ఇంత మార్పుకి కారణమైనందుకు పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళ పేరెంట్స్ కూడా చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నారు.
నాకు 2 ఆడపిల్లలు ప్రతి నెల మీటింగ్కి వెళ్తున్నారు. ఆ మీటింగ్కి వెళ్ళడం వల్ల మా పిల్లలు అన్ని కూడా తెలుసుకుంటున్నారు. ప్రతి నెల పీరియడ్స్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు ఏ పోషక విరహాలు తీసుకోవాలో, ఆహారం ఎలా తీసుకోవాలో అవన్నీ కూడా తెలుసుకొని మాకు ఇంటికి వచ్చి చెప్తున్నారు. మేము దానికి తగ్గట్టుగా మేము వండి పిల్లలకి పడుతున్నాం. తర్వాత పిల్లలు బయటకు వెళ్తే ఎలాగా మగవాళ్ళతో ప్రవర్తించాలి, పిల్లలు ఉంటే ఎలా ప్రవర్తించాలో, ఎలా ఉండాలో కూడా అవన్నీ కూడా చెప్తున్నారు. వాళ్ళు చెప్పడం వల్ల బయటకు వెళ్లి పిల్లలు కూడా తెలుసుకుంటున్నారు సార్. అన్ని చిన్న వయసులో బాల్య వివాహాలు చేసేసారు సార్. అప్పుడు మేము మా చిన్న వయసులో మాకు పెళ్లిళ్ళు అయిపోయేవి, కానీ మా పిల్లలకి ఆ వయసులో చేయకూడదని తెలియజేస్తారు వాళ్ళు. దానివల్ల మేము బాగా చదివించి పిల్లలు బాగా ఉద్యోగాలు వచ్చిన తర్వాత పిల్లలకి పెళ్లి చేయాలనే ఆలోచన మీద మేము ఉన్నాం.
ప్రతి నెలకు ఒకసారి శనివారం పూట సఖీ మీటింగ్ అని ఒక మీటింగ్కి వెళ్తుందండి. ఆ మీటింగ్ ఎందుకమ్మా వెళ్తున్నావు, ఏం చెప్తున్నారమ్మా అని అడిగితే ఆ పాప అంది, అమ్మ స్కూల్లో అంటే ఆడపిల్లలు ఎలా ఉండాలి, మనం బాల్య వివాహాలు అవి ఎందుకు జరుగుతున్నాయి, వాటి గురించి అన్నిటి గురించి చెప్తున్నారు. మహిళల గురించి భద్రత కోసం ఆ యాప్ అని ఒకటి కొత్తగా పెట్టారు, దాని గురించి చెప్తున్నారు. ఫోను ఎక్కువ వాడకూడదు, చదువు మీద దృష్టి అది పెట్టి చదువుకోవాలమ్మా బాగానే అన్ని చెప్తున్నారమ్మా. మీటింగ్ లో మంచి విషయాలు చెప్తున్నారు అని చెప్పిందండి.
మంచి ఫుడ్ కూడా వినాలి తినేది కాదు. ఆ సఖీ మీటింగ్ పంపించడం వల్ల మంచి ఫుడ్ కూడా తీసుకుంటుంది. ఎవరు ఎక్కడ వేడిపించినా సరే ఇన్నాళ్ళు తనలో తానే బాధపడేది, కానీ ఒక్కసారి కూడా మాకు ధైర్యంగా చెప్పేది కాదు. ఈ సఖీ మీటింగ్ కి పంపించడం వల్ల మా పాప ధైర్యంగా అన్ని విషయాలు కూడా నాకు గానీ టీచర్లు గానీ చెప్పగలుగుతుంది.
దీనివల్ల ఒక్కొక్క అంశాల గురించి తెలియజేస్తూ చాలా అంశాల గురించి అర్థమయ్యేలా చెప్తూ చాలా సందేశాలను అందిస్తున్నారు.
సఖీ గ్రూప్ లోకి రావటం వల్ల నాకు చాలా ఆనందం కలుగుతుంది.
Convergence efforts with health, women development and child welfare, home and other line departments now yielded the incredible results in the district. Now Sakhi approach has become a torchbearer to mitigate such challenges in Andhra Pradesh.
Hi Tanuja, good morning. How are you? ఏం చేస్తున్నావు? డ్రాయింగ్ చేస్తున్నావా? ఏ డ్రాయింగ్ అది? భలే వేస్తున్నావే, వెరీ గుడ్. మనము రైమ్ చెప్పుకుందామా? చెప్పు, నాతో పాటు చెప్తావు నువ్వు కూడా. చిట్టి చిలకమ్మ అమ్మ కొట్టిందా, తోటకెళ్ళావా, పండు తెచ్చావా, గూట్లో పెట్టావా, గుటుక్కని మింగావా. ఇంకోసారి చూద్దామా? చిట్టి చిలకమ్మ అమ్మ కొట్టిందా, తోటకెళ్ళావా.
గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ చిల్డ్రన్. మనము ఈరోజు గుడ్ టచ్ బ్యాడ్ టచ్ అనే పాఠం గురించి నేర్చుకుందాం. అసలు టచ్ అంటే ఏమన్నా? టచ్ అంటే ఇట్లా పట్టుకోవడం కదా. ఇక్కడ ఒక పాప ఉంది కదా, మీలాగే ఉందా? ఎవరైనా ఇప్పుడు ఇట్లా హెడ్ టచ్ చేసినామనుకో అదే గుడ్ టచ్, ఓకేనా? ఇక్కడ పాపకి ఇక్కడ ఏముంది, లిప్స్ ని ఇలా ఇలా అన్నాం అనుకోండి, దాన్ని ఏమంటాం మనము? మరి చెస్ట్ దగ్గర ఎవరైనా టచ్ చేసినామంటే దాన్ని ఏమంటాము?
హాయ్ తనుజ, ఏం చేస్తున్నావమ్మా? బాగా వేసావే, వెరీ గుడ్. మరి ఇప్పుడు రైమ్స్ నేర్చుకుందామా? చిట్టి చిలకమ్మ,
పక్కన చూసి నేనే నేర్చుకునేది, నేనే నేర్చుకున్నప్పుడు ఒక చూస్తే తాగుతాను, అట్లా చేస్తాను, అట్లా తాగుతాను నేను. నువ్వు నాకంతా చెప్పు, ఏం చేస్తావు? వాళ్ళు ఏం చేయను, మీ ఇంట్లో చూసుకో, ఫస్ట్ మీ ఇంట్లో చూసుకో. అట్లా తాగుతాను, ఏం చేస్తాను? మా అన్నోళ్ళు వాళ్ళు వచ్చి మన నువ్వేంది, నువ్వెవరన్నా మన వచ్చి మా ఇంట్లో వచ్చి ఇంట్లో ఇంట్లో ఎవరు తాగేదే లేదు, ఎవరు తాగేది తాగలేదు అట్లా చేస్తాను. నీకేనా
మన స్కూల్లో రన్నింగ్ రేస్ లో ఫస్ట్ ప్లేస్ విన్ అయ్యాను.
వెరీ గుడ్,
సూపర్,
కంగ్రాచులేషన్స్.
నాన్న నాకు ఇంకో ఆశ కూడా ఉంది నాన్న.
ఏంటమ్మా?
నాకు కరాటే నేర్చుకోవాలని ఆశగా ఉంది, నన్ను చేర్పిస్తావా?
ఖచ్చితంగా చేర్పిస్తానమ్మా. ఈ కాలంలో ప్రతి ఒక్క ఆడపిల్ల నేర్చుకోవాల్సిన కళ అది. కరాటే ఆత్మరక్షణ, ఏదైనా నేర్చుకోవాల్సిందే. నేను రేపే తోడుకొని పోయేసి కరాటే క్లాస్లో జాయిన్ చేపిస్తాను, ఓకేనా?
థ్యాంక్స్ నాన్న.
నాకేనా?
నీకేనమ్మా. హ్యాపీ బర్త్డే.
హ్యాపీ బర్త్డే
హ్యాపీ బర్త్డే. బాగుందా?
ఇంకా వెయిట్ చేయలేను. మీ అమ్మ నాన్న చెప్పినలాగా నేను వెయిట్ చేయలేను. రా వెళ్దాం, ఇప్పుడు రా వెళ్ళి పెళ్లి చేసుకుందాం.
నువ్వు చెప్పినట్టు పెళ్లి చేసుకునేదంతా అవ్వదు. నేను నా లైఫ్లో చాలా చదువుకోవాలి, నా కెరియర్ నేను సెట్ చేసుకోవాలి. నువ్వు కూడా నీ లైఫ్లో చాలా చదువుకో, కెరియర్ సెట్ చేసుకో. తల్లిదండ్రులు చెప్పింది కరెక్టే. సో ఇదంతా లవ్ కాదు, జస్ట్ ఇన్ఫాక్చుయేషన్ మాత్రమే. బాయ్.
Andhra Pradesh paving the way for a brighter future for children. Addressing the challenges and social issues faced by children, the Mission Vatsalya scheme is creating a free and secure society while ensuring the holistic development of children. In collaboration with the central government, the Department of Women Development and Child Welfare Andhra Pradesh has undertaken the following initiatives.
Child marriage, we have to discuss about it.
నా పేరు అనిత. నేను 9th క్లాస్ కంప్లీట్ చేశాను. 9th తర్వాత మ్యారేజ్ చేశారు. నాకు ఇష్టం లేకుండా 1098 కాల్ చేశాను. అప్పుడు చైల్డ్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ ఆఫీస్ యూనిట్ వాళ్ళు వెంటనే స్పందించి నన్ను వాళ్ళ సంరక్షణలో నన్ను చదివించారు.
ఇండియా 23.30 అయితే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ 29.30, వెస్ట్ గోదావరి 22.10, ఆల్ ఇండియా కంటే తక్కువ, గోవా 5.8. ఇది కాన్షియస్ గా అవేర్నెస్ బిల్డప్ చేయాలి, డిబేట్ జరగాలి, డిస్కషన్ జరగాలి. ఇంకొక పక్కన ఈవెంట్స్ కూడా మీరు కండక్ట్ చేయాలి.
Managing 91 childcare institutions to rehabilitate children in need of protection and care, including those in conflict with the law.
తండ్రి హార్ట్ అటాక్తో, తల్లి కరోనాతో చనిపోయారు. నా తల్లిదండ్రులు ఇద్దరు చనిపోవడంతో 10వ తరగతిలోనే నా చదువులు ఆగిపోతాయేమో, నా భవిష్యత్తు ఏమవుతుందో ఏమో భయంతో ఉన్న పరిస్థితిలో మహిళా శిశు శాఖ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ చైల్డ్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ వారు పిఎం కేర్ ఫర్ చిల్డ్రన్స్ కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం నుంచి 10 లక్షలు, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ప్రభుత్వం నుంచి 10 లక్షలు సహకారం చేశారు. ప్రస్తుతం నా చదువులు కొనసాగిస్తున్నాను. నేను బీటెక్ సెకండ్ ఇయర్ చదువుతున్నాను.
Extending support to 31,736 children from underprivileged families who cannot meet their basic needs.
నా భర్త 26/8/2020లో కరోనా వల్ల చనిపోయినాడు. గవర్నమెంట్ హాస్పిటల్లో మిషన్
వాత్సల్య పథకం ద్వారా నాకు నెలకు 4,000 అందుతుంది. మా పాపను గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్లో చదివించుకుంటాను. ఆ డబ్బులు రాబట్టి ఇంటి పరిస్థితులకి పాపను చదివించుకోవడానికి నాకెంతో ఉపయోగకరంగా ఉంది.
Offering care and adoption for 1,060 abandoned and relinquished children in accordance with prescribed regulation.
Mission Vatshalya is a supporting children's welfare scheme. Mission Vatshalya has significantly impacted on children's lives by providing financial support and ensuring uninterrupted education, especially for those with single parents or guardians through the district child protection unit.
Providing emergency services to distressed children through the child helpline 1098.
ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్కి సంబంధించి చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజెస్ ఎక్కువగా అవుతున్న తరుణంలో మనం సౌత్ ఇండియాలోనే వర్స్ట్ నుంచి సెకండ్లో ఉన్నాము. కాబట్టి గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు కలెక్టర్ కాన్ఫరెన్స్లోనే దీన్ని మ్యాండేట్ ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది.
Establishing child protection committees at all levels from the state to the village to ensure continuous monitoring.
నేను మా తమ్ముడు మేడం మేమిద్దరం మేడం మా తల్లిదండ్రులు ఇద్దరు మా చిన్న వయసులోనే చనిపోయినారు. అలాగే మేమిద్దరం కూడా చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి ఒక ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో పెరుగుతూ ఆ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ వాళ్ళు మమ్మల్ని చదివిస్తూ ఉన్నారు.
Raising awareness among all stakeholders about children's rights and their importance, driving forward a comprehensive action plan. Through these efforts, the Andhra Pradesh government and the Department of Women Development and Child Welfare aim to provide mother-like love and care, father-like protection to every child. Andhra Pradesh paving the way for a brighter future for children. Addressing the challenges and social issues faced by children, the Mission Vatsalya scheme is creating a free and secure society while ensuring
ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజెస్ ఎక్కువగా మన సౌత్ ఇండియాలోనే
అందరికి చేరువలో న్యాయం చేసెను మన కళ సాకారం సమన్యాయానికి ఆకాశమే ప్రాకారం న్యాయంపై విశ్వాసమే భవ్య భారత దేశమే కణ కణమునందు న్యాయ దేవత ఘన ఘన నింగినేలే హక్కుగా పరిఢవిల్లే న్యాయమే మన హక్కుగా నింగినేలే హక్కుగా పరిఢవిల్లే న్యాయమే మన హక్కుగా
మన బాధలు గాథలు వ్యధలు మదిలో పాతరవేయొద్దండి. న్యాయస్థానం మన మధ్యకే నడిచి వస్తుంది. ముందు కడిగేయండి.
విధి లేని పడుకులకు న్యాయం దొరికే స్థలము పాలనరుదులకు న్యాయం పంచే ప్రదేశం గది లేని నిర్భాగ్యులకు న్యాయం ఇచ్చే నివాసం తాగులకు న్యాయం ఆశవు పిరులవు ఆశా జీవుల శ్వాసే జీవించే హక్కుగా సంపూర్ణ స్వతంత్ర భారతావని బలమైన హక్కుగా నింగినేలే హక్కుగా పరిఢవిల్లే న్యాయమే మన హక్కుగా నింగినేలే హక్కుగా పరిఢవిల్లే న్యాయమే మన హక్కుగా
నిరుపేదలకు నిర్భాగ్యులకు బడుగులకు బలహీనులకు చట్టబద్ధమౌ బలమౌ ఉచిత న్యాయంకై నిలిచినదే ఈ న్యాయ సేవాధికార సంస్థ నల్సా. మీరు న్యాయ సమస్యలతో సతమతమవుతున్నారా? సమస్య ఏదైనా ఉచిత న్యాయ సహాయం కోసం సంప్రదించండి. కోర్టు ఉన్న ప్రతి చోట న్యాయమూర్తుల సమక్షంలో ఈ సంస్థ పనిచేస్తుంది.
Welcome back to the post-lunch session. I request all to kindly be seated in the designated seats. I request all kindly be seated. Thank you. Honorable judges, respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, and distinguished participants, we now begin session 3 of the State Legal Stakeholder Consultation. We are honored to invite Honorable Dr. Justice Venkat Jyotirmayi Pratapa Garu, Judge, High Court of Andhra Pradesh, and Member, Juvenile Justice Committee, and as co-chair, Honorable Sri Justice A. Harhar Nada Sharma Garu, Judge, High Court of Andhra Pradesh. I also invite Srimati G. Sunita Garu, Principal District and Session Chair, Chairperson of District Legal Service Authority, East Godavari District. I also invite Dr. B. Lakshmi Narayan Garu, Presiding Officer of Pocso Court, Bhimavaram, West Godavari District. I invite our special representatives, Sri Soni Kuti George Garu, Representative of UNICEF, and Srimati U. Sri Lakshmi Garu, Chairperson, Child Welfare Committee, Srikakulam. May I request Honorable Dr. Justice Venkat Jyotirmayi Pratapa Garu to kindly deliver her opening remarks and formally commence the session. Please join me in welcoming her ladyship.
Justice Ravinath Tilhariji, my esteemed brother, Justice N. Jayasuryaji, my esteemed brother, Justice Sujata ma'am, Justice Kiranmai ma'am, my sisters, Justice Challa Gunaranjan, Justice Hariharnath Sharma, my esteemed brothers, my sisters and brothers from District Judiciary, government officials from different departments like Women and Child Welfare, Social Welfare, Police, Medical and Health, respected representative from UNICEF, Sri Soni Kutijaj, CWC chairpersons, Andhra Pradesh State Protection of Children Rights Commission chairman and members, NGOs, print and electronic media, our registrars, court masters from the High Court, last but not least, చిన్నారి చిట్టి చెల్లెళ్ళు, ప్రియమైన విద్యార్థినులు, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good afternoon to all. ఒక్కసారి మాట్లాడే ముందు గట్టిగా ఒకసారి చప్పట్లు కొట్టండి, నా కోసం కాదు మీకోసం. This is after lunch session, after having sumptuous lunch, how to energize ourselves, how to come back to the attention. Because the object of conducting this stakeholders meet is to interact with different stakeholders who are in the system, all stakeholders, multifaceted, to understand where is the gap between the lip and cup, how to bridge that gap. సో మనము ఊరికే వినేసేదానికి కాదండి, ఇంటరాక్షన్ సెషన్ ఒకటి ఉంది, అది మా సెషన్లో 10 నిమిషాలు ఉంది, మా సిస్టర్ సుజాత మ్యామ్ వారి సెషన్లో ఉన్న 10 నిమిషాలు కూడా మాకు ఇచ్చారు. సో ఇంటరాక్షన్ ఉండే సెషన్లో ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా మార్నింగ్ నుంచి ఈ సెషన్ వరకు మాట్లాడిన విషయాల్లో ఏవైతే ఇబ్బందులు, నిజమైన ఇబ్బందులు ఉన్నాయో ఆ ఇబ్బందుల్ని తొలగించడానికి మీ దగ్గర ఎటువంటి సలహాలు ఉన్నాయో వాటిని ఖచ్చితంగా చెప్పాలి. ఆ ఇంటరాక్టివ్ సెషన్లో ఎవరైతే బెస్ట్ సజెషన్ చెప్తారో వారికి మా సెక్రటరీ ఉమెన్ అండ్ చైల్డ్ వెల్ఫేర్ గారు గిఫ్ట్ ఇవ్వడానికి రెడీగా ఉన్నారు. సో అందరూ కూడా అది గుర్తుపెట్టుకొని ప్రతి సెషన్ని కూడా నెంబర్ వేసుకోండి. ఈ సెషన్ కూడా మీ అటెన్షన్ అంతా ఇవ్వండి. మీరు ఇంటరాక్షన్లో వ్యాలిడ్ పాయింట్స్ రైట్ చేయండి. ఈ సెషన్ ఉన్నది వన్ సైడ్ కాదు, వన్ సైడ్ మేము ఏం చేస్తున్నాం చెప్పడానికి కాదు, చట్టాలు ఏమున్నాయో 1 నిమిషంలో చెప్పడం అసలు కుదిరే పని కాదు. సో దట్ ఈస్ ది జాబ్ ఆఫ్ ది లీగల్ సర్వీస్ అథారిటీస్. సో the real intention of this meeting is we are investing our time today. ఎందుకు అని అంటే ఇందుకు గ్రౌండ్ లెవెల్లో మనకు తెలుస్తాయి, మన పర్స్పెక్టివ్ కొంతవరకే తెలుస్తాయి. ఇంకా గ్రౌండ్ ఒక బాలసదన్ నుంచి ఒక పాప వచ్చింది, నిజంగా అక్కడ ఏం ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది అనేది తనకి మాత్రమే తెలుసు. సో ఒక కాలేజ్ నుంచి ఒక పాప వచ్చింది, ఒక కేసుని ఎదుర్కొంటున్న పాప వచ్చింది, ఒక విక్టిమ్ పాప వచ్చింది. ఇలా ఎక్కడెక్కడ ఏం సమస్య ఉంది అనేది తెలుసుకోవడం, ఇన్ని చట్టాలున్నా ఇన్ని పథకాలున్నా ఇంకా సమస్య ఎందుకు కొనసాగుతోంది, ఇంకా ఏం చెయ్యాలి అనేది తెలుసుకోవడము ఈ యొక్క కార్యక్రమం యొక్క ముఖ్య ఉద్దేశము. చెల్లెళ్ళందరికీ అర్థమైనట్టేనా? ప్రియమైన విద్యార్థినులు, వాళ్ళ కోసమే మాట్లాడుతున్నాను నేను. మీ అందరికీ అర్థమైతే ఒక్కసారి చప్పట్లు కొట్టండి, అర్థమైంది అని. అర్థం అవ్వలేదా? ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? ఏది మీ గొంతేది? ఏ ఇంత చిన్న గొంత? మైక్ అవసరం? ఎస్ 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 గట్టిగా. ఎస్, మీకోసమే నేను మాట్లాడుతున్నా. ఇందాక మేడము సెక్రటరీ ఉమెన్ అండ్ చైల్డ్ వెల్ఫేరు సూర్యాజీ మాట్లాడేటప్పుడు ఏమన్నారంటే 75 సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత మనము ఈ టాపిక్ గురించి మాట్లాడుకోవడానికి కొంత సిగ్గుగా ఉంది అని అన్నారు. నిజం, ఆ మాట నిజం. ఎందుకంటే ఈరోజు మన టాపిక్ ఏంటి? సేఫ్ గార్డింగ్ ది గర్ల్ చైల్డ్. అసలు మనం ఎక్కడికి వెళ్తున్నాం? మనం ముందుకెళ్తున్నామా, ఆటవిక ప్రపంచంలోకి వెనక్కి వెళ్తున్నామా? ఒక్కసారి ఆలోచించుకోవాల్సిన పరిస్థితి తప్పకుండా ఉంది. ఈ చట్టాలన్నీ చాలా పాత చట్టాలు, ఇంకా కూడా అవసరమవుతున్నాయి. ఈరోజు కూడా డౌరీ ప్రొవిషన్ యాక్ట్ కింద కేసులు పడుతున్నాయి, రిజిస్టర్ అవుతున్నాయి. చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజ్ రిస్ట్రెయింట్ ఉంది, చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజ్ ప్రివెన్షన్ ఉంది, చైల్డ్ లైన్ 1098 ఉంది, హెల్ప్ లైన్ అన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. కానీ చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజెస్ జరుగుతూ ఉన్నాయి. ఇది కొంత బాధాకరమైన విషయం. ఎందుకంటే దిస్ ఈజ్ నాట్ ది టైమ్ టు థింక్ ఫర్ టు సేవ్, టు ప్రొటెక్ట్, టు సేఫ్ గార్డ్. దిస్ ఈజ్ ది టైమ్ టు థింక్ ఫర్ ఫ్రీడమ్. ఫ్రీడమ్ ఈజ్ ది ఏజెన్సీ. ప్రొటెక్షన్ అండ్ ఫ్రీడమ్ ఫ్రెండ్స్, ప్రొటెక్షను ఫ్రీడమ్ రెండు రకాల అంశాలు. స్వామి వివేకానంద చెప్తారు, ఒక పక్షి ఒక రెక్కతో ఎగరగలదా? ఎగరలేదు కదా, 2 రెక్కలు కావాలి కదా. సో ఆ ఇంపార్టెన్స్ తెలుసుకోండి. ఫ్రీడమ్ అంటే ఏంటి? ఫ్రీడమ్ ఈజ్ అన్ ఏజెన్సీ. ఐ హ్యావ్ ఎ ఫ్రీడమ్ టు సే నో. నో మీన్స్ నో. ఐ హ్యావ్ ఎ ఫ్రీడమ్ టు సే నేను ఈ చదువు చదవాలి. ఎస్, నేను ఆ చదువు చదవాలి. ఐ హ్యావ్ ఫ్రీడమ్ టు సే నేను పెళ్ళి ఇప్పుడు చేసుకోను. ఎస్, నేను చేసుకోను. నేను ఇది తినాలి. ఎస్, నేను తినాలి. నా బ్రదర్కి ఒక రొట్టె ఇచ్చావు, నాకు కూడా ఒక రొట్టె ఇవ్వాలి. ఈ ఫ్రీడమ్ అనే యాంగిల్లో ఉండాల్సిన మనం సేవ్, ప్రొటెక్షన్, సేఫ్ గార్డింగ్లో ఉన్నాము అంటే మనం కొంచెం ముందుకు వెళ్ళడానికి ఈ వర్డ్స్ని ఏదో ఒక రోజు తగ్గించుకుంటూ పోవాలి. దట్ ఈజ్ మై ఇంటెన్షన్. ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్పిందంతా అచీవ్ కావాలంటే, సాధ్యం కావాలంటే ఏం చేయాలి? హౌ కెన్ దట్ బి అచీవ్డ్? ఇట్ కాంట్ బి అచీవ్డ్ ఓన్లీ బై లాస్. చట్టాల వల్ల అవ్వదు. ఇట్ కాంట్ బి అచీవ్డ్ త్రూ పోలీస్ ఫోర్స్. ఇప్పుడున్న పోలీసులకి 10 పోలీసులు పెట్టినా అవ్వదు. ఇట్ కాంట్ బి అచీవ్డ్ బై గివింగ్ స్ట్రింజెంట్ పనిష్మెంట్స్. నో, దానివల్ల కూడా కాదు. వాట్ ఈజ్ రియల్లీ రిక్వైర్డ్? బికాస్ పొద్దున్నుంచి మనం వింటూ ఉన్నాం, ఎన్నో చట్టాల గురించి పెద్దవాళ్ళు చెప్పారు. దానిలో జూనియర్ జస్టిస్ చట్టం అని ఒకటి చెప్పారు, పోక్సో చట్టం చెప్పారా, చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజ్ గురించి చెప్పారా, కంపల్సరీ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ అది చెప్పారా, ఎన్నో చట్టాలు చెప్పారు. అలాగే పోలీస్ వారు వచ్చి యాంటీ హ్యూమన్ ట్రాఫికింగ్ అని ఒక మాట చెప్పారు, చైల్డ్ ఫ్రెండ్లీ పోలీస్ యూనిట్ అని చెప్పారు, చైల్డ్ వెల్ఫేర్ పోలీస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ చెప్పారు, మిస్సింగ్ గర్ల్స్ కోసం ట్రేస్ అనే ఒక దీని గురించి చెప్పారు. ఇక్కడ ట్రేస్ అనే దానిలో వచ్చినప్పుడు మీరందరూ గమనిస్తే కనుక డేటా, ఒక 1000కి పైగా పిల్లలు 2010 సంవత్సరం నుంచి 2025 సంవత్సరం వరకు కనిపించడం లేదు. దట్ ఈస్ ది డేటా నేను గమనించినంత వరకు. అయితే అన్ని స్టేక్ హోల్డర్స్ యొక్క హెల్ప్ తీసుకొని అసిస్టెన్స్ తీసుకొని పోలీసులు ఏం చేశారు అనంటే 630 మందికి పైగా ట్రేస్ చేశారు ఒకే నెలలో. ఇంకా 350 మాత్రమే ఉన్నారు మిస్సింగ్ చిల్డ్రన్. సో ఈ 350ని ఎప్పుడు, దీనికి టైం బౌండ్ ఏంటి? ఒక నెల 650 చేసినప్పుడు ఈ 350 ఇంకా ఉండొద్దు. బికాజ్ ఇట్ ఈజ్ ఎ కంటిన్యూస్ ఎఫర్ట్. మిస్సింగ్ గర్ల్ చైల్డ్ యొక్క ఎగని ఎలా ఉంటుంది, వాళ్ళ ప్లైట్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది, పేరెంట్స్ యొక్క ఇది ఎలా ఉంటుంది, ఒక్కసారి మనం ఈ ఫాలోఅప్ ఏం జరుగుతుందో తెలుసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. సఖీ గురించి చెప్పారు, సెల్ఫ్ డిఫెన్స్ క్యాప్సిల్స్ గురించి చెప్పారు, అలాగే పంచాయతీరాజ్ వాళ్ళు విద్యాంజలి చెప్పారు, జెండర్ సెన్సిటైజ్ అని చెప్పారు, బాల వివాహ ముక్త్ భారత్ గురించి చెప్పారు, మిషన్ పోషణ్, మిషన్ వాత్సల్య, నయీ చేతన, అలాగే ఉమెన్ అండ్ చైల్డ్ వెల్ఫేర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు కూడా అన్ని చాలా ఇవన్నీ కూడా చెప్పారు. ఈ పథకాల గురించి అన్నీ కూడా చెప్పారు, ఇంక్లూడింగ్ సఖీ, వాత్సల్య, పోషణ్, ఐసిడిఎస్, బేటీ బచావ్, చైల్డ్ హెల్ప్ లైన్, కిషోరి వికాస్, వన్ స్టాప్ సెంటర్ అన్నీ కూడా చెప్పారు. అంటే ఇవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి కదా, చట్టాలన్నీ ఉన్నాయి కదా, అయినా కూడా స్టిల్ మనం సమాజంలో ఈ పిల్లలు పడుతున్న బాధలు చూస్తున్నాం. ఈ పిల్లల బాధలు ఎప్పటి నుంచి పడుతున్నారు? కడుపులో ఉన్నప్పటి నుంచి పడుతున్నారు. పిఎన్డిటి యాక్ట్ ఉంది కదా, ఆడపిల్లని తెలుసుకొని సెక్స్ ఏంటి అనేది తెలుసుకొని వాళ్ళని అబార్ట్ చేసుకోవడం. ఎవరు చేస్తున్నారు ఇది? బయట ఎవరైనా వచ్చి చేస్తున్నారా? ఎవరు బయట వాళ్ళు వచ్చి చేయట్లేదు. ఆ పాప ఏ ఫ్యామిలీలోకి పుట్టబోతోందో ఆ ఫ్యామిలీయే చేస్తున్నారు ఆ హత్యని. భ్రూణ హత్యలు అంటారు వాటిని చేస్తున్నారు. అయితే వెరీ సారీ స్టేట్ ఆఫ్ అఫైర్స్ ఏంటంటే పిఎన్డిటి నుంచి కేసులు నిల్లుంటాయి, కానీ గర్ల్ చైల్డ్ రేషియో, సెక్స్ రేషియో సమాజంలో తగ్గుతూ ఉంటుంది. దీని అర్థం ఏంటో తెలుసా? జనాభా విస్ఫోటనం బాగా పెరిగిపోతుంది, కానీ మనుషులు తగ్గిపోతున్నారు అన్నారట ఒక పెద్ద ఆయన. అలా జనాభాగా మనం నెంబర్స్గా పెరగడం ముఖ్యమా, లేక మనిషిగా ఉండటం ముఖ్యమా? సమాజంలో ప్రతి ఒక్కళ్ళు వాళ్ళకి వాళ్ళు ఈ క్వశ్చన్ చేసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఎంతైనా ఉంది. ఎందుకు చెప్పాను అనంటే నిర్భయ ఇన్సిడెంట్ అయింది. నిర్భయ ఇన్సిడెంట్ అయిన తర్వాత వరస్ట్ ఇది అయిన తర్వాత ఏం చేశారు? పోక్సో యాక్ట్ తీసుకొచ్చారు. పోక్సో యాక్ట్లో శిక్షలు చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉంది, అంతకు ముందు కంటే చాలా ఎక్కువ శిక్ష పెట్టారు. అలాగే ఎప్పుడు నేరాన్ని నిరూపించే బాధ్యత ప్రాసిక్యూషన్కే ఉంటుంది, కానీ ఇందులో ఎక్యూజ్డ్ మీద కూడా వేశారు. ఇవన్నీ చేసినా కూడా మార్నింగ్ ఆనరబుల్ చీఫ్ జస్టిస్ గారు ఒక మాట చెప్పారు, గుర్తుందో లేదో మీకు? నేషనల్ క్రైమ్స్ రిపోర్ట్, క్రైమ్ రికార్డ్స్ బ్యూరో, దాని నుంచి చూస్తే కనుక ఈ సెక్సువల్ అఫెన్సెస్ స్కై రాకెటింగ్, ఆకాశానికి వెళ్తున్నాయంట నెంబర్స్. ఏంటి మరి ఇంత స్ట్రింజెంట్ శిక్షలు వచ్చినా, ఇంత కొత్త చట్టం వచ్చినా, ఒక స్పెషల్ కోర్ట్ వచ్చినా, ఇవన్నీ వచ్చినా ఎందుకు వెళ్తున్నాయి? ఇవి మనం అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి. ఎక్కడ గ్యాప్ ఉందో మనం ఖచ్చితంగా తెలుసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఎంతైనా ఉంది. అయితే ఇప్పుడు మన టాపిక్ ఈ థర్డ్ సెషన్లో రెస్పాన్స్ అండ్ సపోర్ట్. ఈ రెస్పాన్స్ ఒక ఇన్సిడెంట్ జరిగిన తర్వాత ఏ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఏ రకంగా ఏం చేస్తోంది, ప్రివెన్షన్ ఏం చేస్తున్నారు. ఇక్కడ మనము బాగా తెలుసుకోవాల్సిన విషయం ఏంటి అని అంటే, ఎందుకు ఇలా క్రైమ్స్ పెరుగుతున్నాయి అని అంటే, వరస్ట్ ఎనిమీస్ ఎవరో ఎక్కడో లేరు, ఇంట్లోనే ఉన్నారు. మార్నింగ్ ఆనరబుల్ చీఫ్ జస్టిస్ గారు ఈ మాట కూడా చెప్పారు. ఈ గర్ల్ చైల్డ్కి ఆమె మీద జరుగుతున్న ఈ విషయాల్లో, సెక్సువల్ అసాల్ట్లో మెయిన్ 90% యాజ్ పర్ ఎన్సిఆర్బి దే ఆర్ విత్ ఇన్ ఫ్యామిలీ, హర్ ఓన్ ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్స్ ఆర్ రిలేటివ్స్ ఆర్ వెరీ క్లోజ్ నైబర్స్ ఆర్ క్లోజ్ ఫ్రెండ్స్. ఇలాంటప్పుడు మనం ఇన్ని పథకాల్లో, ఇన్ని చట్టాల్లో వీటిని ఎలా నిరోధించగలం? విత్ ఇన్ ది ఫ్యామిలీ జరుగుతున్న విషయాలు ఇవన్నీ కూడా. అందుకు మనం ముందు సెన్సిటైజ్ అవ్వాలి. మనం సెన్సిటైజ్ అవ్వి మన చుట్టూ ఉండే వాళ్ళకి, మన ఫ్రెండ్స్కి, మన రిలేటివ్స్కి అందరినీ కూడా ఈ విషయాల్లో సెన్సిటైజ్ చేయవలసిన అవసరం ఎంతైనా ఉంది అనుకుంటాను. ఇప్పుడు గర్ల్ చైల్డ్కి మొదటి శత్రువు ఏమవుతుంది? ఫ్యామిలీ అవుతోంది. ఫ్యామిలీ తర్వాత మనం ఇంకా చూస్తున్నాం కేసులు ఎక్కడ జరుగుతున్నాయి? స్కూళ్ళల్లో జరుగుతున్నాయి. అన్నీ అనట్లేదు నేను, ఒక్క కేసు వచ్చినా చాలు. ఒక స్కూల్ టీచరు ఆ టీచర్ స్థానంలో ఉండి ఆ రకంగా ప్రవర్తిస్తే అది చాలు. విద్యా వ్యవస్థకి ఒక మచ్చగా ఏర్పడడానికి అది చాలు. అలాగే ఇంకెక్కడొస్తున్నాయి? కుటుంబంలో, బయటకు వెళ్తే స్కూల్లో, ఇంకా ఏదన్నా పిల్లలు ఆడుకుంటే చేస్తే నైబర్స్తో, ఇరుగు పొరుగు దీంట్లో ఇలా వస్తున్నాయి. సో దీని గురించి మనం ఆలోచించవలసిన అవసరం ఉంది. పోక్సో కేసు రాగానే కాంపెన్సేషను అవన్నీ కూడా, కాంపెన్సేషన్ గురించి కూడా మనకు మార్నింగ్ మెంబర్ సెక్రటరీ గారు ఇన్ని కోట్ల రూపాయల కాంపెన్సేషన్ ఇవ్వడం జరిగిందని చెప్పున్నారు. అయితే ఇందాక జేజేబీ చైర్మను ఆఫీసరు ఫ్రమ్ విజయనగరం ఆయన కొన్ని పాయింట్స్ రైజ్ చేశారు. కోఆర్డినేషన్ లేకపోవడం, స్టేక్ హోల్డర్స్ మీద కోఆర్డినేషన్ లేకపోవడం. కాంపెన్సేషన్ ఎవరు ఫిక్స్ చేస్తున్నారు? పోక్సో కోర్ట్ ఫిక్స్ చేస్తున్నది. కాంపెన్సేషన్ ఎవరు ఇవ్వాలి? లీగల్ సర్వీస్ అథారిటీ కాంపెన్సేషన్ ఇవ్వాలి. ఈ మధ్యలో సపోజ్ తండ్రే అక్కడ ఎక్యూజ్డ్ అయితే ఈ తండ్రికి 2 నెలలకో 3 నెలలకో 4 నెలలకో బెయిల్ వస్తే అతను మళ్ళీ అగైన్ ఫ్యామిలీలోకి వస్తే ఈ పాపకి కాంపెన్సేషన్ ఇచ్చి ఏంటి? ఈ కాంపెన్సేషను ఏ రకంగా ఇస్తున్నారు? అది ఎవరికి ఇస్తున్నారు? ఎవరు గార్డియన్ దానికి? ఆ డబ్బుని ఏం ఖర్చు పెడుతున్నారు? ఇక్కడ పోక్సో కేసులో ఆ పాపకి ఫైనాన్షియల్గా ఏమైనా అవసరం ఉందా అప్పటికప్పుడు? అలాగే వైద్యపరంగా ఏమైనా అవసరం ఉందా? తర్వాత ఫ్యామిలీలోనే అక్యూజ్డ్ ఉన్నప్పుడు ఈ పాపను తీసుకెళ్ళి ఎక్కడ పెట్టాలి? ఎక్కడ తీసుకెళ్ళి పెట్టాలి? ఆమెను అక్కడే ఉంచకూడదు కదా. అక్యూజ్డే ఉన్న దగ్గర మరి ఆమెను ఉంచకూడదు కదా. ఇలాంటి ఇష్యూస్ ఎన్నో ఉన్నాయి. ఆ కాంపెన్సేషన్లు ఇచ్చేటప్పుడు ఈ కన్సర్న్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ అన్నీ కూడా ఆ పాప యొక్క వెల్ఫేరు, తర్వాత పోలీస్ నుంచి ఒక రిపోర్ట్ తీసుకోవడం, అవసరమైతే సిడబ్ల్యూసి హెల్ప్ తీసుకొని ఆ పాపని సేఫెస్ట్ ప్లేస్లో పెట్టడం, తనకి మంచి కౌన్సిలింగ్ ఇవ్వడం, తన ఆ ట్రామాలో నుంచి బయటకు వచ్చేలాగా ఎఫర్ట్స్ పెట్టడం అనేది చాలా ముఖ్యం. కాంపెన్సేషన్ ఒకటే కాదు. సో ఇక్కడ కూడా కొంత గ్యాప్ ఉందని అనిపిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. మనం కనుక ఈ హ్యూమన్ ట్రాఫికింగ్ అనే మాటను కనుక చాలా వింటూ ఉంటాం. ఏంటి ఆ హ్యూమన్ ట్రాఫికింగ్ మనకు తెలియదు. ఆడపిల్లలే కాదు, మగపిల్లలు కూడా ఉంటారు అందులో. కానీ ఈ హ్యూమన్ ట్రాఫికింగ్ దీనికి బౌండరీస్ లేవు, హద్దులు లేవు. మన జిల్లాలో జరగాలి, మన పోలీస్ స్టేషన్ పరిధిలో జరగాలి, మన స్టేట్లో జరగాలి అనేది లేదు. అక్రాస్ ది బార్డర్స్ వెళ్ళిపోతూ ఉంటుంది. అక్కడ కోఆర్డినేషన్ బిట్వీన్ ఇన్వెస్టిగేటింగ్ ఏజెన్సీస్ ఈజ్ వెరీ ల్యాకింగ్. దానికి ఒక నేషనల్ ఇన్వెస్టిగేషన్ ఏజెన్సీ ఉండి దాన్ని పర్సూ చేస్తే కానీ రియల్ కల్ప్రిట్స్ని పట్టుకొని చేయడానికి కుదిరే విషయం కాదు. ఈరోజు మనం శక్తి అంటున్నాం, అలాగే మనం సెల్ఫ్ డిఫెన్స్ క్యాప్సిల్ అంటున్నాం, బాల వివాహ ముక్త భారత్ అంటున్నాం. ఎన్ని మనము అన్నా కూడా ఈరోజు ఉన్న పరిస్థితికి అవన్నీ కూడా సముద్రంలో ఒక నీటి బొట్టుతో సమానము అని చెప్పడానికి నాకు ఏమీ సంకోచం లేదు. ఇక్కడ 2 విషయాలు చెప్పాలనుకున్నాను, మీతో షేర్ చేయాలనుకున్నాను. పోక్సో కేసు ఉంది, రిజిస్టర్ అయింది, బాగానే. నేను చూశాను, ప్రత్యక్షంగా చూశాను. ఒక జిల్లాలో నా దగ్గర సిడబ్ల్యూసి నుంచి ఒక మెంబరు వచ్చి నాకు చెప్పారు, నేను ఒక డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ జడ్జిగా ఉన్నప్పుడు, మేడం ఎవరు పర్మిషన్ ఇవ్వట్లేదు. ఒక పాప ఏమో డెలివరీ అయిపోయింది, ఇంకొక పాప ఏమో 8 months అయిపోయింది. ఈ పర్మిషన్లు డెలివరీ అంటే అది వద్దు అనుకున్న అన్వాంటెడ్ ప్రెగ్నెన్సీని ఎలా ఏం చేయాలో మాకు అర్థం కావట్లేదు అంటూ రావడం జరిగింది. ఆ పిల్లల్ని ఈ అడాప్షన్ ఉంది కదా, అడాప్షన్ చిన్న పిల్లలనైతే కనుక ఇమీడియట్గా అయిపోతుంది. మేడం చెప్పారు మార్నింగ్ 6 monthsలోనే ఆ చిన్న పిల్లల్ని తీసుకెళ్తారు. ఎందుకంటే పేరెంట్స్ ఆ పిల్లలు తల్లిదండ్రుల్ని గుర్తుపట్టరు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళకి ఈజీ పెంచుకోవడం, అందువల్ల వాళ్ళు తీసుకెళ్ళిపోతారు. కానీ ఈ అన్వాంటెడ్ బేబీని అడాప్షన్కి గవర్నమెంట్కి ఇద్దామంటే పోక్సో కేసు అయితే కానీ ఇవ్వడానికి లేదు. దిస్ ఈజ్ ది ప్రాక్టికల్ డిఫికల్టీ ఆవిడ చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఎంతో బాధ అనిపించింది. నేను ఇంకా దాని మీద ఆర్డర్స్ చేయడానికి లీగల్ సర్వీస్ అథారిటీ చైర్మన్గా కూడా ఒక పాప డెలివరీ అయింది, పోక్సో కేట్కి కేసు త్వరగా చేయండి అని చెప్పడం తప్ప నేను ఇంకేం చేయలేకపోయాను. ఆ కేసులో వాళ్ళ కాంపెన్సేషన్ వచ్చిందా లేదా అవి 2 ఇంకేం చేయలేకపోయాను. ఇలాగే ఇంకో జిల్లాలో పనిచేస్తున్నాను. సాయంత్రం 6 గంటలు ఒక 14 సంవత్సరాల పాప విత్ హర్ మదర్ ఫ్రమ్ రూరల్ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్, ఎక్కడి నుంచో పాపం వచ్చారు. అది మా డిఎల్ఎస్ఏ ఆఫీస్కి వచ్చారు. డిఎల్ఎస్ఏ సెక్రటరీ గారు వాళ్ళని పట్టుకొని కోర్ట్ హాల్లో పెట్టి నా చేంబర్లోకి ఆయన వచ్చారు. మేడం వాళ్ళు ఏడ్చేస్తుంది మేడం, ఆ పాప పొద్దున్న నుంచి పోవడం లేదు, నేను జిల్లా జడ్జి గారితో మాట్లాడవలసిందే, ఈరోజు నాకు కల్పించండి, అమ్మగారిని నాకు కల్పించండి అని పొద్దున్న నుంచి ఏడుస్తుంది మేడం. నాకేం చేయాలో తెలియట్లేదు, ఈ కేసులో మనం చెయ్యం, మన పరిధి కాదు, ఇది మెడికల్ టెర్మినేషన్ ఆఫ్ ప్రెగ్నెన్సీ, ఈమె పోక్సోలో విక్టిమ్, మనం ఏం చేయలేము, పొమ్మంటే పోవట్లేదు అంటూ వచ్చారు సెక్రటరీ. నేనన్నాను అసలు వాళ్ళు ఎవరో చూస్తాను పిలవండి అన్నాను. పిలిచారు. ఆ పాపను చూస్తే కడుపు తరుక్కుపోతుంది ఎవరికైనా. ఆ పాప అన్నం తినడం మానేసింది, 3 రోజులుగా అన్నం తినడం మానేసింది. ఆ ఎక్యూజ్డ్ సొంత మేనత్త భర్తనట, వాళ్ళు చెప్పడం ప్రకారం 60 సంవత్సరాలు, ఈ పాపను 14 సంవత్సరాలు. ఆమె ట్రామాను ఒకసారి గుర్తు చేసుకోండి. 3 రోజులుగా అన్నం తినలేదట ఆ పాప, ఏడుస్తూనే ఉందట మా డిఎల్ఎస్ఏ ఆఫీస్లోనూ. నన్ను అమ్మ నువ్వు కొంచెం తింటే నేను ఇడ్లీ తెప్పిస్తాను, నువ్వు తింటే నీతో మాట్లాడతా, నువ్వు తినకపోతే నేను మాట్లాడా అంటే నేను తింటాను. ఇడ్లీ తెప్పించి పెట్టి ఏంటి నీ బాధ, నాకు అసలు ఈ కడుపులో ఈ బేబీ ఉంది ఇలా పెరుగుతోంది అని తెలిసినప్పటి నుంచి నేను ఉండలేకపోతున్నాను, నేను భరించలేకపోతున్నాను. నేను గవర్నమెంట్ హాస్పిటల్కి వెళ్తే ఇది మీకు కేసులో ఉన్నారు కదా, మేము ముట్టుకోమని వాళ్ళు చెప్పారు. పోలీస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళాను, వాళ్ళేమో పోక్సో కేసు కదా, కోర్టులో ఉంది కదా కేసు, మేమేం చేయలేమని చెప్పి వాళ్ళు కూడా రెస్పాన్స్ ఇవ్వలేదు. నేను ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళాలమ్మా, ఏం చెయ్యాలి నేను? ఇది ఆ అమ్మాయి ప్రశ్న. ఈ ప్రశ్నకు బదులేది చెప్పాలిగా. మనందరం వ్యవస్థలో ఉన్నాంగా, బాధ్యతాయుతమైన పొజిషన్స్లో ఉన్నాంగా. నేను అన్నాను తీసి ఎంటీపీ యాక్ట్ చూసి ఇది తప్పు కావచ్చు, పొరపాటు కావచ్చు, లేకపోతే కరెక్ట్ కావచ్చు, కానీ ఆ పిల్ల యొక్క కాజ్ అటెండ్ అవ్వడము చాలా చాలా ముఖ్యం. ఎందువల్ల అంటే డే గడిచిన కొద్దీ ఆమె ప్రాణం మీదకి వస్తుంది. ఒక్కొక్క రోజు గడిచిన కొద్దీ ఇట్ మే బికమ్ డేంజరస్ టు హర్ లైఫ్. దానికి ఇక పర్మిషన్లు ఇవ్వరు. సో ఆ అమ్మాయి యొక్క అర్జీ తీసుకొని దాని మీద పోలీసులకి ఒక డైరెక్షన్ ఇస్తూ ఎంటీపీ యాక్ట్లో రిలవెంట్ ప్రొవిజన్స్ పెడుతూ అది మెడికల్ బోర్డు అడ్వైస్ తీసుకొని మెడికల్ ఎవిడెన్స్ని ప్రిజర్వ్ చేస్తూ ఆమె యొక్క కాజ్ని అటెండ్ అవ్వండి అని రాయడం జరిగింది. అది 24 గంటల్లో అయిపోయింది. 24 గంటల్లో ఆమెకి ఆ విముక్తి అనేది కలిగింది. ఇప్పుడు మనం మెడికల్ అండ్ హెల్త్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు చెప్పారు, మేము పిల్లలందరినీ ఈ విధంగా చూస్తున్నాం, అంత పోషణ అంతా ఇస్తున్నాం, అంత ఇవన్నీ సఖీ చూసాం, ఎన్నో రకాలవన్నీ చూసాం. ఇంకో చిన్న స్టోరీ చెప్పి నేను ముగిస్తాను. ఈ స్టోరీలో కమలా విమల అని 2 ఉన్నారు పిల్లలు. వాళ్ళకి దురదృష్టవశాత్తు 2 సంవత్సరాల వయసు అప్పుడు తండ్రి చనిపోయాడు. సరే ఈ పిల్లలు తల్లి కలిసి అమ్మమ్మ గారింటో ఉన్నారు, సహజం. కొన్ని సంవత్సరాలు అయిన తర్వాత, ఒక 4 ఏళ్ళు అయిన తర్వాత తల్లి మళ్ళీ వివాహం చేసుకోవడం జరిగింది. సరే, మంచిది, దాన్ని ఏం తప్పు పట్టడానికి లేదు. ఈ పిల్లలు ఇద్దరు అమ్మమ్మ గారింట్లోనే ఉన్నారు. తర్వాత ఈ పిల్లలు ఎప్పుడైతే ఒక 11 సంవత్సరాలు 12 సంవత్సరాల వయసుకి వచ్చారో అప్పుడు ఈ తల్లి నేను మిమ్మల్ని చూడకుండా ఉండలేను అని పిలిపించుకుంది తన దగ్గరికి. ఇది కూడా బాగానే ఉంది. తరువాత ఆ స్టెప్ ఫాదర్ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో ఆ స్టెప్ ఫాదర్కి ఈ తల్లి నుంచి బిడ్డలు కావాలట. ఈ తల్లికి అది వరకే మ్యారేజ్ అయ్యి పిల్లలు ఉన్నారు కదా, ఆమె ఏదో సర్జరీ చేయించుకున్నారట. అయితే ఆ తల్లి ఈ పిల్లల్ని ఏం చేశారంటే, నా బ్లడ్ ద్వారా పిల్లలు కావాలి అంటే అది మీరే ఇవ్వాలి. ఒక్కసారి వినండి, 3 డెలివరీస్, ఇది సాధ్యమేనా మన సమాజంలో? 3 డెలివరీస్ రెండో కంటి వాళ్ళకి తెలియకుండా, ఏ రకమైన నర్సు కానీ డాక్టర్ కానీ సహాయం లేకుండా, చదువుకునే పిల్లలు, స్కూల్కి వెళ్ళే పిల్లలు, 2 పిల్లలు 3 డెలివరీస్ సాధ్యమా? ఇవన్నీ కరెక్ట్గా జరుగుతూ ఉంటే ఇది సాధ్యమా? ఇది ఒకటే నా క్వశ్చన్. ఎందుకంటే మనకు గ్రామ సచివాలయాలు ఉన్నాయి, అక్కడ మహిళా పోలీస్ అని ఒకళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. కొన్ని ఇళ్ళకి, చాలా పరిమితమైన ఇళ్ళకి ప్రతి ఒక్కటి చూడడానికి 9-12 విభాగాల నుంచి ఆఫీసర్స్ అక్కడ పనిచేస్తూ ఉన్నారు. తర్వాత స్కూల్లో చదువుతూ ఉన్నారు. స్కూల్కి రాకపోతే ఎందుకు రాలేదు టీచర్ అడిగారా? పక్కన ఫ్రెండ్స్ ఉన్నారు కదా, అమ్మ పిల్లలు మీరు వినండి, పక్కన ఫ్రెండ్స్ ఉన్నారు కదా, అమ్మ ఫ్రెండ్ రావట్లేదు ఏమైపోయింది మీరు అడిగారా? ఎలా సాధ్యం? 3 డెలివరీలు ఎలా సాధ్యం? ఇంట్లో పక్కన ఇరుగు పొరుగు మనుషులే లేరా? ఎవడు ఆ ఇంటికి రాలేదా? ఈ విషయాన్ని ఒక్కసారి మీరు కనుక ఆలోచిస్తే ఈ నేరం ఎక్కడ జరుగుతోంది, దీనిలో ఇలా జరగకుండా ఉండటానికి మన పాత్ర ఉందా లేదా? ఎంత ట్రామా అనుభవించుంటారు చదువుకునే పిల్లలు. అక్కడ ఎవరు కల్ప్రిట్? సొంత తల్లి కల్ప్రిట్టా? ఓకే, అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ కూడా వచ్చినప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలి? పొద్దున్నుంచి మనం మాట్లాడుకున్నాం, లీగల్ సర్వీస్ అథారిటీ అన్నాం, అదేంటి మేడం ఒక టోల్ ఫ్రీ నెంబర్ చెప్పారు, ఈ నెంబర్కి ఫోన్ చేస్తే వాళ్ళు చేస్తారు వీళ్ళు చేస్తారు అని చేశారు. నేను కూడా చెప్తున్నా, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ స్టేట్ లీగల్ సర్వీస్ అథారిటీ టోల్ ఫ్రీ నెంబర్ 15100. ఈ ఒక్క నెంబర్ మీరు పెట్టుకోండి ఎప్పుడైనా ఎక్కడైనా. తర్వాత లీగల్ సర్వీసెస్ యాప్ ఉంటుంది ప్లే స్టోర్లో, ఆడుకునేటప్పుడు ఈ ఒక పని కూడా చేసుకోండి. మీరు ఆడుకునేటప్పుడు సెల్ ఇస్తారు కదా, అమ్మో నాన్న ఆడుకుంటుంటారు కదా, ఆడుకునేటప్పుడు చోటా భీము అవి ఇవి ఆడేటప్పుడు ఇది కూడా చేయండి. లీగల్ సర్వీసెస్ యాప్ ఉంది, దీనిలో కనుక మీరు మీ సమస్యను పెడితే మొత్తం అక్రాస్ ది కంట్రీ ఎక్కడ సమస్య ఉన్నా అక్కడికి చేరిపోతుంది. ఇది మీరు తెలుసుకోండి. ఇంకా పోస్ట్ ఆఫీస్ ఉంది, పోస్ట్ ఆఫీస్లో లీగల్ సర్వీస్ అథారిటీకి వెళ్ళడానికి ఎన్వలప్స్ ఖాళీగా పడి ఉన్నాయి, ఖాళీగా ఉన్నాయి. మీరు వెళ్ళి మీకు కావాల్సింది రాసి ఆడబడేస్తే చాలు, అది వాళ్ళకి రీచ్ అవుతుంది. ఒక చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజ్ ఉంది, నా ఫ్రెండ్ ఎందుకు రావట్లేదు స్కూల్కి, నాకు బాధ్యత ఉందా లేదా? నా స్టూడెంట్ ఎందుకు రావట్లేదు, నాకు బాధ్యత ఉందా లేదా? ఇంకా మేము చూసాం కొన్నిసార్లు, మన పేపర్లో రోజు అందరం చూస్తున్నాం, 9 నెలలు వచ్చేసి హాస్టల్లో ఆమె డెలివరీ అయితే అసలు ఈవిడ ప్రెగ్నెంట్ అని మాకు తెలియదు అంటున్నారు. ఎట్లా అంటున్నారు? ఎలా సాధ్యం? మెడికల్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్ ప్రతి నెలా జరుగుతుంటే ఇలా పల్స్ పట్టుకొని చెప్తారు ఈవిడ ప్రెగ్నెంటో కాదో. అలాంటిది ఎందుకు అక్కడి వరకు వస్తుంది? ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనం కొంచెం ఆలోచించాల్సిన విషయాలని నేను భావిస్తున్నాను. ముగించే ముందు ఇందాక నేను చెప్పాను, ఈ మీటింగ్ ఎక్కడ గ్యాప్స్ ఉన్నాయో తెలుసుకొని అవి మనం అధిగమించడానికి ఏమి సజెషన్స్ ఇస్తాము అనేది రేపొద్దున ఢిల్లీలో నేషనల్ మీట్లో మన స్టేట్లో జరుగుతుంది ఏంటి, మనం చేస్తున్న మంచి ప్రాక్టీసెస్ ఏంటి, వేరే స్టేట్స్లో ఏమైనా మంచి ఉన్నాయనుకో అవి తెచ్చి మనం కూడా చేస్తాం. అర్థమైందా? మన స్టేట్లో మంచిగా ఉన్నాయనుకోండి వాళ్ళు కూడా అడాప్ట్ చేసుకుంటారు. అది ఈ పర్పస్. అందుకు నేనేం సజెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను అంటే, పోక్సో విక్టిమ్ అనేవాళ్ళు ఉన్నప్పుడు, సెక్సువల్ అబ్యూస్ అనేది ఫిజికల్గా జరిగినప్పుడు, ప్రెగ్నెన్సీ ఇష్యూ అనేది వచ్చినప్పుడు ఖచ్చితంగా టైం బౌండ్గా దాని ప్రాసెస్ అది జరగవలసిందే. లేకపోతే జీవితాంతం ఆ మనిషి ఆ శిక్ష ఎందుకు అనుభవించాలి? ఆ పాప ముందుకు వెళ్ళాలి కదా. ఇది ఒక యాక్సిడెంట్గా జరిగిన విషయం కదా. ఆ పాప ముందుకు వెళ్ళాలంటే ఇది రేపొద్దున అడ్డం అవ్వద్దు కదా. సో దీనికి ఒక ఫాలో అప్ మెకానిజం విత్ టైం బౌండ్ లైన్ ఖచ్చితంగా ఉండాలి అనేది నా అభిప్రాయము. అలాగే ఈ చైల్డ్ కేర్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. మేము 23లో కూడా పర్సనల్గా విజిట్ చేయడం జరిగింది, ఇన్స్పెక్ట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. నాకేమనిపించిందంటే కరోనా పీరియడ్లో ఇవన్నీ ఎలా జరుగుతున్నాయి అని చూడడానికి స్మార్ట్ ఫోన్ నుంచి నేను చూసేదాన్ని, ఆ కిచెన్ చూసేదాన్ని, వండింది ఏంటో చూసేదాన్ని, ప్లేట్ తీయమని లోపల ఏముందో చూసేదాన్ని. హైజీన్గా లేకపోతే అది ఇలా ఉండకూడదు అని చెప్పేదాన్ని. బాత్రూమ్స్ అన్నీ రిపేర్స్ అవి చెప్పేదాన్ని. ఇదే పని మనం ఎందుకు చేయకూడదు? మనం పర్సనల్గా వెళ్ళి ఇన్స్పెక్ట్ చేయడం ప్రతిసారి సాధ్యం కాదు కదా. అలాంటప్పుడు ర్యాండమ్గా, మేడం మీరు ఆలోచించండి, సెక్రటరీ ఉమెన్ అండ్ చైల్డ్ వెల్ఫేర్ ర్యాండమ్గా స్మార్ట్ ఫోన్స్ అందరి దగ్గర ఉన్నాయి. ఎందుకు మనం ఎప్పుడంటే అప్పుడు ఫుడ్ ఏంటి, ఫుడ్ ఏం వండారు ఎందుకు అడగకూడదు? అక్కడ శుభ్రంగా ఉంచారా లేదా ఎందుకు చూడకూడదు? దీనిలో ప్రైవసీ పోయేదేం కాదు కదా. ఈ ఇష్యూస్ ఇంకొంచెం అలా ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది అని నాకు అనిపిస్తుంది. అలాగే ఈ పోక్సో విక్టిమ్స్ ఉన్నారు కదా, ఇందాక ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్లో చెప్పారు జేజేబీ అన్న. ఈ 16 ఏళ్ళ అమ్మాయి ఉంది కదా, ఆమె ఒక కేసులో విక్టిమ్, ఒక కేసులో ఎక్యూజ్డ్. ఈ పాపను తీసుకొచ్చి ఎక్కడ ఉంచాలి? స్టేట్ తీసుకొచ్చి బాలసదన్లో ఉంచాలి, స్టేట్ హోమ్లో. ఈ బాలసదన్లో ఉండే పిల్లలు ఎవరు? పేరెంట్లెస్ పిల్లలు ఒకళ్ళు, పెంచలేని తల్లిదండ్రుల యొక్క పిల్లలు ఇంకొకళ్ళు. వీళ్ళిద్దరూ సక్రమంగా ఉండి రోజు స్కూల్కి వెళ్తూ చక్కగా ఉంటారు. వీళ్ళ మధ్యలో ఈ పిల్లలు వస్తారు, పోక్సో విక్టిమ్స్. వచ్చినప్పుడు వీళ్ళ ఎఫెక్ట్ వాళ్ళ మీద పడుతూ ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి దానికి ఒక సపరేట్ మెకానిజం ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది ఆ పిల్లలకి. అంతేగాని ఈ పిల్లలతో కలపడం వల్ల, నార్మల్ పీపుల్తో కలపడం వల్ల ఈ పిల్లల మీద ఆ ఎఫెక్ట్ ఖచ్చితంగా పడుతుంది అనేది నా ఉద్దేశం. నేను ప్రకాశంలో ఇన్స్పెక్ట్ చేశాను. ఆ పిల్ల ఇలాంటి పిల్లల యొక్క ప్రభావానికి పడి హోమ్ నుంచి వెళ్ళిపోయింది. ఈ రోజు వరకు ఆచూకీ లేదు. మేము రిపోర్ట్స్ కాల్ఫర్ చేశాము. ఈ రోజు వరకు ఆ పాప ఎక్కడికి పోయిందో లేదు. స్కూల్ బ్యాగ్ వేసుకొని వెళ్ళింది, సీసీటీవీ కెమెరాలో చూశాను నేను. తర్వాత ఏమైందో తెలియదు. ఈ పిల్లల ప్రభావం ఒకళ్ళ మీద ఒకళ్ళకి పడుతూ ఉంటుంది. సో వీళ్ళకంటూ సపరేట్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది అనేది నా యొక్క సజెషన్. ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే, ఇందాక చెప్పారు జేజేబీ వారు మాట్లాడుతూ, ఈ డీసీపీఓ నాకు సరైన సమాచారం సరైన టైంకి ఇవ్వలేకపోతున్నారు, ప్రొబేషన్ ఆఫీసరు, ఇలాంటివన్నీ. డీసీపీఓ, సిడిపిఓ వీళ్ళందరూ ఈ చైల్డ్ అనేది ఎంత ఇంపార్టెంట్ విషయం, ఇది మనకు ఫస్ట్ ప్రయారిటీ. కాబట్టి ఈ ఉద్యోగుల యొక్క బాధ ఏంటంటే, వాళ్ళు కాంట్రాక్ట్లో పనిచేస్తూ ఉంటారు. నాకు తెలిసినంత వరకు కాంట్రాక్ట్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఆర్ అవుట్సోర్సింగ్ ఆర్ కాంట్రాక్ట్, రెగ్యులర్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ కాదు. సో వీళ్ళు నిజంగా గనక జేజేబీ యాక్ట్ కనుక కరెక్ట్గా అమలు అవ్వాలంటే, సిడబ్ల్యూసి వాళ్ళు కానీ డీసీపీఓలు కానీ కరెక్ట్గా కనుక వాళ్ళ ధర్మాలు పాటించాలి అంటే వాళ్ళకు వచ్చే జీతంతో వాళ్ళు అవన్నీ చెయ్యలేరు. ఇది నిజం. ఈ విషయంలో కూడా గవర్నమెంట్ ఆలోచించి స్పందించి ఈ ఇంపార్టెంట్ వింగ్లో పర్మనెంట్ ఎంప్లాయీస్, రెగ్యులర్ ఎంప్లాయీస్ కనుక ఉంటే వాళ్ళకి ఒక అకౌంటబిలిటీ, ఒక రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ, ఒక ఆన్సరబిలిటీ, ఒక అంటే వాళ్ళకి అలా టూర్స్కి వెళ్ళడానికి కానీ చేయడానికి కానీ ఒక ఫెసిలిటీ, ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఉంటాయి అనేది నా యొక్క అభిప్రాయం. ఆ వ్యవస్థ కూడా ఆ కాంట్రాక్ట్ సిస్టంలో నుంచి మారాలనేది నా ఉద్దేశం. ఎందువల్లంటే ఇదేమి ఒక ప్రాజెక్ట్ కాదు కదా, ఓ సంవత్సరం చేస్తే అయిపోతుందంటే అది వేరు. ఇది మనకు నిత్యం ఉండే వ్యవహారం. అన్నిటికంటే మనం ప్రయారిటీ ఇవ్వాల్సిన వ్యవహారం కాబట్టి దీనికి సరైన ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఇవ్వాలి అనేది నా యొక్క ఉద్దేశం. తర్వాత మేము ఇన్స్పెక్ట్ చేసినప్పుడు హౌసెస్లో ఇంకోటి కూడా చూసాం. అక్కడ ఒక లేడీ ఉంటుంది, ఏది వంట చేయడము వీటన్నిటికీ. ఈ వంట చేసే ఆమె ఇంకెవ్వరు ఉండరు. సో ఈవిడికి జీతం 6 నెలలైనా రాలేదంటుంది, 8 నెలలైనా రాలేదంటుంది. వాళ్ళు ఎట్ట చేస్తారు ఇంట్రెస్ట్గా? వాళ్ళు ఎట్ట చేస్తారు? ఆ పిల్లలు ఏదో ఒకటి చేసుకుంటూ ఉంటారు అక్కడ. ఇది ఒకసారి ఆలోచించాలి. ఇది బడ్జెట్తో నిమిత్తం లేకుండా వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చే మార్గం ఏదన్నా ఉంటే దాన్నన్నా చూడాలి. లేకపోతే బడ్జెట్ని ముందే ఊహించి ఈ పోస్టులన్నీ ఉండేవే కదా, దాన్ని చేయాలి. తర్వాత శిశు గృహాల్లో కూడా నేను చూశాను, ఒక 3 పోస్టులు ఉంటే అందులో ఒక మనిషి ఉంటారు, ఒక 4 చిన్న పిల్లలు. మనము ఒక చిన్న పిల్లని ఒక కుటుంబంలో 4 కలిసి సాకాలంటే ఏడుస్తూ ఉంటాం, కింద మీద పడుతూ ఉంటాం. ఇలా 4 పసిపిల్లల్ని ఈ ఒక్క మనిషి ఏం చేస్తుంది? అసలు నైట్ డ్యూటీ ఎవరుంటారు? ఒక మనిషే ఉన్నప్పుడు ఈ పోస్టులు ఖాళీగా ఉండటం అనేది అస్సలు కరెక్ట్ కాదు. ఈ విషయం కూడా నేను పర్సనల్గా చూశాను కాబట్టి ఇది కూడా నేను చెప్పదలుచుకున్నాను. తర్వాత ఈ పిల్లలు ఉన్నారు, ఈ బాలసదన్లో అక్కడ మన గవర్నమెంట్ హౌసెస్లో ఉన్నారు పిల్లలు. వీళ్ళకి మనం యూనిఫామ్లు అవి ఇస్తున్నాం. యూనిఫామ్లు కాకుండా బట్టలు కూడా కొన్నిసార్లు బట్టలు అవి కూడా ఇస్తున్నాం. ఎవరైనా ఎన్జిఓస్ వాళ్ళు కూడా వచ్చి వాళ్ళకి అవి ఇవి ఇస్తూ ఉంటారు, అంతా చేస్తుంటారు. మనకు ఒక ఫుడ్ షెడ్యూల్ ఉంది. ఈరోజు ఇడ్లీ, ఈరోజు రాగి, ఈరోజు ఇంకోటి మొక్కజొన్న, ఇంకో రోజు ఇది ఇంకోటి, ఇవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. ఇవన్నీ మనం పోషకాహారం ఇవ్వాలి అనే మంచి ఉద్దేశంతో వాళ్ళకి ఇస్తున్నాం, బాగుంది. కానీ ఒక్కసారి ఆలోచించండి, చిన్న చిన్న పిల్లలు వాళ్ళకి ఏదైనా తినాలనే కోరిక ఉంటే ఎవరిని అడుగుతారు? ఇది ఒక్కసారి ఆలోచించండి. ఒక్కరోజు ఎప్పుడైనా నెలకొక్క రోజు వాళ్ళకి ఎవరికైతే ఏమి ఇష్టమైన ఫుడ్స్ ఉంటాయి. మనం ఇప్పుడు ఈరోజు మనం ఇక్కడ భోజనం చేసాం, బ్రేక్ఫాస్ట్ చేసాం, ఇంకా కొన్నిసార్లు ఈవెంట్స్ అప్పుడు లైవ్ ఇవన్నీ పెడతాం. ఏం దోశ కావాలో ఆ దోశ వేసి ఇస్తూ ఉంటారు. ఏ రకమైన పావు బాజీ కావాలా, నీకు ఆ మసాలా కావాలా, ఇది కావాలా, అది కావాలా. ఒక్కరోజు నెలకి ఒక్కరోజు అలాంటి స్టాల్ ఒకటి పెట్టారనుకోండి లోపల హోమ్లోను, వాళ్ళ పిల్లలకి వాళ్ళ ఇష్టమైంది. ఇప్పుడు మన పిల్లలు ఉన్నారు, మనం ఎన్ని పెట్టినా తృప్తి ఉందా? ఇంకేదో కావాలి. రామ్కి బజారా, రామ్కి బండిలో దోశ కావాలి. నువ్వు 200 రకాల దోశలు పెట్టు, 200 ఒకటోది కావాలి. అలాంటప్పుడు ఒక్కసారి ఆలోచించండి, ఆ పిల్లలందరికీ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ కలెక్టర్ గార్డియన్ కాదా? అలాంటప్పుడు ఆ గార్డియన్గా ఒక్కరోజు వాళ్ళకి ఇష్టమైన ఫుడ్ పెట్టండి. వాళ్ళకి ఇష్టమైంది ఒక్కసారి ఆ స్టాల్స్ అక్కడ పెట్టి లైవ్ పెట్టి ఏం కావాలి, నీకేం కావాలి, ఆ పిల్లలకు కావాల్సింది ఏమీ లేదు, నేనున్నాను అనే భరోసా. నేనున్నాను, నువ్వు చదువుకో, నేనున్నాను, నువ్వు హాయిగా కాలేజ్కి వెళ్ళు అనే భరోసా. ఈ భరోసా అంతా కూడా సొసైటీలో ఉండే అందరి స్టేక్ హోల్డర్స్ది అని నేను భావిస్తూ ఉన్నాను. మలాలా మార్నింగ్ మేడం చెప్పారు, ఎవరు స్పెషల్ గెస్ట్, షీ రిఫర్డ్ మలాలా. ఆమె యొక్క మాటల్లో ఒక్క మనిషి, ఇఫ్ వన్ మ్యాన్ కెన్ డెస్ట్రాయ్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్, వై కాంట్ వన్ గర్ల్ చేంజ్ ఇట్? ఒక్క మనిషి అంత నాశనం చేయగలిగితే ఒక్క ఆడపిల్ల మార్పును తేలేదా అని మలాలా ఆ పాప అంటుంది. సో ఆ పాప యొక్క మాటలు మనందరికీ కూడా ఆదర్శమని నేను అనుకుంటున్నాను. I would like to conclude, call upon everyone as a member of Juvenile Justice Committee High Court, let us stand up as a body, let us fight with common enemy to uphold the rights of the girl child which are enshrined in our constitution. Let us pledge to create a world where every girl child is valued and celebrated. Thank you, one and all. Thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you, Your Ladyship, for a very insightful address touching upon the ground realities and also more sensitive and vulnerable issues. Now it's my privilege to invite Sri Sonikutti George Garu from UNICEF, who will be speaking on, in overview, need for intersectionality, gaps and challenges from the perspective of UNICEF.
Honorable Chairperson, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and friends. When Supreme Court decided on a concept like safeguarding girl children as the theme for this year, the Supreme Court had one thought in mind. That was to challenge ourselves to go beyond our response mechanisms to think at what is happening in safeguarding. And that was a challenge to us. So since I am more familiar with the other part than the response, I thought I will use the third standard example of, there was an essay to be written on cows. I had studied about the coconut tree. So what I did is, I said I took the cow out and tied it to the coconut tree, and I wrote the essay on coconut tree. The opportunity before us is to really look at what is safeguarding. The safeguarding is not just the response mechanism, it goes beyond the response mechanism. It is a national obligation, and it is about enabling and empowering girl children. And I think what is important for us to realize is that we are talking about a paradigm shift here. The paradigm shift is from a reactive mode of operation, because most of us react to a situation, because children who are abused, exploited, neglected come to us. We are a response mechanism. Where do we move to a proactive mechanism? And that is the first challenge. The second is, how do we see the girl child from being a passive recipient to an active participant? I think this thought of making them active participants, I go back to what was said by the police in terms of identifying the bad men. That is the social audit or situational audit by girls do, and they tell you what is working, what is not working. And Suri Kumari ji, the other day we were working, and she said, first call 75 children from across the state, discuss with them, and come back to me with what they want. And once we make that paradigm shift, that is what is about safeguarding. And I think it is very important that we understand the safeguarding from the safety and security within the houses, the equal access to education, healthcare, and all other facilities, and about dignity and participation. This is safeguarding. And this requires a change within us to challenge ourselves to go beyond what we are familiar with. And that is this opportunity which is getting created to us. And I just wanted to look at this context which is already been explained to us. On child marriage, you see the scenario nationally, what is the dark spot in Andhra Pradesh. I'm not going into the details, and I'm not going into the other details of what are the challenges that is there in the state. All of us are working in the state, and we know the challenges. Just not child marriage, we're looking at the community, safeguarding, everything that is there is listed here. But what is it that the global experience is told us about a system which is safeguarding centric, and how does it move forward? And I think the most important thing is that establishing of integrated child protection systems, which we are already talking about, but the other part is the multi-sectoral coordination. For the first time in our consultations, we had RDPR health used to be there, but we had RDPR and we heard the education. They talk about the kind of things that they are doing on safeguarding. And it is only a body like the JJC who can bring these players together and make sure that coordination happens, that multi-sectoral coordination happens, and then engaging the preventive intervention, engaging communities, which is something which has been, the police have actually been talking about, and how do we move to a data-driven system. I'm just not going into the child protection system. I'll go into the safe ecosystem. No, let us go to the next one. Yeah, when we talk about the concept of girl-child safeguarding, what is it that we are talking about? We are talking about the 4 Ps. The first P is the prevention. And I think that is where, because we are mostly into the protection with dignity, it's the second P that we are all engaged in. The preventive identity becomes a first participation. And then the third is the participation, and then partnership and convergence. The 4 Ps, if we bring it together, then safeguarding becomes a reality. And I think it is very important to look at the framework under which what we need to do for the 7 pillars of safeguarding girl children. The first is of governance and finance. The second is of strong legal and policy environment, which is very good for us. And third is the integrated and responsive services for us. The fourth is trained and accountable workforce, which is something which is a big challenge because of the turnover that happens in our police, in our all staff members, including the judiciary, the turnover and what happens to people. The fifth is the empowered families and supportive communities, where the whole focus of this work that we need to be discussing is how do we empower communities? How do we make sure these communities and families become capable of using the different services available, not just 1098 as a number, but beyond that, how do you use the support systems which are available, what the police was talking about, the kind of things that is possible. And then how do we listen to the girls, and how do we make data-informed decisions. And I think I just not getting into the details of you just look at this inclusion lens. Last year we extensively discussed disability, tribal and other in terms of disability focused discussion here. And this year we are looking at something which is different. But it is not to forget what was there in the past, but to take it forward to the next level. Let me go to the last one. Possibly, I just need to go into monitoring safeguard. Okay. Okay, what is it that we are looking at recommendations? I just look at the recommendations. What are we saying? What is required is strengthen community-based safety mechanisms first. What RDPR was talking about, there is one possibility there. Not that all that they said is working at the field level, but there is a possibility and a potential that we work together. What police was talking about, what is there in terms of the app, in terms of its use, there is this possibility that we use. What the Village Child Protection Committee, which Surya ma'am was talking about, there is the possibility that we can bring all that together, so strengthen the community-based safety. The second is prioritize prevention, for which from good touch, bad touch, I would maybe use safe touch, unsafe touch. How do we educate from small children to higher? How do we really give that voice to prioritizing prevention? How do we really look at these kind of audits? How do we make sure that we don't see children who have fallen up as gone through the cracks and come to us, but beyond this, we are there. The third is listening to girls, which I said, how do we really use it, and looking at inclusion and how do we work with boys and men. The focus needs to shift to working with boys and men as a primary dimension of our intervention. And importantly, how responsive and survivor-centric we can be in our interventions, how we are driven by data, and how we promote convergence is the challenge. And I'm seeing what is happening here. I am sure we would certainly be able to make a dent and make sure safeguarding girl children is just not a talk, but a priority that we will collectively address and make sure the rights of every child, every girl child, including boys and girls, boys and men, is protected in this state. All the very best, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for providing a global and systemic perspective on how multisectoral collaboration and integrated approaches can strengthen protective and support service for girl children. Now I invite Srimati U. Sri Lakshmi Garu, Chairperson, Child Welfare Committee, Srikakulam, who will be speaking on safety and well-being of a girl child, practical issues in care, protection, and rehabilitation.
వేదిక పైన ఉన్న పెద్దలందరికీ అలాగే వేదిక ముందు ఉన్న పెద్దలందరికీ కూడా పేరు పేరున నా హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలండి. నా పేరు శ్రీలక్ష్మి. నేను శ్రీకాకుళం జిల్లా చైల్డ్ వెల్ఫేర్ కమిటీ చైర్పర్సన్గా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాను. లాస్ట్ 10 years కూడా చైల్డ్ హెల్ప్ లైన్లో కూడా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాను. ఇప్పుడు మేడం మాట్లాడే విషయాలన్నీ కూడా మేము ఆల్రెడీ గ్రౌండ్ లెవెల్లో చూస్తున్నాము. ప్రత్యేకించి చెప్పడానికి అన్ని విషయాలు కూడా మేడం చెప్పున్నారు. మార్నింగ్ నుంచి కూడా నాకన్నా పెద్దవాళ్ళందరూ కూడా అన్ని విషయాలు చట్టాల గురించి కూడా చాలా వరకు చెప్పున్నారు. అయితే ఇన్ని చట్టాలు ఉన్నప్పటికీ, చాలా బలమైన చట్టాలు ఉన్నప్పటికి కూడా అన్ని విషయాల్లో పిల్లల్ని కొన్ని సందర్భంలో ప్రొటెక్షన్ చేయలేకపోతున్నామనే బాధ అయితే మాత్రం మా చైల్డ్ వెల్ఫేర్ కమిటీలో కూడా ఉంది మేడం. ఎందుకంటే చైల్డ్ వెల్ఫేర్ కమిటీ అని అంటే కేర్ అండ్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ అవసరమైన చిల్డ్రన్స్ మాత్రం మా దగ్గరికి వస్తారు. కేర్ అండ్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ అంటే స్కూల్ డ్రాప్ అవుట్ అవ్వచ్చు, చైల్డ్ లేబర్స్ అవ్వచ్చు, చైల్డ్ బెగ్గింగ్ అవ్వచ్చు, ర్యాక్ పిక్కర్స్ అవ్వచ్చు, చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజ్, పోక్సో అంటే సమస్త ఉన్న చిల్డ్రన్స్ మాత్రం మా దగ్గరికి వస్తాము. కానీ అటువంటి పిల్లలకి మేము షెల్టర్ ఇవ్వలేకపోతున్నాము. అంటే కేజీబీవీ స్కూల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, బీసీఎస్సీ వెల్ఫేర్ హాస్టల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, చైల్డ్ కేర్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ కూడా ఉన్నాయి. వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా మంచి చిల్డ్రన్స్ కావాలి, అంటే చక్కగా చదువుకోవాలి, మంచి ర్యాంకులు రావాలి. కానీ మా కమిటీ దగ్గరికి మాత్రము సమస్యలతో ఉండే చిల్డ్రన్స్ మాత్రమే వస్తారు. అటువంటి పిల్లలకి షెల్టర్ ఇవ్వాలి అని అనేటప్పటికి మేము చాలా సమస్యలు అనేవి ఎదుర్కొంటున్నాము. మనకి వైజాగ్లో గర్ల్స్ కోటి, బాయ్స్ కోటి ప్రొటెక్షన్ కలిగిన హోమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. కొన్ని సందర్భాల్లో అక్కడికి పంపించాలన్న ఎస్కార్ట్ అనేది కొంచెం కష్టమవుతుంది. పోలీసు వాళ్ళకి తెలియజేస్తాము, హెచ్జిపి యూనిట్ వరకు లెటర్ పెడితే ఇమ్మీడియట్లీగా కావాలి అని అంటే కష్టమవుతుంది. ఈరోజు మనం లెటర్ పెట్టి రేపు ఆ చైల్డ్కి ఎస్కార్ట్ ఇమ్మంటే ఏర్పాటు చేస్తారు. కానీ వెంటనే ఆ చైల్డ్కి తీసుకెళ్ళి హోమ్లో షెల్టర్ కావాలి అనేసరికి ఎస్కార్ట్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయాలంటే ఆ విషయం అనేది మాకైతే చాలా ఇబ్బందిగా అనిపిస్తుంది. ఇది వరకు నేను చైల్డ్ లైన్లో చేసేటప్పుడు సిడబ్ల్యూసికి ఏ కేసు వచ్చినా చైల్డ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ని బట్టి కేజీబీవీ స్కూల్కి రిఫర్ చేసేవాళ్ళము, బాల సదనంకి, స్టేట్ హోమ్కి. ఆ చైల్డ్ ఎక్కడ చదువుకుంటే అక్కడికి రిఫర్ చేసేవాళ్ళము. ఆ బాలిక కావచ్చు, బాలుడు కావచ్చు, వాళ్ళ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ని బట్టి అక్కడ చక్కగా చదువుకుండేవాళ్ళు. మనకి అలాగా శ్రీకాకుళం జిల్లాలో ఒక అమ్మాయికి చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజ్, పేరెంట్సే అంటే అమ్మాయికి బాల్య వివాహం చేస్తుంటే అమ్మాయి 1080కి కాల్ చేసింది, నాకు ఈ బాల్య వివాహం ఇష్టం లేదని చెప్పేసి. మన సిఎంపిఓస్ అందరూ కూడా వెళ్ళారు, చైల్డ్కి కౌన్సిలింగ్ చేశారు, చైల్డ్ వెల్ఫేర్ కమిటీ దగ్గర తీసుకొచ్చారు. ఆ అమ్మాయిని మనం కేజీబీవీ స్కూల్లో 9th క్లాస్లో జాయిన్ చేశాము. 10th క్లాస్లో అమ్మాయి మంచి మార్కులు వచ్చి IIITలో సీట్ వచ్చి న్యూజివీడ్లో చదువుకొని ఇప్పుడు సాఫ్ట్వేర్ ఎంప్లాయీగా వర్క్ చేస్తుంది. మళ్ళీ రీసెంట్గా కూడా అంటే మనకి ఎదురు కట్నం ఇచ్చి వివాహం చేసుకోవడం అంటే మన జిల్లా అంటే ఉదాహరణకి మా జిల్లాలో కొంతమందికి ఆర్థికంగా వెనకపడే ఒక కుటుంబాన్ని అదరు జిల్లా వాళ్ళు ఎదురు కట్నం ఇచ్చి వివాహం చేశారు ఆ అమ్మాయికి. అయితే అమ్మాయి ఏంటి 8th క్లాస్ అమ్మాయి, అక్కడ వివాహం చేశారు కానీ అతనితో ఉండాలి అంటే అది శారీరకంగా కలవాలనేటప్పటికి ఆమె ఇబ్బందిగా ఫీల్ అయ్యి నాకు ఈ భర్త వద్దు అని చెప్పేసి రిటర్న్ వచ్చి వెంటనే 1098కి కాల్ చేస్తే CMPOs అంతా వెళ్ళి కౌన్సిలింగ్ చేసి చైల్డ్ వెల్ఫేర్ కమిటీ దగ్గరికి తీసుకొచ్చారు. ఆ అమ్మాయిని కూడా మనము KGBV స్కూల్లో చేర్పించాము. అమ్మాయి అయితే నాకు లెక్కలు అంటే మనకి ఇప్పుడు MPC గ్రూప్ అనేది KGBV స్కూల్కి ఇంటర్ కూడా వచ్చింది. నేను చదవలేను అనేది, నువ్వు చదవకపోతే మీ ఆయన దగ్గరికి పంపించేస్తామని మేము భయపెట్టేవాళ్ళం. అలాంటి అమ్మాయి చక్కగా ఈరోజు 10th క్లాసు MPC గ్రూప్లో మంచి మార్కులు వచ్చి చదువుకొని ఉమెన్స్ కాలేజీలో చదువుతూ మళ్ళీ పైగా అమ్మాయి ఇప్పుడు పార్ట్ టైం జాబ్గా ప్రైవేట్ హాస్పిటల్లో మళ్ళీ జాబ్ చేసుకుంటుంది. అంటే మనకి ఇదివరకు KGBV స్కూల్ అంటే చైల్డ్ వెల్ఫేర్ కమిటీ దగ్గరికి వచ్చే పిల్లలకి KGBV స్కూల్కి రిఫర్ చేస్తే ఆ చైల్డ్కి ఎక్కడ ఇష్టమైతే అక్కడ అవకాశం ఇచ్చేవాళ్ళు. ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే మేడం ఆన్లైన్లో అంటే KGBV స్కూల్లో జాయిన్ అవ్వాలంటే ఆన్లైన్లో అప్లై చేసుకోవాలి. వాళ్ళ టార్గెట్ ఏంటి, ఒక 200 మందితో ఫుల్ అయిపోలే, ఆ సీట్లు ఇంకా ఫుల్ అయిపోతున్నాయి. మేము రిఫర్ చేస్తాం అనేటప్పటికి మాకు సీట్లు ఖాళీ లేవండి, ఆన్లైన్లో అందరూ అప్లై చేసుకున్నారు, ఫుల్ అయిపోయి అని ఇంకా అంటున్నారు. మనకి కూడా ఇదివరకు బాల సదనం కూడా మన దగ్గరికి వచ్చే పిల్లల్ని బాల సదనంకి రిఫర్ చేసేవాళ్ళం. ఇప్పుడేంటి 10 years లోపు పిల్లల్ని మాత్రమే అంటే 5th క్లాస్ చదువుకునే పిల్లలు మాత్రం బాల సదనంలో ఉంటున్నారు. మన దగ్గరికి వచ్చేవి ఈ బెగ్గింగ్ చిల్డ్రన్స్ కావచ్చు, ర్యాక్ పిక్కర్స్, డిఫరెంట్ చిల్డ్రన్సే. ఈ పిల్లల్ని అక్కడికి రిఫర్ చేసేసరికి ఆ పిల్లలు ఇబ్బంది అవుతున్నారు. అంటే నా రికమెండేషన్ ఏంటంటే గర్ల్స్ కోటి బాయ్స్ కోటి ప్రొటెక్షన్ కలిగిన హోమ్స్ ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది అనేది మా ఆలోచన. ఇంకోటి చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజ్ కేసులు కూడా గ్రామ స్థాయి నుండి జిల్లా స్థాయి వరకు అధికారులు ఉన్నారు, CMPOs వెళ్తున్నారు, కౌన్సిలింగ్ చేస్తున్నారు, స్టేట్మెంట్ తీసుకుంటున్నారు. కానీ అది ఎంతవరకు మనము ఆపగలుగుతున్నాం అనేది CMPOs ఒక్కసారి ఆలోచన చేయండి ప్లీజ్. మనం కౌన్సిలింగ్ చేసి వచ్చేసిన వెంటనే వాళ్ళు వివాహం చేసుకుంటున్నారు, మనకి స్టేట్మెంట్ వరకు మాత్రం ఇస్తున్నారు, వివాహం చేయమని చెప్పేసి స్టేట్మెంట్ ఇస్తున్నారు, వెంటనే మళ్ళీ వివాహాలు అనేవి కూడా జరుగుతున్నాయి. అవి కూడా మనం ఒక్కసారి చూడాలి. అంటే ప్రత్యేకించి వాటికి అధికారులు అందరం కూడా ఉన్నాం, అలాగని వర్క్ చేయట్లేదు అనట్లేదు, చేస్తున్నాము, కౌన్సిలింగ్ చేస్తున్నాము. కానీ అక్కడ బాలికకి వివాహం చేస్తారు అని మనకు అనుమానం వచ్చేటప్పుడు మనకు చైల్డ్ వెల్ఫేర్ కమిటీ దగ్గర తెస్తే అమ్మాయికి ఎక్కడో హోమ్ ఇచ్చి చదువుకునే ఏర్పాటు చేస్తే బాగుంటుంది అనేది ఒకటి నా ఆలోచన. ఇంకోటి మేడం డ్రాప్ అవుట్ చిల్డ్రన్స్ మేడం చాలా విషయాలు కవర్ చేశారు కూడా. మనకు ఒక చైల్డ్ డ్రాప్ అవుట్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు మనం అది గమనించగలిగితే, అంటే స్కూల్ వాళ్ళకే ప్రత్యేకించి చెప్తున్నానని కాదు, ఆ విషయం మనం కానీ గమనించగలిగితే చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజ్కి త్రోవ తీదు, అమ్మాయి అబ్యూజ్కి కూడా గురి అవ్వటానికి అవకాశాలు ఉండవని నేను అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఒక చైల్డ్ లేబర్గా కూడా మనం అరికట్టవచ్చు. ఒక అమ్మాయి డ్రాప్ అవుట్ అయ్యిందంటే చైల్డ్ లేబర్గా అవ్వడానికి అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయి, చైల్డ్ మ్యారేజ్ అవ్వడానికి అవకాశం ఉంది, అమ్మాయి అబ్యూజ్ అవ్వడానికి కూడా అవకాశాలు అనేవి ఉన్నాయి. ఇంకా పైగా మా దగ్గరికి వచ్చే చిల్డ్రన్స్ ఏంటంటే మేడం 15 నుంచి 18 years లోపు పిల్లలు వస్తున్నారు. అంటే వాళ్ళ స్కూల్ మధ్యలోనే డ్రాప్ అవుట్ అనేది అవుతున్నారు. అంటే ఆ పిల్లలకి మనం చదువుకోమని పంపిన చదువు మీద వాళ్ళకి కొంత ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అనేది ఉండట్లేదు. అటువంటి పిల్లలకి ఏమైనా మనం వొకేషనల్ కోర్స్ ఇచ్చి వృత్తి కోర్సులు కానీ ఏర్పాటు చేస్తే చదువు మానేసే పిల్లలు వాళ్ళు ఏమైనా వృత్తి కోర్సుల్లో ఉంటే బాగుంటుంది అని మనం అప్పటికే చాలామంది పిల్లలకి ఓపెన్ ఇంటర్ 10th అని చెప్పేసి రిఫర్ చేస్తున్నాము. ఈ టైంలో ఆ పిల్లలు ఖాళీగానే ఉంటున్నారు. అటువంటి పిల్లలకి మనం ఏమైనా వృత్తి కోర్సులు అనేది ఏర్పాటు చేస్తే అంటే పిల్లలు ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఒక చదువులోనో లేకపోతే ఏదైనా ఒక ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రాంలో ఉంటే బ్యాడ్ హ్యాబిట్స్కి అనేవి లోన్ అవ్వకుండా ఉంటారనేది నా ఉద్దేశము. తర్వాత మనందరికీ తెలిసిన విషయమేని ఒక ఫోన్ మన చేతిలో ఉందంటే ప్రపంచం అంతా కూడా మన చేతిలో ఉన్నట్లే. ఆ ఫోన్ మంచి విషయాన్ని చూపిస్తుంది, చెడు విషయాన్ని కూడా చూపిస్తుంది. కానీ పిల్లలకి అనేది మంచేది చెడేదని తెలియక ఆ ఫోన్ ప్రభావం అనేది పిల్లల పైన ఎక్కువ పడుతుంది. దాని కారణంగానే పిల్లలు ఎక్కువగా ప్రేమ ఆకర్షణకు అనేది లోన్ అవుతున్నారు. అలాగే మన స్కూల్లో కూడాను ఇది వరకు హోంవర్క్లు ఎలా ఇచ్చేవారంటే ఒక టెక్స్ట్ బుక్ ఇచ్చి టెక్స్ట్ బుక్లో చూసి హోంవర్క్ రాయమని చెప్పేవాళ్ళు. అప్పుడు పిల్లలకి ఏంటంటే వాళ్ళు రాసేదైనా చదివేదైనా వాళ్ళ మైండ్కి చక్కగా ఎక్కేది. ఇప్పుడేం చేస్తున్నారు, టీచర్స్ ఏదైనా హోంవర్క్ ఉందంటే సెల్ ఫోన్కి ఇస్తున్నారు. సెల్ ఫోన్లో పిల్లలు హోంవర్క్ రాస్తున్నారా? ఎంతవరకు రాస్తే మాత్రం వాళ్ళకి బుర్రకు అది ఎక్కుతుందా? అంటే నేను ఎవరిని తప్పు పట్టట్లేదు, నేను గ్రౌండ్ లెవెల్లో వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాను కాబట్టి నా ఒక ఐడెంటిఫై మాత్రం నేను తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. అంటే సెల్ ఫోన్లో హోంవర్క్ ఇవ్వడం వల్ల పిల్లలు అది టెక్స్ట్ నోట్బుక్లోకి వెళ్ళట్లేదు. ఆ సెల్ ఫోన్లో వచ్చే రీల్స్ పైన వాళ్ళకి ఎక్కువ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అనేది ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి ఇవన్నీ ఓకే. ఏదేమైనప్పుడు కూడా నేను ఎవరిని తప్పుపట్టి మాట్లాడలేదు. తప్పుగా మాట్లాడితే క్షమించండి. నాకు ఇంత మంచి అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన పెద్దలందరికీ కూడా హృదయపూర్వకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు.
Thank you, ma'am, for the ground realities and the case-based study. Thank you. I invite Srimati G. Sunita Garu, Principal District and Sessions Judge and Chairperson of the District Legal Service Authority, East Godavari, who will be speaking on coordination with stakeholders at the grassroots level and support to services for the girl child and other aspects.
Very good afternoon. Honorable Sri Justice Ravinadi Tilhari Ji, Chairman, Juvenile Justice Committee, Chair, Co-Chair and of this session, and Honorable Judges of Juvenile Justice Committee, all the stakeholders, esteemed colleagues, respected stakeholders and dignitaries, and the girl children. It is indeed an honor to participate in this pivotal state-level stakeholders consultation on safeguarding the child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India, organized by the Honorable Juvenile Justice Committee. This meeting takes us a step ahead, emphasizing the need for our commitment to address the challenges faced by girl children and working towards creating a safer and more just society for them. It is a collective responsibility that demands our commitment, compassion, and coordination at every level. Today's session reminds us that the journey of empowerment for our girl child begins at birth, continues through adolescence, and shapes the future of our nation. Ensuring her rights, her dignity, and her opportunities is both a constitutional duty and a moral commitment. Despite many welfare and protection schemes, the safety of the girl child is still stake for at the unintended areas and lack of coordination at times. To address this issue, it is highly imperative to identify and tighten those loose ends. Coordinating with stakeholders at the grassroots level is crucial in preventing girl trafficking. Effective coordination among judicial officers, child welfare committees, police, probation officers, district child protection units, NGOs, educational institutions, and health services ensures that girl children receive the holistic support they deserve. Effective coordination among these stakeholders ensures a prompt response to victims in distress and helps to create an atmosphere of trust in the justice delivery system. Only when every arm of governance works in synergy, we can turn the vision of access to justice for all into reality. It is imperative to bear in mind that collaboration and coordination among stakeholders would yield maximize impact. Some important strategies in coordination with stakeholders are identifying key stakeholders, including local authorities, by collaborating with local police, gram panchayats, and other authorities to ensure a coordinated response, to engage with local community leaders such as village elders, to raise awareness and build trust, collaborate with local NGOs and community-based organizations that work with vulnerable populations. The role of paralegal volunteers is very significant in girl trafficking eradication in several ways. Paralegal volunteers play a crucial role in bridging the system with society. Their presence in villages and communities helps in creating awareness, identifying vulnerable children, and ensuring that legal aid and entitlements reach those most in need. PLVs would also assist victims in accessing legal and support systems, ensuring by providing legal assistance, report cases of child trafficking and other violations of child rights to the nearest legal services institutions or authorities. They help victims to have access to rehabilitation services, counseling, and other support systems. Let us continue to empower and motivate them. With the help of paralegal volunteers, our DLSA group, recently our District Legal Services Authority could stop marriage of a girl aged about 13 years and also could rescue a girl whose marriage was performed at the age of 14 years. Further extended service to a girl who was sexually abused by her close relative and admitted her in a school, government school at Rajamahendravaram in 10th class. It is equally important to provide supportive services for victims of girl-child trafficking. Along with victim compensation, equal priority should be given to render support services to the victims of crime. In this regard, voluntary organization help may be taken for providing services to the victims. Trauma counseling and mental health services would be of great help for survivors to deal with the physical and emotional scars. Providing educational and vocational services would bring them out of trauma. Supportive services to victims, particularly young girls, must be a priority. Victims of abuse and exploitation not only require legal remedies, but also emotional, psychological, educational, and rehabilitative support. It is here that welfare schemes of both the central government and state governments assume significance. To bridge the gap in effective implementation of girl-child protection and welfare schemes, the district legal services authorities can take up coordination with stakeholders and identify key stakeholders by collaborating with government agencies, NGOs, community leaders, and local authorities to ensure a comprehensive approach. Hold regular meetings with stakeholders to discuss progress, challenges, and strategies for improvement, provide training and capacity building programs for stakeholders to enhance their understanding of girl-child protection and welfare schemes. We all know that several welfare schemes have been designed with good intent scholarships, rehabilitation grants, health insurance, vocational training, shelter homes, and many other. There are 2 central government and 2 state government schemes, welfare schemes to the children who are below the age of 18 years. They are Ayushman Bharat scheme, PM Poshan, Mission Vatsalya, Samagra Siksha, NPS Vatsalya, and 5 others. Often, these schemes remain on paper for those who need them the most. The gap lies not in policy, but in implementation, and the gap between entitlement and actual enjoyment of the scheme is an area where legal services authorities can play a vital role. If every stakeholder in this room ensures that not a single eligible child is left behind, we would have fulfilled a great part of our duty. In the recent judgment dated 16/2/2024 in Bachman Bachavo, Andolan and Sampura Behra versus State of Maharashtra, Honorable Division Bench of Bombay High Court had given as many as 25 directions to the State Government of Bombay, State Government of Maharashtra to fill up vacant posts in State Commission for Protection of Child Rights, State and District Level Child Rights Protection Society and Units, Juvenile Justice Boards, Child Welfare Committees, District Protection Officers, Probation Officers, and also given directions to fill anticipated vacancies in advance. At the district level, we too have come across that lack of sufficient staff in observation homes, DCPUs, Child Lane Center, One-Stop Center, lack of psychologists and counselors separately in observation homes and DCPUs. Observation home at Rajamahendravaram is being run in a very congested building. Further, there is lack of coordination between the police, DCPUs, and child welfare committees in attending the victims so as to produce them before the Pocso court and admit them in homes. As per the directions of Honorable State Legal Services Authority, myself and other chairmen of District Legal Services Authorities have conducted a meeting on 6/9/2025 with all stakeholders, and during discussions in our district, all the stakeholders expressed grievances regarding supporting staff. Especially, there are no minimum staff members, including cook and regular counselor, in the observation home at Rajamahendravaram. And steps are being taken. In this regard, with the permission of Honorable Juvenile Justice Committee, I request the concerned stakeholder to fill up posts at least under the scheme of Mission Vatsalya. Further, at the district level, with the support and coordination of other organizations, district legal services authorities have been identifying child victims and have been granting compensation towards solace. In that course, District Legal Services Authority Rajamahendravaram had sanctioned 62 lakhs of compensation towards child victims for the period from 2023 to 25. When we speak of justice, let us not confine ourselves to courtrooms. True justice begins when a girl child victim finds healing, hope, and dignity. A child who has faced trauma, whether abuse, exploitation, or neglect, doesn't merely need a legal order. That child needs counseling, education, shelter, medical care, and above all, compassion. Justice is complete only when supportive services accompany judicial remedies. Without further ado, I thank Honorable High Court and Honorable Juvenile Justice Committee for giving opportunity to ventilate issues and also present paper. Finally, I'd like to request all the stakeholders to empower the girl child. She is the power of the world. Let's make girl child rights a reality. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for highlighting how legal aid, community engagement, and structured coordination can ensure the protection and welfare scheme reach every child in need, and also the vulnerability of trafficking of girl children. It's my privilege now to invite Dr. B. Lakshmi Narayan Garu, Presiding Officer of the Pocso Court, Bhimavaram, West Godavari.
A very good afternoon all. I feel deeply honored and to stand before this distinguished gathering of Honorable Justice, Judges of High Court, respectable judicial officers, Indian administrative and police officers, Child Welfare Department, and other dignitaries. It is both privilege and a solemn responsibility to address you on subject of utmost importance, the protection of children from Sexual Offence Act 2012, popularly known as Pocso Act. This enactment is not just another statute. It represents our nation's collective resolve to safeguard the dignity, safety, and well-being of our children. It also imposes upon each of us, judicial officers, lawyers, police, social workers, and educators, the duty to ensure that when harm does occur, the system responds swiftly, fairly, and with sensitivity. Let me begin with law expects us to respond the moment an offense comes to the light. Under Section 19, any person, a parent, teacher, neighbor, or even the child may give information to the police or the social juvenile police unit. The officer has no discretion to wait and see. The information must be written down and read back to the informant and registered immediately. The idea of zero FIR underscores that the place of occurrence is never a barrier. Failure to report, especially by those heading institutions, attracts punishment under Section 21, and Section 23 strictly prohibits disclosure of the child's identity, not as a formality, but to shield the child from further trauma. Section 22 protects from media expose and media trial. Section 154 CRPC reinforces prompt registration of cognizable offences. Section 24 of Pocso Act adds child-friendly procedure, statements at the child's home or place of her choice, preferably by a woman officer and without uniform. Small details like this make a huge difference to a frightened child. Registration is only one of the picture. The other is the support system built around the child. Child welfare committees, district child protection units provides immediate care, shelter, and counseling. Under Section 2020 rules, a support person from an NGO or trained individual can guide the child and family throughout investigation and trial. Section 27 ensures prompt medical examination and treatment in government or recognized hospitals. Special courts under Section 33 Clause 8 can grant interim and final compensation for rehabilitation. Special courts themselves have a crucial role. Sessions courts are designated as a Pocso courts under Section 28. Proceedings must be in camera. Child must not be repeatedly summoned or cross-examined. And waiting areas must be child-friendly. The Supreme Court in Alok Srivatsava case directed all the states to set up exclusive Pocso courts and appoint trained special public prosecutors. In Nupin Saxena case, reaffirmed the importance of confidentiality. When an offence under Pocso Act is reported, the FIR must be registered immediately. No prior approval is needed. If the child has a communication difficulty, the translator or special educator must be arranged. Medical examination should be conducted within 24 hours by registered medical practitioner, preferably a female doctor, in the presence of parent or trusted person of child. Throughout, the anonymity of the child is a paramount. Once the charge sheet is filed, the matter proceeded to special court. Evidence of the child must be recorded within 30 days, and the entire trial should be commenced within 1 year. Proceedings are held in camera. Child should not be exposed to the accused during testimony. Legal aid or psychological counseling can be extended whatever required. In Pocso cases, the witness almost always child victim. Protecting the child is not negotiable. Section 24, 26 and 27 statements recorded at home by a woman officer using audio-visual means without aggressive questioning and immediate medical examination is child-friendly setting. Inside the courtroom, Section 33 and 37 mandates trials in camera, no repeated summoning or sensitive cross-examination. Section 33, Clause 7 prohibits disclosure of identity unless the court itself finds in the child's best interest. The Supreme Court in Sakshi versus Union of India and Nipin section has stressed protective screens, separate waiting areas, and video links testimony. The Witness Protection Scheme 2018 complements Pocso by offering relocation, identity change, security measures in extreme cases. Alongside witness protection, compensation plays a crucial responsible role. As per Section 33, Clause 8, read with Rule 9 of Rules 2020 empowers Special Court to award interim compensation to meet immediate needs and for medical care, counseling, rehabilitation, or education support. It can be ordered at any stage without waiting for conviction or should be disbursed prompt through District Legal Service Authority. Under Section 40, a child and a family are entitled to legal counsel of their choice or free legal aid. Under Legal Service Authority Act, the police, magistrate, or special court should be inform them of this right at outset. Legal aid covers representations in court, filing for compensation, guiding the family about medical and counseling support, and coordinating with the CWs, DLS, and NGOs. Colleagues, protecting child witness is not a legal duty under the Pocso Act. It is a constitutional obligation under Article 21 and 39F of our Constitution. Every time child comes to our courtroom, we have the chance to show the justice can be firm on crime yet gentle with the victim. Let us ensure that in every Pocso case, child's safety, dignity, and confidence are preserved for the first report to the final judgment. That is the essence of Pocso Act. That is how truly serve the best interest of the child. Thank you. Jai Samvidhan.
Thank you, sir, for the very comprehensive enlightenment on the legal framework with regard to the supporting system, anonymity of the identity of the victim, child-friendly atmosphere, and other aspects by covering the Nipun Saxena case as well. Thank you, sir. I request Honorable Sri Justice A. Hariharnatha Sharma Garu, Judge, High Court of Andhra Pradesh, to share his Lordship's views and sum up the points.
Very respectful pranams to Ravinath Tilhariji, the Chairman JJC, and Chair Dr. Justice Jyotirmay Garu, all the dignitaries on the dais, and brother and sister judges of the dais, and the judges from the district judiciary, various stakeholders from several departments, and who have been there since the morning, heard all the marathon of discussion from the morning. And the things twofold. One is positive side, another is challenging side. A little pinching aspects are also discussed upon since the morning. We are discussing about the children since morning, particularly the girl child.
And I just want to be little lighter side, a childlike situation. And the last session in any school shall be play and play session or something like a PT session. And advisedly in the last session, some interactive session is also included. And so much of the thing has been dwelt upon. Probably there can be no room for any doubt. All the things are touched upon. And there is very little chance for the doubt. Even if some doubts are there, they can be, or some questions are there, they can be entertained, one or two you can prepare. And problems part is one thing, and time constraint is another thing of this ending session. My challenge for me, particularly closing session, and we are all in the mood, 4:34, and probably our regular working closer session is also closing time, closing time is also nearing. The moods are something like the school child. I refer to school child. So school child wants to run away the moment the school is over. That kind of a running tendency to go home must be there. Probably taking note of that, I want to be a little lighter and too quick also. I'll try to be quicker. And another latest side I want to draw is my chair, Madam Jyotirmay Garu has said that, and Madam has tempted me that there will be a prize from Surya Kumari Garu, from some solutions, good solutions are there. If I am not debarred, I will contest and I will be in the row for that prize also. If I am given some prize, at least concessional prize, I will be thankful to each one. So, coming from that lighter side, the serious sides of the things are, first thing, bad character persons from the schools are identified, is what openly we have discussed from the morning. In the schools, which is supposed to be temple, some bad character persons who misbehaved with the girl childs are also identified. A recommendation was made to take departmental action. Is it suffice? Something else is to be done. Think about that. Many things are to be done, can be done, and supposed to be done, shall be done, is what the legislative mandate under Pocso Act and other acts, the lightest offence also shall not be ignored. That is the first concern. The second concern, sanitary napkins are being distributed and photos are being taken and photos are being distributed and displayed. As a sensitive issue, a sanitary napkin, at what time they will be issued, and is giving them and taking photos at the time of giving them, is it anonymity? Is it a matter supposed to be anonymous and secret, or is it a matter to be taken photos and claimed as if we are doing a great thing? Can't there be some dispensers? Can there be some secret dispensers and secret supplies for that? Is my thought. I request each concerned to think over that a display shall be done not publicly and not with photos, at some privately. That's one thing I suggest. Then as far as child marriages are concerned, and we have just now discussed that so many child marriages are taking place, and we are the second worst in the India, is what we have lamented. We have introspected and we lamented that we are second worst in the India. Then what can be done? And marriage, our system, our setup and our understanding is marriage shall be with some ceremony. If no ceremony is there, it is not a marriage, then it attracts Pocso case and everything is attracted. Even if there were a marriage, even if there is supposed to be a marriage, if the marriageable is not there, then again the other offences, apart from Child Marriage Act, the other offences do get attracted. So are we taking any steps is one thing. Second thing, ceremony precedes participation. And ours is a religious setup, either Hindu, Muslim or Christian. These three religions, pastor, Muslim, Qazi and the priest, why can't we target and sensitize all those persons who perform the marriage and periodically training them and sensitizing them and putting them under the fear. If you do that, you will be taken to task, you will be removed from the temples. Almost they will be in the endowment temples, etc. So therefore, there shall be check on them and there shall be debarring of their any kind of entitlement if they involve, and they shall be tagged. That is one thing that is. Next thing, PNDT is the another sensitive area. Prenatal diagnosis is all, and that is leading to abortion, and the girl child is feticide is being done is what. Then in this, the practical scenario, the collectors and the teams and committees at district level are very much aware that scanning machines and the hospitals, how do they can? For medical purposes they scan, and for safety purposes they scan. The earliest opportunity and first opportunity to detect and to know whether a child is a male or female is with that hospital, and the moment the data as to scanning is done and pregnancy is detected, thereafter what way it is culminated, what way it is ended, whether it is ended in miscarriage, whether it is ended in birth of a child. If the birth of the child is not the end, every case shall be suspected, and a legislative framework the Madam Surya Kumari Garu morning requested for. In this, if some kind of rule still the law is legislated, a presumption that if the miscarriage takes place before there shall be, and there shall be some data, there shall be some check. How do we permit the missions to scan? And that is a committee. The committee consisting of Government General Hospital Superintendent and the collector and the district judge, and the PNDT committee is there. How the process takes place there. Whether committee is sitting when properly all the data is being checked, and the data whether is consisting of how many scannings have taken place in respect of that particular mission, what is the progress of each scan. This is an area probably would mitigate, would address, would see that the culprit is found and the black sheep is found. This is an area I suggest. Then, model court, Pocso court. How many model courts are there? We pat ourselves stating that we have 13 courts and we are going to have another 26 courts. And for all each district we are having, and as per the data, how many cases? 300 cases. There shall be each court which the court case number increases, there shall be each court, whether the courts are there. And whether such courts are model courts. Only Guntur, I believe that there is a model court. And that Guntur model court somewhere in 2020. And 5 years, even from 2020, 5 years. And can some steps be taken for creating the model courts? This creation of model courts will give the confidence is another thing. So, if I proceed any further, I'll be at the story of a cow in which a friend has referred, and I have to adopt all the cow story. To avoid the cow story, I just stay back here. And before signing out, I'm curious and interested. Just 7 or 8 months back, I came out from academy as the director. I want to have some questions so that I can have some kind of interacting or saying something, and my passion for discussing something would be addressed. For that, I seek the leave of all the JJB concerned, and if some interaction is there, subject to permission of the chair, I will be, and the chair will be available. With this, I sign out, and however, I reserve my chair for sharing my thoughts and the queries if any rise. Thank you all.
Thank you, my Lord, for reflecting on the response mechanism, supportive services, highlighting critical takeaways, lessons learned, and actionable steps, ensuring timely, effective, and child-friendly interventions for the girl child. I request Honorable Dr. Justice Venkata Jyotirmayi Pratapa Garu to kindly present a memento to Sri Sonikutti George Garu, representative of UNICEF. I request Registered Protocol Sri A.V. Raghav Swami Garu to felicitate Sri Sonikutti George Garu. The session 5 minutes is open for interaction. We request the children to we request the girl children who are present to please kindly raise. ఇక్కడికి వచ్చిన గర్ల్ చిల్డ్రన్ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళకి ఏమైనా ఇబ్బందులు ఉన్నాయి లేకపోతే ఏమైనా విషయం మాట్లాడాలి అంటే ఒకసారి లేచి మాట్లాడాలని చైర్పర్సన్ గారు చెప్తున్నారు. రైజ్ యువర్ హ్యాండ్ ప్లీజ్. గర్ల్ చిల్డ్రన్ ఎవరైనా ఇబ్బంది ఉంది ఏదైనా విషయం చెప్పాలి అనుకుంటే వాళ్ళు చెయ్యొద్దండి.
సజెషన్ అయినా చెప్పొచ్చు.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Honorable Dr. Justice Venkata Jyotirmayi Pratapa Garu to kindly present a memento to Sonikutti George Garu, a representative of UNICEF. I request Register Protocol Sri A.V. Raghaswamy Garu to felicitate Sri Sonikutti George Garu. I request Srimati Malati Garu to felicitate Srimati Sri Lakshmi Garu, Chairperson, Child Welfare Committee, Srikakulam. May I request my Lord Honorable Sri Justice A. Hariharnatha Sharma Garu to present a memento to Srimati U. Sri Lakshmi Garu. May I request Honorable Member Secretary Ma'am Himabindu Garu to felicitate Srimati G. Sunita Garu, Principal District Judge and Chairperson of DLSA East Godavari District. May I request Honorable Dr. Justice Venkata Jyotirmayi Pratapa Garu to present a memento to Srimati Sunita Garu. May I request the Director of AP Judicial Academy, Sri Purushottam Kumar Chintalpudi Garu, to felicitate Dr. B. Lakshminarayan Garu, Presiding Officer of the Pocso Court. May I request Honorable Sri Justice A. Hariharnatha Sharma Garu to present a memento to Dr. B. Lakshminarayan Garu. May I request Register Admin Sri Srinivas Sharma Garu to felicitate Honorable Sri Justice A. Hariharnatha Sharma Garu and also present a memento. This officially concludes session number 3. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all. Yes, Mike.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Bhavani. I am studying 10th class. నేను గుంటూరు నుంచి వచ్చాను. నేను బాల్య వివాహం గురించి చెప్పాలనుకుంటున్నాను. చాలామంది పిల్లలు స్కూల్లో ఆబ్సెంట్ అవుతున్నారు. అప్పుడు టీచర్స్ ఎందుకు రావట్లేదు అని అడిగి వదిలేస్తున్నారు. అలా వదలకుండా ఎందుకు రావట్లేదు, మ్యారేజ్ అయిందా, హెచ్ఎం మేడము, ప్రిన్సిపల్ మ్యామ్, టీచర్స్ అందరూ ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకుంటే అప్పుడు బాల్య వివాహాలు జరగకుండా ఉంటాయి. మళ్ళీ పేరెంట్స్ కూడా చాలామంది అందరూ ఇప్పుడు గర్ల్స్కి చాలామంది సఖినివాస్ నుంచి గుడ్ టచ్, బ్యాడ్ టచ్ అలా అందరూ చెప్పడానికి వస్తున్నారు. వాళ్ళు గర్ల్స్ కూడా ఎంతవరకు తల్లిదండ్రులు మాట వింటున్నారో, తల్లిదండ్రులు చెప్తారు పెళ్ళి చేసుకోమని, కానీ పేరెంట్స్ వినరు కదా. పిల్లలు మాకొద్దు పెళ్ళి అన్నా కూడా పేరెంట్స్ వాళ్ళని కొట్టి తిట్టి పెళ్ళి చేయిస్తారు కదా. అలా జరగకుండా ఆపాలని. మళ్ళీ టీచర్స్, హెచ్ఎం మేడం వాళ్ళు కూడా పిల్లలు ఎందుకు రావట్లేదు, టీచర్స్కి హెచ్ఎం మేడంకి మ్యారేజ్ అయింది పిల్లలకి.
మీ పేరేంటమ్మా?
భవానీ.
భవానీ, ఇప్పుడు స్కూల్లో టీచర్స్ పిల్లలు ఏ రోజు స్కూల్కి రాకపోయినా ఎందుకు రావట్లేదు అని ఆరా తీయాలని మనం అందరం అనుకున్నాము. అది జరుగుతుంది. ఓకే. తర్వాత ఇప్పుడు పిల్లలు ఇష్టం లేకపోయినా తల్లిదండ్రులు బలవంతాన పెళ్ళిళ్ళు చేస్తున్నాను. మీకేమన్నా అలాంటి విషయం ఏమైనా తెలుసా, సమాచారం ఉందా? ఎవరికైనా అలా జరుగుతోందా? ఏమ్మా, మీ తెలిసిన వాళ్ళల్లో కానీ నీ ఫ్రెండ్స్కి కానీ అలా జరుగుతోందా?
అంటే మా చుట్టుపక్కలని కాదు, వేరే వేరే చిన్న చిన్న గ్రామాల్లో
చిన్న చిన్న గ్రామం అయినా మీకు సమాచారం ఉంటే సమాచారం ఇచ్చేయండి. ఇస్తే వాళ్ళని ఖచ్చితంగా రెస్క్యూ చేస్తారు. ఇప్పుడు తల్లిదండ్రులు కోపడతారు, కొడతారు, ఇవన్నీ చెప్తున్నారు కదా. వాటన్నిటికీ ఇప్పుడు స్కూల్లోనూ మీరు ఎవరికి ఫోన్ చేయొచ్చు, ఈ సమాచారం ఎవరికి ఇవ్వచ్చు, వాటి గురించి మీకు నాలెడ్జ్ ఉండాలి అని పొద్దునుంచి చెప్తున్నారు కదా. నేను కూడా చెప్పాను కదా, మీరు పోస్ట్ ఆఫీస్కి వెళ్ళి ఒక ఎన్వెలప్, అవి లీగల్ సర్వీస్ అథారిటీకి సంబంధించిన ఎన్వెలప్సే పోస్ట్ ఆఫీసులో ఉన్నాయి. లేదు ఒక ఎన్వెలప్ రాసేస్తే ఏమని రాయాలి? న్యాయ సేవాధికార సంస్థ, జిల్లా న్యాయ సేవాధికార సంస్థ, ఏ జిల్లా అయితే ఆ జిల్లా, లేకపోతే హైకోర్టు. ఏమ్మా, అది ఒక ఉత్తరం రాసినా దానికి ఖచ్చితంగా రెస్పాన్స్ ఉంటుంది. లేకపోతే 15100, అలాగే హెల్ప్ లైన్ 1098 ఉన్నాయి కదా. మార్గాలు చాలా ఉన్నాయి కదా. మీకు సమాచారం వచ్చినా మీరు ఇవ్వచ్చు. మీరు ప్రశ్న అడిగినందుకు చాలా సంతోషం. మీరు వేదిక మీదకి వస్తే మీకు ప్రైజ్ ఇవ్వబడుతుంది. I request the chairperson of JJC, Honorable High Court, Brother Ravinath Telhariji, to come over the dais and present to this child a book.
His work. This officially concludes session number 3. I request all the members of the Juvenile Justice Committee to please kindly come on to the dais, and also honorable judges of the High Court. I request Sri V.S.S. Srinivas Sharma Garu, Registered Admin, High Court of Andhra Pradesh, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, one and all. With the permission of Chair, I would like to propose vote of thanks. Indeed, it is a privilege for me to propose vote of thanks before this august gathering. At the outset, I must thank Honorable Chief Justice Garu for giving permission to convene this consultation. I propose this vote of thanks on my behalf and on behalf of the Honorable Juvenile Justice Committee with the permission of the Chair. I sincerely extend my reverential gratitude to the Honorable Chief Justice Dheer Singh Thakurji for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest. His Lordship, despite busy schedule, had taken all pains to guide us in organizing this consultation, and even at odd hours also, His Lordship was monitoring and giving directions in organizing this consultation meet. We must accept that His Lordship's valuable insights were instrumental in making this consultation a grand success. It would be a pleasure to me to extend vote of thanks to our special guest, Honorable Srimati Justice Revati Mohite Dere, Judge, High Court of Bombay, for accepting our invitation to be a special guest on this occasion. I am to understand that Her Ladyship, despite being on antibiotics, has taken all pains to travel from Bombay to Vijayawada just because Her Lordship has given a word to join this consultation. It shows the commitment of Her Ladyship towards this consultation, which focuses on safeguarding the girl child. I also take this as an opportunity to extend my reverential gratitude to the Honorable Judges of Juvenile Justice Committee, the Honorable Justice Ravinath Tilhari ji, the Chairperson, Honorable Srimati Justice V. Jusujata Garu, Honorable Dr. Justice Venkati Jyotirmaya Pratap Garu, Honorable Srimati Justice Kiranmayi Mandava Garu, Honorable Sri Justice Challa Gunranjan Garu, who have articulated this program. Their Lordships have not left any stone unearthed for making this program a success. Their Lordships' constant supervision, advisors are the foundations in organizing this consultation with various departments of the government. I wholeheartedly extend my thanks to the Lordships. I also have an immense pleasure in extending this vote of thanks to the Honorable Judges of the High Court, Honorable Justice Sri Justice Bhattu Devananda Garu, Honorable Sri Justice N. Jayasurya Garu, Honorable Sri Justice B. Krishnamohan Garu, Honorable Sri Justice Bhanumati Garu, Honorable Sri Justice K. Srinivas Reddy Garu, Honorable Sri Justice Ravi Chemalpati Garu, Honorable Sri Justice V. Gopal Krishna Garu for accepting our invitation and gracing this occasion. I need to confess that their Lordship's presence had brought laurels to this consultation. I extend my sincere gratitude to Honorable Sri Justice Hariharnath Sharma Garu for accepting our invitation to co-chair a session. His Lordship has shared insights on the subject in shaping this consultation. I also extend thanks to Srimati B.S.V. Himabindu, Member Secretary, AP State Legal Services Authorities, A. Surya Kumari Garu, Secretary, Women and Child Welfare Department, M. Venugopala Reddy Garu, Director, Juvenile Welfare Department, M. Nayak Garu, Secretary, Social Welfare Department, Sri Krishna Teja Mailavarupu, Commissioner, Panchayat and Rural Development, Sri B. Rajakumari Garu, IG Police, M. Veerapandian, Commissioner, Health and Medical Welfare, B. Srinivas Garu, State Project Director, Samagra Siksha, Sri MHR Teja Chakravarti, Presiding Officer JJB, Sri U. Sivalakshmi, Chairperson, Child Welfare Committee, Srimati G. Sunita Garu, Principal District Judge, East Godavari, Dr. B. Lakshmi Narayana, Presiding Officer, Pocso Court, Kakinada, Bhimaram, for having accepted our invitation and presenting papers on various aspects which are thought-provoking. I also thank the participant judicial officers, government officials of various departments, children and NGOs. I extend my special thanks to Soni Jajgutti, children specialist, UNICEF, for sharing his thoughts since this consultation meet was sought to be organized. His presence also added a lot to this consultation. I also extend my thanks to the Director, AP Judicial Academy, the Deputy Director, Bindu Madhavi, for accepting to act as the master of ceremonies for this consultation, the Secretary, State Legal Services Committee, Deputy Secretary, AP State Legal Services Committee, Registrars of the High Court, the other officers and the staff of the High Court. I also thank the other members of various departments who have directly and indirectly contributed for the success of this program. I also thank the Collector, Joint Collector of NTR District and their team, the Commissioner of Police of NTR District and his team, the Municipal Commissioner of Vijayawada, his team, the print and electronic media, the officials and the staff relating to this Kalakshetram. My special thanks to Principal District Judge Gopi Garu Krishna and his team, other judicial officers who have extended immense support in arranging accommodation and other facilities to the judicial officers who are drawn as participants in this consultation. Because of the paucity of time, I may not be able to take the names of each and every officer and the staff of Women and Child Welfare Department who have taken keen interest and pains in organizing this consultation meet, staying till late hours yesterday. Just allow me to recall the words of the Supreme Court observed in MC Mehta v. State of Tamil Nadu before I conclude. The Supreme Court observed, the child is the most precious asset of the nation. The child is supremely important nation asset, and the welfare, well-being of the nation depends on how these children grow and develop. These words remind us that safeguarding the girl child is nonetheless than the safeguarding the future of our nation. I thank one and all for coming over here, making this program a grand success. Thank you, one and all. Now I request the senior IAS officers to join on the dais for national anthem.
I request the technical team to play national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
This officially concludes the entire day program, and we are extremely thankful to Honorable the Chairperson and members of the JJ Committee, and hearty thanks to everyone. High tea follows. Please go for the refreshments and go. Thank you.